Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1381 through 1400 of the previous episode. Qin explores the Grand Extremes mine in the Ancestral Court, where he skillfully navigates lethal traps and uses his growing mastery of the Tao of Yin and Yang to overcome divine obstructions. He encounters remnants of the prehistoric era, including a surviving void beast and the reincarnated Empress/Mistress Yuanmu, and manages to secure the Grand Extremes origin stone. Throughout these events, the celestial venerables, including Hao Xiao and Lang Xian, remain embroiled in deadly infighting, each vying for power while keeping their true identities and motives concealed. Qin manipulates these factions by playing them against one another and leaking information that sows distrust among the celestial venerables. He eventually facilitates the restoration of the Ancestral Court's Jade Lake, unearthing ancient secrets and gaining access to primordial cultivation resources. Despite being constantly hunted and facing assassination attempts, Qin grows stronger, using his evolving Great Celestial Heavens technique and Tao understanding to bridge the gap between his current level and the godlike power of his enemies, while preparing for a future revolution that will dismantle the Celestial Heavens' oppressive rule. If possible, you can support me via PayPal or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 14011 Qi Primordial Chaos Tao Traveling Together. God Emperor Langxian waited for a moment, but Qin didn't say what he saw. In the end, God Emperor Langxian couldn't help asking, "What did you see?" Qin smiled slightly. "I saw a huge thing beneath your Jade Lake that was seizing the life force of the Jade Lake for its own use. Even if you connect the 8 dragon veins now, it will be destroyed again in the future. If you want to restore the Jade Lake to its peak condition, I will show you how to find that big thing. However, you have to give me 10% of the output of the Jade Lake." Divine Emperor Longshuan's soul consciousness fluctuated. He turned into a vertical eye between his eyebrows and looked underground. He sneered, "Give you 10%? If I find that big thing and settle it, wouldn't it be better if I didn't give you anything?" "Celestial Master Mu, you are too greedy. You extorted Celestial Master Gong and then Imperial Concubine Yen, and now you want to extort me again. Are you planning to extort 10 Celestial Masters once? You are underestimating 10 Celestial Masters too much." Qin was astonished. The matter of him making a deal with Celestial Master Gong and Imperial Concubine Yen in exchange for the output of their minds had actually reached the ears of Divine Emperor Lang Xian. It seemed like the forces under Heavenly Venerate Gong and Heavenly Consort Yen had Divine Emperor Lang Xian's eyes and ears to monitor the actions of the 2 Heavenly Venerates. However, this shouldn't be a secret among the 10 Heavenly Venerates. The 10 Heavenly Venerates weren't too confident in each other, so they liked to plant spies under the other Heavenly Venerates. This was also one of the reasons why they could cooperate, so they didn't expose each other. Divine Emperor Lang Xian searched for a while, and his expression gradually became solemn. His eye of divine consciousness was incomparably powerful, but when he searched underground, he didn't see the big thing that Qin had mentioned. He didn't even find a trace of it. This was extremely terrifying. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he flew up and continued to search through the 8 Jade Mountains. Qin didn't think much of it and rushed toward Jade Platform. God Emperor Lang Xian's eye of divine consciousness could probably see through 35 layers of void. Apart from Supreme Void, Great Overarching Heaven, no other secret could escape his eye of divine consciousness. His divine eyes could be called Eye of Insight, Eye of Insight. His divine consciousness was omnipresent. Lang Xian could see the deepest part of the underground of the Ancestral Court, and also the treasures hidden in the space. However, his Eye of Insight was still inferior to Qin vertical eye. Qin vertical eye had been strengthened by the Heavenly Duke and Earth Count, and with the power of the Divine Eye and the Taiji Original Stone, Great Change Eggshell, it wasn't an exaggeration to call it the number 1 in the world. Even though Qin couldn't unleash the power of the Divine Eye at the moment, he could see through everything with just the use of the Divine Eye itself. More and more beads of sweat appeared on Divine Emperor Lang Xian's forehead. He searched through the 8 mineral veins, but he still couldn't find where the so-called big thing was hidden. It's even more important for the Jade Lake to recover to its former glory. If I don't deal with that big thing, the Jade Lake will be a big lake that can condense primordial chaos, primordial liquid. Other than that, it won't have much of an effect. Since that's the case, it's not unacceptable to give 10% of primordial chaos primordial liquid to Heavenly Venerate Mu. He looked at Qin Mu and saw him stepping onto the jade platform to comprehend the great Tao contained in the jade lake. So he didn't go forward to disturb him. The jade platform had become extremely sacred, like a sacred platform that offered sacrifices to the heavens and earth. Qin Mu walked on it like a priest that was presiding over the great sacrifice of the heavens and earth, but also like a person who was seeking the path. His steps were steady, and his expression was pious. Divine Emperor Lang Xian also stepped onto the platform. He was like an emperor, and his powerful aura bloomed. He was impervious to all spells and all paths. Qin Mu carefully comprehended the baptism of the great Tao of the Jade Lake when he ascended the stage and listened to the Tao sounds. Even though he could hear the Tao sounds, he didn't have as much comprehension as Qin Mu. He was too strong. Not only was his cultivation and abilities too strong, it was also because his mentality was too strong. He was too strong and had placed himself too high. Qin Mu ascended the first layer of jade platform and was different from the 4 heaven gates and 9 prison platforms. The 4 great heaven gates and 9 prison platforms honed his Tao heart. Regardless of whether it was the 4 great heaven gates or 9 prison platforms, they were all extremely dangerous. If he couldn't go over, he would probably die. On the other hand, the Jade Lake nourished his Tao heart. Not only did it not have any tests and tempering, it would instead nourish his Tao heart and cause it to grow. A marvelous melody came from his ears as if the great Tao was whispering in his ears. He could feel that the great Tao was like water, like the mother body, like the true good and beauty of the world. He also felt that the great Tao was like the earth, carrying and nurturing everything, making one's heart and mind vast. The superior virtue was like water, and water could control all things without fighting for it. The terrain was earth-like, and a gentleman used his virtue to carry things. He stood on the stage and looked at the Jade Lake from afar. There was no longer the grand scene of the past, but when he stood there and looked, he seemed to see the Jade Lake that nourished all life rippling, and the water rippled like dragon scales. He looked back and saw that the origin wood that had transformed into the Earth Mother had also disappeared, leaving only a huge sinkhole. However, he seemed to see the lush and verdant origin wood that protected the Creator's ancestors in the immemorial era. The Earth Mother was thick and virtuous, and the Jade Lake was as good as water. He could sense 36 great Tao of earth virtue and 24 paths of good. After a long time, Qin Mu walked forward. The Jade Lake was the sacrificial grounds for the Creator's ancestors in the immemorial era. They worshipped the heavens and the earth, worshipping the universe. Back then, the people were ignorant and didn't know where their power came from. They didn't know that they could use the jade platform to nourish their Tao hearts. They only had a simple heart. After coming here, they only felt their state of mind calm. It was as if they could come into contact with the heaven and earth and connect with the Jade Sea. They respected the land that nurtured them and all living things. They respected the Jade Sea that nourished them and all living things. They worshipped the heaven and earth and the universe here to remember their ancestors. At that moment, Qin Mu also seemed to have become a member of the creators who worshipped the heavens and earth in the uncivilized era of ancient times. He felt the aura of the great Tao here with a devout form. He walked and stopped, and the time he spent gradually grew longer. Divine Emperor Langxian soon surpassed him and came to the 8th layer of jade platform. He looked up at the heavens and earth and the dried seabed, sighing with emotions in his heart. By the time Qin Mu arrived, it was already a month later.
Divine Emperor Lang
Xian sensed his arrival and raised his hand to point at the dried seabed. He pointed at the mountains and rivers on the other side of the sea, full of spirit. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains and rivers are so magnificent. Heavenly Venerate Mu, which man doesn't wish to own such a land? This is one of my ambitions, to become a Heavenly Venerate. I must become the ruler of the entire universe and make the vast rivers and mountains, the heavens and myriad realms, and billions of stars and galaxies submit to my feet." His lofty aspirations surged out from his chest as he pointed at the rivers and mountains. He was impassioned and couldn't hide his excitement. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you have extraordinary talent. If you submit to me, I will definitely give you sufficient space to display it. I'm not as calculative as Heavenly Venerate Vast. Since I value you highly, I will naturally value you highly. In the future, you will have a share of my rivers and mountains." Qin Mu didn't answer, and the Dao charm on his body became thicker and thicker. Suddenly, God Emperor Langxian felt something. When he looked back, his heart couldn't help jumping. Qin Mu had actually fallen into a marvelous state. He was vaguely connected to the great Tao of the heaven and earth of Jade Lake Jade Platform. He seemed to have fused into the great Tao of the entire Jade Platform. He was clearly standing there, but he gave God Emperor Langxian the feeling that he was as thick and heavy as the land of the ancestral court and as vast as the Jade Sea. He was like the heaven and earth that God Emperor Langxian had seen just now. There was the vastness of heaven, the vastness of the sea, and the vastness of the earth. He corresponded with the great Tao of Jade Lake Jade Platform, and the Tao rhythm that had been broken when he had comprehended it with God Emperor Langxian was now connected again. This time he actually didn't need to connect with the Tao rhythm. When Langxian comprehended Tao to enter the state of Tao, God Emperor Langxian revealed an expression of disbelief, and that expression turned into the killing intent and jealousy of the divine treasures in his eyes. Qin Mu's aptitude was about the same as his. When the two of them had comprehended and discussed Tao together last time, as long as their qi and vitality were connected, they could enter Tao at the same time and comprehend the profoundness of Path of Absolute Beginning to enter Absolute Beginning Tao realm. It was just that at that time Langxian and Qin Mu had some misgivings. When they remembered that they were still enemies, they couldn't even be considered friends, let alone Tao friends. Thus, they had taken the initiative to cut off the path of entering the Tao and would never help each other. And now, it was difficult for Divine Emperor Langxian to enter the Tao, but Qin Mu had already entered the realm of entering the Tao. Why is he the one who obtained this opportunity and not me? The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense, but he forcefully suppressed it. He took a step forward and walked out of the Jade Platform, landing at the spot where the 8 dragon veins had broken off. The mind slaves and overseers had been resting for more than a month. Everyone hurriedly kowtowed when they saw Divine Emperor Langxian. Divine Emperor Langxian waved his sleeve and sneered. "Cut off the 8 dragon veins." The overseers and mind slaves didn't understand what he meant. They just stood there in a daze. The 8 dragon veins had finally connected and restored the vitality of the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake gave birth to the primordial chaos primordial fluid, and became one of the best treasure lands in the ancestral court. Why didn't Heavenly Venerate Mu, the infamous Qin, demolish the Jade Lake? Instead, it was Divine Emperor Langxian, the landowner, who wanted to destroy his treasure land.
Divine Emperor Langxian was furious.
His killing intent surged as he said sternly, "Are you all deaf? Why don't you get over there and work?" Only then did the supervisors come to their senses. They activated their divine whips and lashed out at the miners without any explanation. They shouted sternly, "Work! Work! Tear down those jade stones!" Many of the miners quickly took action and pulled out the jade stones that were connected together. Divine Emperor Langxian felt that it was too slow, so he lashed out at the supervisors and told them to do their work. Finally, the 8 dragon veins were cut off, and the great Tao aura of the ancestral court's Jade Lake immediately dissipated. The 8 dragon veins also immediately stopped spraying the primal purple clouds. Divine Emperor Langxian heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at the Jade Stage, only to see that the great Tao aura of the Jade Stage was also rapidly dissipating. "You are the Chief of Heaven Alliance, so I can't kill you directly. However, I can cut off your path of entering the Tao, making it impossible for you to enter the Tao." His gaze flickered. "If I can't get it, don't even think about it. Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't blame me for being ruthless." Just as he thought of this, his pupils suddenly constricted. Even though the aura of the great Tao on the Jade Platform had dissipated, the Tao rhythm coming from it was getting stronger and stronger. God Emperor Langxian's heart pounded wildly. Qin Mu had entered the state of entering Tao, and was actually unable to be interrupted. "Kill him. My divine vitality finger is the strongest divine art among celestial venerables. I only need one finger to kill him." He really wanted to kill Qin Mu with one finger, but if he killed him here, he would let the other celestial venerables grab hold of him. When the world was at peace and the ancient gods were eradicated, this would be the best excuse to get rid of him. However, he wasn't willing to not kill Qin Mu. At that moment, the Tao rhythm coming from the jade platform reached its peak, and a beam of light shot out from there, lifting a figure up into the sky. He chanted in a long voice, "Divine consciousness reaches to heaven and earth, one chi primordial path traveling together." The killing intent in God Emperor Lang Xian's eyes gradually dissipated. The great divine art of path of absolute beginning that Qin Mu had comprehended wasn't his divine origin finger, which made him slightly at ease. If the absolute art of Tao realm that Qin Mu had comprehended was really his divine origin finger, then he had to kill Qin Mu no matter what. Divine origin finger was his unparalleled absolute art. If it was learned or comprehended by others, then others might know his weakness. This was something he couldn't tolerate. He wasn't like Heavenly Venerate Fire, who could pass down his absolute arts and techniques to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven and hand over his life to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. He wasn't that generous. The power of one chi primordial chaos Tao traveling together burst forth, and the corners of Divine Emperor Longshuan's eyes suddenly twitched. His heart that had been relieved a moment ago immediately became tense again. It was a divine art formed by the path of absolute, beginning that perfectly combined divine consciousness and innate one chi. Wherever this strike went, everything would evaporate and turn into wisps of chaotic chi. The form of Qin Mu's move was bowing. He bowed forward. 8 layers of jade platform appeared under his feet. Qin Mu stood on it and bowed. Everything in front of him turned into chaotic chi, and there was nothing left. The power of this move was even stronger than the power of his divine origin finger, and the Tao might it contained was extremely terrifying. Of course, Divine Emperor Langxian was looking at the power of Qin Mu's move from the foundation of his cultivation. If Qin Mu's cultivation was raised to his level, the power of one chi primordial chaos path traveling together would surpass divine essence one finger by a lot. Right now, Qin Mu's cultivation wasn't enough to unleash the power of one chi path of primordial chaos traveling together to the extreme, but Lang Xian could already see the potential of this move. The move of one chi path of primordial chaos traveling together made him want to kill again. However, he still suppressed his killing intent. Even though one chi path of primordial chaos traveling together was strong and surpassed his divine essence one finger on Tao realm, Qin Mu's cultivation realm was still relatively low, so Jade Lake realm was no threat to him. The price of killing Qin Mu was too great, and it was something he couldn't bear. In the sky, Qin Mu slowly descended and landed on the jade platform. God Emperor Lang Xian looked over and saw the youth's fluttering clothes slowly falling down, returning to calmness. Qin Mu stood there with his eyes closed and his mind focused, not moving at all. God Emperor Lang Xian's heart jumped. Could he still be comprehending Tao? Isn't his aptitude and comprehension too good? Fortunately, Qin Mu wasn't comprehending the path, and there wasn't any Tao charm from his body, which made Divine Emperor Lang Xian heave a sigh of relief. The Jade Lake is mine, and Heavenly Venerate Mu and I are only one step away from stepping into the path. If Heavenly Venerate Mu can step into the path on the Jade Lake and comprehend the divine art of great Tao of absolute beginning, then I can do it too. His heart couldn't help becoming fervent. He already had divine origin finger, and this divine art was also a divine art that had stepped into the path. He himself had the bloodline of both Creator and Heavenly Emperor absolute beginning. As the top bloodline among demigods, he had been born with a divine art. When he grew to adulthood, his attainments in divine consciousness and innately one chi were already extremely profound. He didn't need to comprehend them to be able to use incomparably powerful divine arts. This was the strength of an adult demigod. Talent came with the bloodline and grew stronger with age. He possessed both the great Tao of divine consciousness and innate one chi. When Heavenly Venerate Longhan 7 created the system of divine treasures and Heavenly Venerate Qin Mu Hao imparted the divine art on behalf of Heavenly Venerate Yu, the founder of the demigod, Lang Xian, also cultivated the system of divine treasures Heaven Palace. He developed the path of divine consciousness and the power of innate one chi. In the past, he was an innate divine art and only knew how to use it. He didn't know how it worked. After cultivating the system of divine treasures Heaven Palace, he created his own divine art. He wanted to fuse his divine sense with the innate I Chi, but he was unable to create such a skill. It was only after the ancient god Heavenly Monarch's death that the Tao ancestor was ordered to analyze the great Tao runes in the Heavenly Monarch's body. This situation was then broken. He studied the great Tao runes in the heavenly monarch's body and was suddenly blessed. He could not help but enter the state of Tao and created the divine Yuan finger. When this finger was created, it became the strongest divine ability among the 10 heavenly venerates. At that time, Divine Emperor Langxian did not know that his creation of the divine Yuan finger meant that he had entered the Tao realm. He did not delve into this aspect. All the 10 heavenly venerates had entered the Tao before, and more than once. However, the Tao realm was not developed as a cultivation system. In that era, they only treated the Tao realm as a divine ability. It was not until the founding emperor appeared that the Tao realm was pushed to the 35th heaven. Only then did the Tao realm slowly become a cultivation system. However, even today the Tao realm had never been accepted by the people of the world. They still needed time to get used to it. There are high and low levels of the great Tao, and there are also high and low levels of enlightenment. My absolute beginning Tao is definitely the highest great Tao in the world, far surpassing the founding emperor's Tao of the sword. After comprehending the absolute beginning Tao realm, my cultivation strength will definitely increase greatly. Divine Emperor Longshuan's heart was burning with passion. He ordered those supervisors and mind slaves to repair the 8 dragon veins. Those supervisors and mind slaves were filled with resentment, but they didn't dare to speak. They could only obediently repair the 8 mountain ranges. He thought to himself, I had people tear it down just now, and now I want to build it up again. Has the Divine Emperor been torn down and possessed by Qin? Divine Emperor Longshuan's face was beaming with joy as he walked towards the jade platform. He wanted to walk the jade platform again, and comprehend the Tao of the jade platform, so that he could enter the second heaven of the absolute beginning Tao realm. However, when he stepped onto the jade platform, he still didn't comprehend anything. God Emperor Langxian was anxious in his heart. He walked up one platform after another, but he still couldn't comprehend anything. It was just as he said. There were high and low levels in the great Tao, and there were high and low levels in comprehension. For example, Qin Mu's sword Tao was only 3 heavens of calamity awakening, raising calamity and facing calamity. However, just his sword Tao could fight with divine knife Luo Wushuang's 13 heavens of knife Tao to a standstill. Divine Emperor Langxian's first heaven of the absolute beginning Tao realm was already regarded as the most powerful divine ability among the 10 heavenly venerates. If he could continue to study it, the second heaven would definitely be even more powerful. However, he had already lost the opportunity to reach the second heaven of the absolute beginning Tao realm. The jade platform was the opportunity for him to pick up this opportunity. However, he was too powerful and suppressed the great Tao of the jade platform. As a result, he was unable to obtain this opportunity. God Emperor Langxian ascended the 8th layer of the jade platform, and his expression became slightly ugly. In front of him, Qin Mu stood with his back facing him. His entire body was bathed in the primordial chaos qi of the jade platform, and his aura was dense. God Emperor Langxian suppressed his killing intent and walked forward, only to see Qin Mu's qi aura slowly rising. His cultivation was rising like a rising tide, and it was continuously increasing. He couldn't hide his jealousy and thought that Qin Mu had obtained the benefits from stepping into the path in his jade lake. However, he didn't know that the reason why Qin Mu's cultivation was constantly increasing wasn't because he had stepped into the path, but because he was recasting the jade lake and jade platforms in his heavenly palaces. Qin Mu's overlord body 3 elixir technique contained 19 heavenly palaces. Just recasting one jade lake would bring about a considerable increase in his cultivation and magic power, let alone recasting the jade lake and jade platforms in 19 heavenly palaces. And Qin Mu's jade terrace jade pool was compatible with the ancient jade terrace jade pool of the ancestral court. Furthermore, he had forged 8 dragon veins in the jade pool. When the 8 dragon veins were completed, the wondrous feeling it brought was also incomparable. When his first heavenly palace completed the 8 dragon veins in jade pool, his jade pool was immediately filled with primordial chaos vital qi. The vital qi slowly condensed and turned into primordial chaos primordial liquid. Of course, the rate at which the primordial chaos yuan fluid formed and dripped down was very slow. Furthermore, it was not the true ancestral court yuan fluid, but the increase in cultivation was obvious. Furthermore, he had 19 heavenly palaces. In addition, his spirit embryo ancestral court also had a jade stage and a jade sea. It was equivalent to 20 jade stages and a jade sea. The increase in cultivation was incomparable. The benefits of rebuilding the Jade Lake Jade stage weren't limited to this. Having so many Jade Lake Jade stages meant that his vital chi recovery speed was astonishing. His battle time was longer, and the increase in his strength was also incomparably astonishing. God Emperor Langxian had thought that Qin Mu had used his Jade Lake to enter the path to obtain great benefits, but he hadn't expected that Qin Mu's ambition wasn't limited to this. He wanted to rebuild the Jade Lake realm. He wanted to perfectly fuse the two systems of Dao Realm, and Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court. To Langxian and the other 10 heavenly venerates, this was a reform, but to the entire heaven and earth it was just setting things right. Suddenly, Qin Mu opened his eyes and revealed a smile. He looked at Emperor Langxian in front of him and cupped his head. Many thanks to Dao Brother for protecting my path. The corners of Emperor Langxian's eyes twitched, and he squeezed out a smile. Heavenly Venerate Mu comprehended the path on my jade platform. If anything were to happen to him, my sins would be huge. Qin Mu laughed loudly, and his smile suddenly disappeared. When I stepped into Dao just now, the 8 dragon veins of Jade Lake were broken once, and they will definitely be broken again in the future. That big thing underground will definitely completely eradicate the dragon veins of Jade Lake, and get rid of this place. God Emperor, 20% of the Jade Lake's output belongs to me, and I'll help you find that big thing. What have you thought about this condition? Divine Emperor Langxian flew into a rage. He shouted, "You clearly said that it was 10% of the primordial chaos primordial fluid. Why is it 20% now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath the Jade Lake suddenly shook violently. With a loud rumble, Divine Emperor Langxian hurriedly turned around to look at the Jade Lake. He saw 8 jade mountains suddenly break apart. Each mountain range was actually broken into 3 to 5 pieces. It was as if there was a huge monster underground. It waved its sharp claws and tore apart the dragon veins of the Jade Lake. The corners of God Emperor Langxian's eyes twitched, and he executed the Eye of Divine Consciousness in an attempt to find the source of the attack. However, he searched the sky and earth, but he couldn't find the source of the attack. "It's different now," Qin Mu said indifferently. "If God Emperor had promised me before I entered the path, I would only take 10% of the benefits. At that time I hadn't entered the path yet, and I still had to ask God Emperor for help, so the price was a little low. But now that I've already entered the path, I don't need to ask the Divine Emperor for help anymore, so the price is fair and just. If the Divine Emperor were to hesitate any longer, my price would be a little higher." He raised 2 fingers and the third was about to be raised. Divine Emperor Langxian's expression flickered. Qin Mu's third finger was raised, but at that moment, he hurriedly grabbed his third finger. He smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, Alliance Master Mu, 20% is 20%. You can say what's the big thing underground now, right?" Qin Mu laughed loudly and rolled up all his fingers to the side of the platform. "It's a huge thing underground," he said with a smile. "It wants to steal the great Tao of Jade Lake, and absorb the power of Jade Lake to help it revive. This underground is a huge coffin." When the coffin attacked the 8 dragon veins, the coffin board opened and I saw a terrifying scene coming from the coffin. The light was extremely bright. Divine Emperor Langxian looked over, but he couldn't see any coffin. He couldn't help being bewildered and asked, "Where is that huge coffin?" Qin Mu stretched out a finger and pointed at the heart of his brows. "I'll lend you some strength so you can see it through my eyes." God Emperor Langxian's eyes widened, and he instantly saw an astonishing scene. He saw Qin Mu using the vertical eye in the heart of his brows to look underground, but what he saw wasn't underground. What he saw was a terrifying scene of the universe being destroyed. Great Tao, stars, galaxies, space, and the heavens, countless living beings were reduced to dust. Even the undying divine consciousness of powerful existences was destroyed along with the destruction of the universe. The most terrifying thing was that the layers of void were also destroyed. The void was everywhere, but only powerful gods could sense the existence of the void. There were even fewer gods that could enter the void. There were even fewer existences that could brand their own divine sense and great Tao into the void and coexist with the void. The number was even fewer. As for branding one's own Tao into the high-level void, It could be said to be as rare as a phoenix feather or a Chilan horn. Among the current celestial venerables, only Emperor Tai and Founding Emperor could do this. The powerful creator leaders of the immemorial era could also do this. Emperor Tai had turned his great Tao of divine sense into the great all-heaven of divine sense and imprinted it into the 36th void, the ultimate void. Founding Emperor had imprinted his Tao of sword into the 35th void. The creator leaders and many ancestors of the immemorial era had imprinted their own divine sense into the other void layers. Back then, in order to completely eradicate the creator race, the ancient god Celestial Emperor had led the ancient gods and some powerful demigods into the void, slowly erasing the imprints left behind by the powerful creator. As the demigod primogenitor at that time, God Emperor Lang Xian had followed the Celestial Emperor to wipe out the creator imprint. He had a very deep impression of this. He knew how difficult it was to wipe out the creator imprint. The creator imprint was like a worm that had eaten into the void. It was very difficult to find it and it was very difficult to completely wipe it out. But now, he actually saw that the 35 layers of void had completely collapsed in a short period of time, shattering the imprint of the experts that had entrusted themselves to the 35 layers of void. Boundless fear arose in his heart, and he could not help but widen his eyes. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his face was pale. He saw the destruction of the 36th void again. The 36th void, which was also the void where the Supreme Emperor entrusted his divine sense to the Great Luo Heaven, was also called the Ultimate Void, the Great Luo Heaven, and the Supreme Heaven. This layer of ultimate void was like an eggshell that smashed into the ground from high up in the disaster of the destruction of the universe. It was also like a ball filled with water being pierced by a needle and exploding. God Emperor Lang Xian trembled and trembled. The fear of the great destruction invaded him and went straight to the deepest part of his Tao heart. His Tao heart wasn't as strong as Qin Mu's to begin with, which was the weakness of the system of divine treasure Heavenly Palace. Qin Mu could still remain calm when he saw the great destruction, but he couldn't. This kind of destruction that destroys everything, even celestial venerables can't withstand it. He was terrified. However, what was strange was that everything he saw was a still picture. Countless galaxies were shattered. The heavens were annihilated. The void disintegrated. And the explosion of the ultimate void was still and unmoving. It might be called a picture, but it wasn't. This was because the picture was flat, and what he saw through Qin Mu's vertical eye was three-dimensional. At that moment he saw the big thing that Qin Mu had mentioned. It was a coffin that had flown out from great overarching heaven in the ultimate void. It was made of some sort of divine gold and had a metallic luster. However, it had rotted due to the destruction of the universe and was covered in rust. The surface of the coffin was branded with runes of great Tao that Lang Xian didn't recognize. During the great destruction of the universe, a fragment of great overarching heaven had flown over as if it was flying toward them. What was unique about this coffin was that it was in the fragment of great overarching heaven, and there was a huge wooden altar. In that fragment, the coffin sat on the altar and was erected high up. Half of the fragment of great overarching heaven had already entered the ancestral court and was buried underground. The reason why Divine Emperor Lang Xian couldn't see it was because his divine consciousness couldn't see great overarching heaven. When Divine Emperor Lang Xian saw this scene, he was a little confused. Qin Mu's voice sounded out. The existence in the coffin was a strong practitioner from the previous universe year. At the moment of the great apocalypse, he tried to enter our universe through sacrifice. The time he was in was extremely strange. The back end of the coffin was in his universe, but time and space didn't exist. It still remained at the moment of the great apocalypse, using the fragments of great overarching heaven to protect itself. The front end of the coffin has already entered our universe, and it has already existed in our universe for a long time. Divine Emperor Lang Xian didn't quite understand. He looked at him with doubt and asked, "How many years has he existed in our universe?" "He has probably existed since the beginning of the universe." Qin Mu didn't dare to be sure either. He probably started to steal the primordial chaos primordial fluid of Jade Lake when the universe was created, but he should have had some misgivings at that time. He was afraid of being discovered by the ancient gods and creators, so he didn't dare to steal the power of Jade Lake wantonly. When the creators and the ancient gods and demigods left the ancestral court to seal this place, he would have nothing to worry about. He would have severed the 8 dragon veins of Jade Lake and stolen the power of Jade Lake wantonly. God Emperor Lang Xian shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "How is this possible? How can he stay in half of the previous universe that was destroyed and the other half in our era? If you erase the factor of time, it's understandable." Qin Mu explained to him seriously, "Time doesn't exist. If you remove time, even if the universe is destroyed and born, it's just a transformation between energy and matter. The process of energy turning into matter is the process of the expansion of the universe. The process of matter turning into energy is the process of the collapse of the universe. The change of matter would cause the illusion of time passing by." He had tried to enter our era from the previous universe, but he didn't want to turn himself into the energy of the destruction of the universe, so he stole energy from our era to replace himself. This is the reason why he stole the power of the Jade Lake. He needed to maintain the balance of mass and energy between the two universes. Divine Emperor Langxian was still a little confused, but he knew that someone had used this theory to achieve great success. Heavenly Venerate Ling's difficult-to-understand supernatural power was a mystery that no one could understand. After Heavenly Venerate Ling created this supernatural power, the 10 Heavenly Venerates were inexplicably shocked. Because of the unknown, he was terrified. Almost all of the 10th Tianzuan were sent out to get rid of Ling Tianzuan. However, Ming Fangyu took the lead, and his primordial spirit entered the body of the Heavenly Emperor and killed Ling Tianzuan above the Heavenly River. As a result, Ming Fangyu's primordial spirit and the body of the Heavenly Emperor disappeared without a trace. Divine Emperor, this prehistoric expert is in existence high up in the Great Luo Heaven. His strength is above the 10th Tianzuan or any other Tianzuan. If he enters the ancestral court, the rule of 10 Heavenly Venerates will crumble, and he will become an existence high above. Qin Mu said patiently, "For the sake of his power, he can either get rid of 10 Heavenly Venerates or subdue all of you. As 10 Heavenly Venerates, the ruler of this era, what should you do?" Divine Emperor Lang Xian came back to his senses, and his gaze flickered. He smiled and said, "But I won't let him enter the ancestral court or the Jade Lake, and I won't let him steal the power of the Jade Lake either." Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and closed the vertical eye between his brows. With the Divine Emperor suppressing him here, I'll be at ease. Divine Emperor Lang Xian looked at him, he smiled and said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, he's hiding under the Jade Lake. Instead of waiting for him to steal enough power to enter the ancestral court, why don't we chase him back to his era? I need to borrow your divine eyes to find his location." He smiled proudly and said leisurely, "I really want to meet this supreme expert from the previous universe year." Qin Mu hesitated for a moment, and God Emperor Lang Xian smiled. "Don't you want to get rid of this hidden danger?" Qin Mu examined his face carefully, and God Emperor Lang Xian smiled calmly. "I'm the 10th Heavenly Venerate, the ruler of this universe, so I naturally have to consider this era." Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. "Since you have such intentions, I shall be the beauty of a man," he said with a smile. "Celestial Emperor, neither you nor I are enough to come to that fragment of great overarching heaven. I have a divine art called Higan Divine Boat Crossing. If I borrow your power, I might be able to enter that fragment of great overarching heaven." Celestial Emperor Lang Xian's heart trembled slightly, and he nodded silently. Celestial Emperor Mu sure knows a lot. Qin Mu was on high alert and he smiled. "My cultivation realm is low, so I like to blindly grasp divine arts." Divine Emperor Lang Xian laughed. "Your cultivation is already extremely high, so who can cultivate to your level in their 50s? Putting everything else aside, to be able to cultivate to Jade Lake realm and become a heavenly god in 50 years was already rare among the geniuses of the myriad worlds. What's more, your abilities aren't limited to this." Qin Mu also laughed. "That's easy to say, that's easy to say." Divine Emperor Lang Xian's magic power surged over, and Qin Mu immediately used it to execute Nirvana Divine Boat Crossing. Nirvana Divine Boat Crossing was the 8th heaven of his divine art, so this move didn't have much power. It was a divine art that could enter the void. Qin Mu had entered the path and created this move in order to enter the ultimate void. He wanted to save Heavenly Venerate Yun's soul, which had been suppressed by Supreme Emperor. However, his cultivation was still weak, so he couldn't enter the ultimate void. At most, He could only enter the 30th void of the 29th void. However, with the help of God Emperor Langxian, Qin Mu's magic power instantly soared, and his divine consciousness became incomparably powerful. With a long howl, Higan divine boat crossing erupted. A Higan divine boat swiftly formed under his and God Emperor Langxian's feet. It flew out, and the bow of the boat lowered. Its speed was unimaginable as it sailed toward the bottom of Jade Lake. At the bow of the boat, Divine Emperor Langxian looked at the seabed and rubble that were rushing towards him. He hurriedly raised his hand to protect his face. However, the boat did not crash into the ground amidst the violent tremors. Instead, it sailed into the layers of void space underground at the instant it made contact with the ground. The boat flew through the layers of void space and reached the 35th void space in an instant, heading straight for the Great Luo Heaven Fragment. Divine Emperor Longshuan's heart pounded violently. He could finally see the Great Luo Heaven Fragment, the altar in the fragment, and the mysterious giant coffin on the altar with his own eyes. As fast as lightning, he looked up and saw the jade platform Jade Sea above the Higan Arc and the Great Luo Heaven Fragment. It was as if the ancestral quartz land did not exist. He could even see the mine slaves and supervisors standing beside the illusory mountains, on the illusory land. This scene made him click his tongue in wonder. The other shore arc collided with the great overarching heaven fragment, causing the entire ship to explode. The two people on the bow of the ship rolled and tumbled in the air. When they stabilized themselves, they saw that they had already charged into the great overarching heaven fragment. They were floating in front of the coffin. The coffin was too big. The ancient and simple rust showed the vicissitudes of life. The lower one got to the coffin, the more rotten it was. Even the great Tao symbols on it had been worn away. However, standing in front of the coffin, they felt their hearts palpitate. The power coming from the coffin was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as Langxian felt his heart skip a beat. It was pure Tao power. The Tao power was even higher than his own power. It was profound and unfathomable. Divine Emperor Langxian put his hands behind his back, and his soul consciousness fluctuated. He said with a smile, "Even an existence as strong as the previous universe couldn't survive the apocalypse. How pitiful." At this moment the huge coffin suddenly creaked, and the coffin slowly opened. Divine Emperor Langxian looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The heavenly palace appeared behind his head, and his Yuan spirit was vast. He stood in the heavenly court, ready to use his divine Yuan finger to kill the person in the coffin at any time. When the coffin was opened, a withered Tao tree was hidden in the huge coffin. There was no corpse, nor was there anyone's primordial spirit. There was only a shriveled Tao fruit on the Tao tree. A vast spiritual sense spread out from the Tao fruit, it said slowly. An existence as small as an ant ridiculed the goshawk, who used the universe as a year to fly between the universes. It laughed at its shallow knowledge. "He little friends, it's you who are pitiful." They communicated with their divine consciousness, and even if they didn't understand each other's language, they could still understand each other's thoughts. Divine Emperor Langxian sneered and was about to speak when another divine consciousness came from the Tao fruit. "Little friend, when your universe epic is destroyed, how will you escape?" he asked leisurely. "With your mouth? Kneel down and worship me. Sacrifice enough sacrifices for me, and I will teach you the method of transcending and help you become the Tao. You will live until the next universe epic in the future." Qin Mu's expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked at Divine Emperor Langxian. The expression of Divine Emperor Langxian was uncertain. Qin Mu's heart instantly tightened. The strong practitioners of the previous universe had thrown out their greatest temptation. Divine Emperor Longshuan's dream was to become the head of the 10 celestial venerables, and an existence that had attained Tao. The Tao fruit of the strong practitioners in the coffin had thrown out something even more valuable than his dream, which was to live until the next universe epoch. As long as Langxian followed him, not only could he become the head of the 10 celestial venerables and become the heavenly emperor, the great Tao would be branded into the ultimate void and he could entrust his divine consciousness to it. Even if the universe was destroyed, he wouldn't die and live another universe year. How great was the temptation! Qin Mu was truly worried that God Emperor Langxian would accept this temptation and become the lackey of the strong practitioners of the previous era. Qin Mu suddenly said, God Emperor, since we have come to the fragment of great overarching heaven in the prehistoric era, why don't we walk around? Divine Emperor Lang Xian's gaze flickered and looked over. Qin Mu's gaze also looked over. Divine Emperor Lang Xian nodded his head and smiled. That's right, great overarching heaven is the place we dreamed of going to in the past. Even though this isn't the real great overarching heaven and is only a fragment, it's good to be able to experience it. The two of them left the huge coffin and walked side by side. Qin Mu carefully observed the fragment of great overarching heaven and touched the void with his hand. He pressed his palm slightly, and a palm imprint actually appeared on the fragment of great overarching heaven. After a moment, it slowly disappeared. He executed his vital qi again and tried to imprint a few great Tao runes on great overarching heaven. However, it didn't take long for his imprint to disappear. However, when his great Tao runes were imprinted on it, he actually felt that his Tao heart was compatible with this piece of great overarching heaven. He had a feeling that the heart of heaven was his heart. Not only that, he also had an even stranger feeling. When the great Tao runes were branded on it, it made him feel that his Tao would live forever as long as the universe. The heaven's will was his heart, and his Tao would live forever. This was the wonderful use of the great overarching heaven. Unfortunately, when he wanted to comprehend it carefully, he felt that his Tao heart had become incomparably turbid. He could not sense the profoundness of the great overarching heaven at all. The feeling of heaven's will, my heart, and my Tao lasting for a long time also disappeared with the disappearance of the brand. Qin Mu tried to brand it with his divine consciousness, but it could also be done, but it would also disappear very quickly. An incomparably strange feeling rose in his heart. Great overarching heaven was like a piece of mud that could recover on its own, and it could be molded into different forms. However, this was just a fragment of great overarching heaven. What was the real great overarching heaven like? Could it also be branded like this? Divine Emperor Langxian was also trying to explore the marvel of great overarching heaven, but even someone as strong as him couldn't make his great Tao be imprinted here forever. His Tao heart was even worse, and his Tao realm was even shallower. However, his strength was too strong, and the imprints lasted longer than Qin Mu's. Ultimate void great overarching heaven is truly marvelous. I can feel that imprinting my great Tao here will grant me eternal life. Even if I'm killed, my corporeal body, divine consciousness, primordial spirit, or even everything I own, I still won't die. Divine Emperor Lang Xian sighed with emotion. Supreme Emperor was able to die without becoming stiff because of the effect of his divine consciousness great overarching heaven. Founding Emperor Qin Yi was still amazing. Even though Supreme Emperor had obtained his Tao, he didn't know the reason for it. Only Founding Emperor had created a method of Tao realm that could benefit future generations.
Qin Mu smiled.
Divine Emperor is envious of the reform? Envious of Founding Emperor? Divine Emperor Lang Xian shook his head and hesitated for a moment before nodding again. His expression was rather conceited. Founding Emperor opened up Tao realm and made up for the deficiency of the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court system, but he started from the point of Tao. But that doesn't mean that the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court system is wrong. Qin Mu was slightly stunned and looked at him. He asked humbly, "Why do you say that, Celestial Emperor?" He used Tao to achieve Tao and used Tao realm and Tao heart to continuously improve himself, finally reaching the level of imprinting the ultimate void and cultivating great overarching heaven of sword path. God Emperor Lang Xian said unhurriedly, "I used my own strength to try imprinting great overarching heaven earlier. And even though I didn't succeed, I saw the hope of achieving Tao. The Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court system pays attention to strength. When you cultivate to the realm of great Heavenly Court, you can use strength to achieve Tao." He was full of heroic spirit. "There's no need to comprehend any *T heavenly heart," he said loudly. "There's no need to sense the existence of my Tao. After I cultivate great Heavenly Court, my strength is incomparably tyrannical, imprinting my Tao on great overarching heaven. Who cares if great overarching heaven is happy or not?" Qin Mu was flabbergasted. After a moment he praised, "God Emperor is a great talent." God Emperor Lang Xian smiled faintly and said, "Founding Emperor is also a great talent, not weaker than me."
Qin Mu laughed loudly.
God Emperor Langxian also knew that this phrase wasn't weaker than me was his catchphrase, so he said it. Qin Mu laughed for a long time before his laughter suddenly stopped. He changed his tone and asked indifferently, "When will God Emperor kill me to offer sacrifices?"
Celestial Emperor Langxuan smilet.
Why would Celestial Emperor Mu say such a thing? When will I kill you to offer sacrifices to please the old monster of the previous universe era? I'm the 10th Celestial Emperor, and I can see the possibility of using strength to achieve Tao, so why would I kill you to offer sacrifices? My Tao heart is transparent, so if anyone were to have even the slightest killing intent toward me, it would be reflected in my Tao heart. Qin Mu said with a straight face. Just now in front of that coffin, the prehistoric existence said his suggestion and you were prepared to make a move against me. Your killing intent was reflected in my Tao heart. Tao realm actually has such an effect? It's truly amazing. Founding Emperor is amazing.
Qin Mu smiled.
Founding Emperor's sword heart is clear and bright. Even though his sword heart is strong, he might not be able to reach my level. Divine Emperor Langxian's heart trembled slightly. Then why did you invite me to take a look around and check out the secrets of Great Overarching Heaven just now? Was it to use the chance to check out Great Overarching Heaven and discover the secrets of Great Overarching Heaven, so that I could dispel the killing intent in my heart?
Qin Mu nodded. Divine Emperor Langxuan seid.
Tao realm can actually reach such a step. Looks like cultivating Heavenly Palace and using strength to achieve Tao isn't enough. If I want to advance further, I'll need the assistance of Tao realm. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Guess what method I'll use to kill you? Qin Mu thought for a moment. It's hard to kill me with ordinary methods. Even though my abilities aren't as good as God Emperor's, I have many life-saving methods. Especially not easy divine arts. When God Emperor kills me, he still has to be wary of me pulling you into the great strangeness of material difficulties. Therefore, the easiest way for God Emperor to destroy me is to throw me into the prehistoric times as a sacrifice. Divine Emperor Langxian clapped his hands and praised. It's indeed a good method. The prehistoric universe was destroyed and there was no material left. If you were thrown into it, you would be obliterated into a ball of energy and cease to exist. Even if there was someone like you who knew soul summoning spells, they wouldn't be able to summon the black sand in your soul. This is indeed the best way to completely destroy you. And it's very easy to throw you into the prehistoric times. The other end of this fragment of Great Overarching Heaven is in the great destruction of the prehistoric universe. I just need to give you a slight push and you will fall in. Qin Mu was silent. But I won't kill you. At the very least, not for the time being. Divine Emperor Langxian laughed loudly and turned around to walk towards the coffin that was standing on the sacrificial altar. He said leisurely, "Your Tao heart is transparent, but it still can't reflect the thoughts of Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you think too highly of yourself. I've already comprehended the path of using strength to become a Tao, so I don't need to borrow the guidance of the prehistoric existence, let alone kneel down and worship him." The instant he turned around and left, Qin Mu also let out a sigh of relief. In Qin Mu's Tao heart, the killing intent of God Emperor Langxian toward him had finally completely disappeared. From the moment he invited God Emperor Langxian to explore this great overarching heaven to the moment he asked Langxian when he would kill him, his every action, every word, and every action were all to completely dispel Langxian's killing intent toward him. That was because when the existence in the Tao fruit had said those words to Langxian, Langxian had indeed had killing intent toward Qin Mu. It was an extremely intense killing intent. At that time, Langxian had indeed wanted to kneel down to the existence in the Tao fruit and learn his God Ascension spell. He had indeed wanted to become the ruler of the current universe and live until the next universe epoch. It was only then that Langxian's killing intent completely disappeared. If I hadn't gone to 9 prison stage, I would probably be dead by now. Qin Mu smiled slightly and took a step forward to follow Langxian. He was no longer in danger of losing his life. The two of them came to the huge coffin, but it still didn't close. Divine light was dense inside, and the Tao tree in the divine light seemed to have a galaxy hanging around it. Senior from prehistoric times, your suggestion was very good. I've already thought it through. An obscure ancient spiritual sense came from the Tao fruit. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Your universe is too outdated, and your mantras and abhijnas are too low-end. I will teach you my absolute arts, and you will become the most powerful existence in the world in one fell swoop. Divine Emperor Lang Xian straightened his back and interrupted him. He said with a smile, "Senior, I will now give you two paths. The first path is to go back to your universe and obediently die. The second path is to hand over all your insights to me, and go back to your universe and die obediently. Senior, which path do you want to take?" "You." The voice in the Tao fruit flew into a rage. "You lowly ant, how dare you treat me so rudely? You should know. It seems that you choose the first path." Divine Emperor Langxian laughed loudly. At the back of his head in the heavenly court, his Yuan Shan suddenly attacked. His divine Yuan pointed into the giant coffin. "But senior, I still want you to take the second path. You can go back and die, but you must leave your Tao fruit behind, because I, Lang Xian, have taken a fancy to your Tao fruit." Boom! An incomparably terrifying throbbing came from the giant coffin. The Tao tree of the prehistoric existence swayed its branches, and the starry sky shone brightly. The incomparably terrifying power within the Tao fruit erupted, actually blocking Lang Xian's divine Yuan finger. "Move!" Lang Xian roared, and his primordial spirit pointed one finger after another. He kept pointing, and every time it was a divine Yuan finger. This was the only move he had used to step into the Tao. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have dodged in all directions. However, the giant coffin was on the wooden altar. Half of it had entered the ancestral court, and the other half was still in the prehistoric universe era, facing the catastrophe of the apocalypse. There was no way to dodge. Godly Emperor Langxian struck out countless times. Suddenly, the giant coffin lit up, and an earth-shattering sound came from within. The Tao fruit on the Tao tree was finally knocked down by his divine Yuan finger. Langxian laughed out loud. He reached out and grabbed the Tao fruit in his hand. Then, he flew up and landed on the top of the coffin. He exerted strength with his feet and said sternly, "Go back and die." The huge coffin and the wooden sacrificial altar trembled, and were pushed back to the prehistoric universe years. Because there were no Tao fruits in the coffin, the sacrificial altar and the huge coffin turned into dust in the great destruction and vanished without a trace. Divine Emperor Lang Xian landed on the ground and raised the Tao fruit. He laughed loudly. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, the other heavenly venerates. The day for you to submit to me is almost here." Qin Mu stood at the side and smiled. "Congratulations, Divine Emperor." God Emperor Lang Xian raised the Tao fruit high up in the air and sized it up repeatedly. His heart was filled with endless joy, and when he turned back to look at Qin Mu, he didn't seem to describe him as annoying anymore. Instead, he seemed to be a little cute. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, work well under me." He couldn't help laughing. "I like to see you as a treacherous minister, a fool who has no choice but to suck up to me." Qin Mu reminded him kindly, "Divine Emperor, this Tao fruit contains the divine consciousness of the strong practitioners of prehistoric times. Be careful not to be possessed. If Divine Emperor can really extract the great Tao of eternal life from this Tao fruit, then it wouldn't be a big deal for me to be your minister and fool." He laughed loudly. Lang Xian also laughed loudly. Even though that prehistoric existence has some consciousness hidden in the Tao fruit, as long as he doesn't entrust it to the ultimate void of our universe, I can control him however I want. If I can't reach the ultimate void, he's just a soft persimmon. Qin Mu saw him happy. He took the opportunity to say, "God Emperor, look, I'll help you restore the Jade Lake and restore the glory of the Jade Lake from the immemorial era. I'll also help you come here to subdue the Tao fruit and let God Emperor get close to the final realm. Then can God Emperor's Jade Lake." No, God Emperor Lang Xian kept the Tao fruit, and the smile on his face faded away. Qin Mu immediately said, "What I mean is, since I've made such a great contribution, can your majesty allow the gods under my command to come and comprehend the great Tao of Jade platform? It'll cost money." God Emperor Lang Xian said straightforwardly, "It's useless even if you call me your majesty. You blackmailed me for 20% of primordial chaos, primordial liquid, and the moment I think about it my heart aches. If you want your people to enter Jade platform to comprehend, you'll have to spend money." Qin Mu said angrily, "You don't care about your face at all? God Emperor Langxian nodded with a smile and raised 2 fingers. If you want your people to come to the Jade platform to comprehend, return 20% of primordial chaos primordial liquid to me. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and raised 1 finger. God Emperor Langxian thought about it and smiled. You called me your majesty just now, and it sounded pleasing to the ear. Forget it. I'll leave the other 20% of primordial chaos primordial liquid to you. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Not to mention 10% primordial chaos primordial liquid. Even if Langxian wanted 20%, he would have given it to him. Primordial chaos primordial liquid was a resource that could be regenerated. Even though it was incomparably precious in his eyes, it was still far inferior to the talents of eternal peace. Talents were the most important. I wonder if Su Shanghua and Lan Yutian have finished drawing the 4 great heavenly gates. I have to make them come. Not only do I have to comprehend the Jade Lake and cultivate my Tao heart, I also have to map out the entire Jade Lake and Jade platform. He thought to himself, once I establish the unification of Tao realm and heavenly palace system, I won't have to look at Langxian's face in the future. The 2 of them left the fragment of great overarching heaven, and Qin Mu immediately bade farewell. God Emperor Langxian was in a hurry to refine the Tao fruit, so he didn't stop him. If God Emperor Langxian refines the Tao fruit and obtains the knowledge of the previous universe epoch, he'll probably become the strongest existence among the 10 celestial venerables. However, Qin Mu left the Jade Lake and turned back to look at it. A smile appeared on his lips. Tao fruit isn't that easy to refine, and so what if he refines it? Doesn't he still have to rely on himself to cultivate step by step? If he directly took the Tao fruit and treated it as his own, he wouldn't be much different from Supreme Emperor. His heart was calm and he was completely at ease. The improvement of Divine Emperor Langxian's abilities was a good thing. Among the 10 Heavenly Venerables Hao Tianfei and Heavenly Venerate Xiao had the highest chance of winning, but now that there was an additional Divine Emperor Langxian, the muddy waters of the 10 Heavenly Venerables, it would be even more muddy. If Heavenly Duke dies and Heavenly Venerate Hong obtains the greatest benefits, I'm afraid he'll have to add another Heavenly Venerate Hong. Qin Mu raised his head and looked at the sky of the ancestral court. Heavenly Duke must be looking at the ancestral court right now, right? However, Heavenly Duke didn't come to see him. He retracted his gaze. I've injected Heavenly Venerate Hong's Tao heart into the 9 hells. If Heavenly Venerate Hong breaks my 9 hells heart, even if he still has his own selfish desires, he will be more compatible with the heart of heaven and Heavenly Tao, maintaining a portion of the heart of Heavenly Tao. Even if Heavenly Duke is dead, we would still be on the same path. If Heavenly Venerate Hong isn't able to break the 9 hells heart, the corners of Qin Mu's eyes trembled. Then when Heavenly Duke dies, the person who would obtain the greatest benefits would probably not be Heavenly Venerate Hong. At that time, he might not be able to contend with the Ancestor God King. At that time, the muddy waters of the 10 Heavenly Venerates would have to include the Ancestor God King and Heavenly Venerate Hong. He no longer held any hope for the Heavenly Duke. The Heavenly Duke was bound to die. At the Heaven Alliance meeting, the Heavenly Duke was destined to die the moment the denunciation of the Heavenly Duke was issued. There was still room for maneuver before the Heaven Alliance meeting, but there was no need for that now. He had locked up Heavenly Venerate Hong's Tao heart to prepare for the worst. He could not let the ambitious Heavenly Venerate Hong obtain all of the Heavenly Duke's power and steal the Heavenly Tao for his own selfish ends. The Heavenly Tao was selfless, and Celestial Master Hong stealing the Heavenly Tao for himself was the greatest betrayal to the Heavenly Tao. Great Change said that Heavenly Guild would succeed and break free from the shackles of the Heavenly Tao. What does that mean exactly? He thought with a frown. In front of him an intense light suddenly shot up into the sky. Qin Mu walked forward and saw that it was the territory of Heaven Consort Gao. Another great spirit energy mutual shift bridge had been built, and the Taoists of Heavenly Court's Tao sect were packing up with hurried expressions. They were heading to another location. Numerous ships of Heavenly Court flew out from this new spirit energy mutual shift bridge. They were filled with gods and devils under Qing Tianfei's command and divine arts practitioners of various races. They used this spirit energy mutual shift bridge to migrate to the ancestral court. These ships flew in all directions to find a suitable settlement. Qin Mu looked at the sky. There were already 3 spirit energy mutual shift bridges connecting the heavenly court. When all the spirit energy mutual shift bridges were built, they would be able to pull the heavenly court into the ancestral court. The heaven court originally lived in the sky above the origin world, but after it flew out of the origin world and returned to the ancestral court, Qin Mu was filled with emotions. Divine weapon celestial venerable royal. Qin Mu's heart jumped when he suddenly saw a divine weapon celestial venerable royal walking out from the spirit energy mutual shift bridge. That divine weapon celestial venerable royal had a tall and imposing body. He looked at the territory of Qi Tianfei from afar and sneered. This should be Madame Yuan Mu's divine weapon heavenly venerate royal, right?
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
The most eye-catching sacred ground in front of the ancestral court had already been taken away by the heavenly venerates, so there weren't many treasures left for Madame Yuan Mu. Could it be that Madame Yuan Mu's divine weapon heavenly venerate royal had come out to stir up trouble and snatch the territory from the hands of other heavenly venerates? Madame Yuan Mu couldn't have taken a fancy to Supreme Emperor's territory, right? However, what exceeded his expectations was that heavenly venerate royal didn't make a move on heaven imperial concubine Qi's territory. Instead he soared into the sky. At the instant she flew up, a great abyss of returning ruins suddenly appeared in the sky and devoured heavenly venerate royal. Acting so sneakily, this little girl Yuan Mu must be up to something again. Qin Mu became excited and opened the vertical eye between his brows. He looked at the void and observed the movements of heavenly venerate royal. At that moment, he suddenly saw a figure soaring into the sky in Empress Qi's territory. However, it didn't cause any ripples and didn't give off any aura. It silently sneaked into the void and chased after divine weapon heavenly venerate royal. It's that little girl from Supreme Emperor. Tui. It's that little girl from Empress Qi. Qin Mu became even more excited. Empress Qi was the reincarnation of Supreme Emperor, and she had also discovered Madame Yuan Mu's movements. She was secretly tracking Madame Yuan Mu. He looked at Qi Tian concubine's territory, which was the god execution stage of the ancestral court. The baleful Qi there was extremely heavy, and it could be said to be the place with the heaviest baleful Qi in the entire universe. Looking from afar, he saw 2 blood baleful Qi rising into the sky and intertwining together. They were even bigger than the biggest tornado in the world. The 2 baleful Qi and blood red were incomparably sharp. Qin Mu couldn't help shuddering when he saw them from afar. How on earth did the murderous aura of God execution stage form? Why is the murderous aura so heavy? He really wanted to go in and experience God execution stage, but just at the periphery of Qi heavenly consort's territory, he could feel that the murderous aura seemed to be a threat to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Coming here. He only felt the great Tao runes in his body shattering one by one and being cut into 2. The God execution platform of the ancestral court can't be that strong. Qin Mu couldn't help shuddering a few times. His primordial spirit also felt incomparably sharp power attacking him like countless extremely sharp knives that could slash down at any moment. What was even more terrifying was that the God execution platform could slash Tao heart. The God execution platform of the heavenly court was the land of God execution. It could slash the corporeal body and primordial spirit of the god of disobedience, but not Tao heart. Luo Wushuang was known as the #1 divine knife of the heaven court, because his knife skills were outstanding, and he had stepped into Tao realm. He had entered the God execution platform of the heaven court with 1 knife each, and in the end, he had relied on his knife path to walk out of the God execution platform safely. However, Qin Mu suspected that if Luo Wushuang had gone to the God execution platform of the ancestral court, he might not have been able to pass just the test of Tao heart. Even though Luo Wushuang's Tao heart was strong, he had yet to cultivate to the height of 24 heavens of Tao realm. The power of God execution platform is no trifling matter. It can't slash my Tao heart, but it might slash my corporeal body or primordial spirit. Qin Mu retracted his gaze, and there were actually 2 blood-colored knife lights dancing in his pupils. It took him a moment to destroy them. This God execution platform should have been formed by absorbing the baleful Qi in the world, and its power is too strong. It must have killed an existence that was abnormally strong in the immemorial era and absorbed too much blood. He had originally planned to pass through the God Execution platform after cultivating the Jade stage. Once he cultivated the God Execution platform, he would be a great expert of the 9 Hell stage realm and he would be able to go to Jade Capital. After all, he had already passed the prison lockdown heart stage and walked out of the 9 Hell stage alive. However, he had underestimated the Ancestral Court's God Execution platform. The 4 Heavens Gate, Jade Stage, 9 Hell Stage, and other places would not grow on their own. However, the God Execution platform could actually grow on its own. In the immemorial era, there must have been leaders of all races and creators who had sent prisoners of war or traitors here to let God Execution platform behead them. Fresh blood had fed the God Execution platform to become stronger and stronger, to the point that even though it was the 4th realm of Heavenly Palace realm, but its might could even kill a few strong practitioners on emperors' thrones as easily as chopping vegetables. The danger level of this God Execution platform far surpassed that of 9 Prisons platform. Motherf * Seeker Supreme Emperor, agreeing to let me enter the God Execution platform to temper myself, he really has bad intentions.
Jinmu cursed loudly.
With his current abilities, he could only contend against existences on the Emperor's throne realm. However, what he relied on was the profoundness of divine arts. He was proficient in all kinds of unpopular paths, skills, and divine arts such as the Path of Absolute Beginning, the Path of Taiji, the Path of Absolute Beginning, the Path of Taisu, as well as Heavenly Venerate Ling's not easy divine arts. His corporeal body and magic power weren't strong enough to be on par with the strong practitioners on Emperor thrones, and his primordial spirit hadn't reached the level of the strong practitioners on Emperor thrones either. Supreme Emperor had allowed him to enter God Execution platform to temper himself, so it was clear that he wanted to use the might of God Execution platform to slash him. Motherf * Seeker Supreme Emperor. Qin Mu cursed again and suddenly executed 1 Chi Birth of Sinkhole. However, he only executed half a move before a great abyss of sinkhole appeared. He walked into it and vanished. Yuanmu Supreme Emperor. I want to see what you guys are up to. After a long while, Qin Mu looked around with his vertical eye in the heart of his brows and finally found traces of Qi Tianfei. Qi Tianfei had tracked down Heavenly Venerate Royal, the divine weapon of Madame Yuanmu, and they came to a black desert. Qin Mu looked around and was bewildered. This should be the Taiji star field that the Taiji mine belongs to. What is Madame Yuanmu doing here? At that moment he saw divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal. The divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal was hiding in the divine art of sinkhole and hiding in the void. Qin Mu was puzzled. This little prodigal Yuanmu seems to be tracking someone as well. At that moment, he saw a peerless beauty strolling in the black sand desert towards the Taiji mine. Zhu Wuchen. It's Empress Dowager. Qin Mu was also hiding in his divine art of returning ruins, and his pupils shrunk. Absolute Dustless had been given to concubine Yen by him. Back then, in order to trade for the output of Taisher mine, he had given Empress Emperor's corporeal body and Absolute Dustless to concubine Yen. Now Empress Emperor had taken over Absolute Dustless's corporeal body to meet the ancient god in Taiji mine. Strange, even the creator didn't know there was such a place as Taiji land. All they could find was a fake Taiji mining area. How did Empress find this place? Qin Mu was bewildered. The ancient gods of Taiji land were extremely strange. They were twin ancient gods. All the other divine eggs had been dug out, but only these 2 ancient gods had escaped. Furthermore, these 2 ancient gods were extremely intelligent. Back then, Qin Mu had relied on Taisu to find this place and displayed extraordinary divine arts attainments, making the mine unable to do anything to him. Thus, these 2 ancient gods had directly negotiated with Qin Mu. They gave him 100 Taiji divine stones and a Taiji raw stone to tell him the location of the Great Black Wood. If Empress Dowager had found this place, it would have been impossible without the guidance of the ancient gods. Only the egg-laying ancient gods could find Taiji land. So was it Goddess Taisu or Heavenly Venerate Shao who was giving advice to Empress Dowager? Taisu is helping Heavenly Venerate clear, so it's impossible for her to give advice to Empress Dowager. Heavenly Venerate Shao and Empress Dowager have a deep grudge, so even if Heavenly Venerate Clear is willing to give advice, Empress Dowager might not be willing to come to this place. Supreme Beginning is with me, and Tai wouldn't show his face to interfere in the affairs of the world. So the only one who can give advice to Empress Dowager to come here is. Qin Mu's expression was strange. Only ancient god Taiji himself. Tai Su had found Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to be her assistant to seize back Tai Su's mineral vein and help her attain Tao. The mineral vein of ancient god Taiji is still intact. The reason why she roped in Empress Emperor was probably to find a helper among the 10 Heavenly Venerates to help her seize the world. These two ancient gods aren't as indifferent as they say. He quickly made his own judgment. The one causing trouble isn't Madame Yuan Mu, but ancient god Taiji. These two ancient gods must have seen the opening of the ancestral court by the 10 Heavenly Venerates and knew that their mine would be hard to protect. They didn't know when they would be discovered, so they made preparations. They are about to enter the human world. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Royal's divine weapon was staring at Zhu Wuchen, while Qing Tianfei was staring at her. Qin Mu was staring at the three of them at the same time. Zhu Wuchen seemed to have sensed nothing as he continued to walk toward Taiji Mine. Gradually, Qin Mu noticed something amiss and looked around in a hurry. The place that Zhu Wuchen is walking to isn't the center of Taiji Mine. According to her method, she would only deviate from the mine and not enter the real mine. That's right, ancient god Taiji sensed that someone was following her and created a fake mine. Qin Mu instantly came to a realization. These two ancient gods are the best at faking. An Empress Dowager doesn't only have Zhu Wuchen's corporeal body that can be used, she also has her true body. He no longer chased after concubine Chang Tian, Zhu Wuchen, and divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Yu Tian. He retreated silently and rushed toward the real mine. Taiji Mine was a familiar path to him. The last time he came here, he needed to use the power of the Azure Glass Heaven Stronghold to pass through the incomparably dangerous Taiji Star region. This time he was proficient in the 4 great Tao divine arts of Absolute Beginning, Taisu, and Taiji. There was no danger at all when he went deep into Taiji's star field. Qin Mu followed the mining area. After a long while, he suddenly turned back and saw that he had long left the continent of the ancestral court and had come to a vast starry sky. He turned his head back and saw that there was still a desert in front of him. He was still in the ancestral court. This was the extraordinary part of Taiji's star field. These two ancient gods have vast divine arts. Emperor Tai and Madame Yuan Mu are also the local snakes of the ancestral court, but to find Taiji mining area, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. Moreover, they were brought by Zhu Wuchen to another fake mining area created by ancient god Taiji. So I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to tell that it's fake. Qin Mu shook his head. At that moment he saw Empress Emperor. Just as he had expected, Empress Emperor was controlling her true body and walking in the black sand desert. The flying black sand was countless stars, and the violent winds were fierce. The black sand danced in the air, and it was incomparably dense, even denser than a rainstorm. The sand was stars and the violent winds swept up the black sand. When it smashed onto a person's body, it was equivalent to countless stars smashing down. If one used their own abilities to block it, it would be very difficult for them to pass through the desert. Qin Mu's body turned into a formless and immaterial state. He allowed the black sand to land on his body and pass through his body, but it didn't hurt him in the slightest. It was strange to say that the black sand desert was so dangerous, but the path that Empress Dowager had taken was calm. Black winds howled on both sides, and the black sand danced in the wind. However, the path in front of her was smooth. It's indeed ancient god Taiji guiding her, Qin Mu thought to himself. He carefully observed his surroundings, but ancient god Taiji shouldn't have noticed him. The density of the black sand that passed through his body was the same as the other places, so it wasn't targeted at him. If they had discovered him, the two ancient gods should have been able to target him and cause more changes to Taiji's star field. Even though they couldn't kill him, they could make him unable to figure out the location of the mine. Finally, Empress Dowager came to the center of Taiji's star field. A mountain range that looked like a dragon vein ran through the entire star field, splitting it into two. To Qin Mu this was a star field, but to her it was just a desert. What she saw was a desert. Empress Dowager climbed up the mountain range and saw the mountains in front of her moving automatically. Some of the mountains suddenly turned from lifeless rocks into huge beasts with bodies of flesh and blood, automatically standing up to make way for her. Some of the valleys bulged automatically, turning into a smooth path. The two ancient gods are still biased. The last time I came here, they tried to stop me in every way possible, but when Empress Dowager came here, she was shamelessly trying to curry favor with me. Qin Mu couldn't help shaking his head and followed Empress Dowager into the mine. Empress Dowager walked forward and entered the mine. She looked around, but when she saw the inscrutable changes in the mine, she couldn't help clicking her tongue in wonder. Although she was also an ancient god, she didn't have the ability of ancient god Taiji. As one of the goddesses of the sinkhole, the Empress Dowager, who was the mother of the world, was also very envious of ancient god Taiji's ability. Finally, she came to the center of the Taiji mine and saw a natural 8 trigrams altar. 7 Taiji raw stones guarded an ancient god egg, emitting a quiet light that was compatible with the mine and extremely peaceful. Emperor bowed to the ancient god egg in the altar and slowly sat down. She said, "Dao brother, it's quiet here and no one disturbed you. May I know why you called me here?" The Dao voice in the egg shook and turned into a voice. It was male and female at times. She smiled and said, "I invited sister here to conspire for a major event." Emperor smiled slightly and did not immediately respond to his words. She looked around and said, "Although it's quiet here, someone seems to have come here. Even one of your raw stones is missing." A male voice came from the egg and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, a few years ago, an uninvited guest groped his way to my place and extorted 1 original stone and 100 divine stones from me." Empress Dowager couldn't help being moved and asked curiously, "Who dares to extort Dao brother?" "That person is Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Mu, who are following behind my sister." A female voice came from the egg and said with a delicate smile, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, there's no need to hide anymore. I've already discovered you long ago. Because I saw your spells and divine arts, I knew I couldn't stop you, so I've been enduring patiently. Please show yourself." Empress Dowager was astonished, and she hurriedly got up. When she turned back, she saw Qin Mu walking over from not far behind her. His abilities aren't that great, but his methods are strange. Even I have been fooled. Empress Dowager was alarmed, but she greeted Qin Mu with a smile on her face. Qin Mu returned the greeting and greeted the ancient god egg on the 8 trigrams sacrificial altar before sitting down together with Empress Dowager. He habitually stretched out his hand to pull out his sword and wanted to do what he did last time. He stabbed his divine sword into the sacrificial altar, but he found nothing. Only then did he remember that his broken sword had been shattered by founding emperor's carefree sword, and he felt slightly regretful. At the meeting of the Heaven Alliance, founding emperor was too merciless. He shattered my sword to show that his sword path was number 1. Otherwise, when my sword was stabbed into the sacrificial altar, it would have reminded ancient god Taiji of the fear of being controlled by me under duress. It would have saved them from playing any tricks behind my back. His mind jolted. He smiled and said, "The 2 Dao brothers in the egg are really at ease. They actually invited the Empress for tea but didn't invite me. Where is our friendship? The first holy land of the ancestral court, the great black wood of the ancestral court, the 100,000 great black mountains, the place where no birds shit, I have taken it. I haven't thanked the 2 of you yet." The man in the egg laughed loudly and said in a clear voice, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, don't try to be a good boy after taking advantage of me. You have received countless benefits from the great black wood. Do you still need me to point it out?" The female ancient god's voice came over and she said crisply, "To others that is the most dangerous place in the ancestral court, but to you it's the most sacred place. Are we right to say that?" Qin Mu snorted and wanted to stab his sword into the sacrificial altar. The hearts of these 2 ancient gods aren't simple. Only when the sword is placed on the egg will they tell the truth, but unfortunately, I have to find the best divine gold and forge the best divine sword. Speaking of which, I seem to have been tricked by Grandpa Mute. He lied to me that the broken sword I forged is the best divine weapon. He was in a daze and unconsciously pulled the beard on his chin. When Empress Dowager saw that he could still think of other things in such a situation, she couldn't help admiring him. Heavenly Venerate Mu seems to be heartless all the time. Strange, the Dao brother in the Taiji mine was born with the same background as the heartless man. How powerful are his divine arts? Why are his words a little afraid of him? She didn't know that the last time Qin Mu had come, He had gone through many difficulties and obstacles. If he hadn't learned the divine arts that were difficult to obtain, he would have been killed by ancient god Taiji and the mine. His corpse would have been in thousands of different postures. Ancient god Taiji was afraid of him because he couldn't do anything to him, and had been stabbed on the sacrificial altar by him. Of course, the ancient god in the egg wouldn't tell the empress about this. Taoist brother, why did you summon me here? The empress asked. A male voice came from the egg. A few years ago, Taisu came to look for me. She wanted me to come out of the mountain and conspire with her, but I refused. However, she refused to let it go. She was born early and we couldn't do anything to her. In desperation, we had to tell her to look for Heavenly Lord Haotian. The empress was slightly shocked. Another ancient god in the egg went to look for Heavenly Lord Haotian? With the support of such an ancient god, Heavenly Lord Haotian will be even harder to deal with. A female voice sounded out from the egg again. This time the ancestral cord is completely open, so it's probably hard for our quiet place to be quiet. That's why we need a fellow Taoist. Because we suffered a disadvantage from a postnatal being and were threatened by that person, we had no choice but to give up our Taiji raw stone. That's why we can't trust postnatal beings. Qin Mu touched his nose and wanted to pull out his sword to stab it into the sacrificial altar. I must refine another divine sword. That's why we have to find a Tao friend that we can trust from the ancient gods. A male voice came from the sacrificial altar. Taiji, the path of yin and yang, changes endlessly. All the ancient gods in the world are compatible with our path, and the one who complements each other is Empress. Empress is the path that gives birth to the ancient gods. She is the person who returns to the ruins, the place where all things end up, and also the place where all things are born. The woman's voice came from within the egg. Twin lotuses. One represents the Tao of destruction, the goddess of destruction who loves to see the world in chaos. The other represents the Tao of life, the ancient god who nurtured all living things. This is the reason why ancient god Absolute Beginning chose you as his empress. Mother Yuan's sinkhole is the abyss that devours everything. Your sinkhole is the mystic female that nurtured everything. One is destroyed and the other is born. With your help, our yin-yang creation can be completed. With our help, you can also mediate between life and death and fuse with Yuanmu, becoming a unique existence. Sister, the ancestral court's reappearance in the world means that this is a world of great strife. The battles in the future will be 100 times more intense and magnificent than the war of destruction in the immemorial era. Facing a war that is 100 times more destructive than the Creator, everyone is at risk of dying, including ancient gods, celestial venerables, US, and even existences that have already attained the Tao. There is a possibility of dying. Join hands with US and make preparations. What do you think? The Empress's body trembled. 100 times more devastating than the Battle of Blood Rust? How was that possible? Empress Dowager looked at Qin Mu, but his expression was still indifferent. It was as if he had known about this for a long time and wasn't surprised at all. Empress Dowager composed herself and thought for a moment. My late husband was born prematurely and was dug out by Supreme Emperor to be worshipped, so he has a huge flaw in his cultivation and abilities. Tao brother has been silent here for countless of billions of years, so he should have cultivated to perfection and wouldn't be in the same situation as my late husband. Why are the two of you so afraid of the future? The meaning in her words was actually to ask ancient god Tai Chi. They were hiding here and calmly absorbing the power of the mineral vein. After such a long time, they should have been able to be born perfectly, so why hadn't they been born yet? However, she was, after all, the empress, so her question was rather tactful. Logically speaking, we can indeed be born. Such a long time is enough for us to absorb all the power and cultivation of the mineral vein. The male voice in the egg said. However, the ancestral court has restricted our birth. Empress Dowager was puzzled, and Qin Mu couldn't help being curious as well. His body couldn't help leaning forward. The female voice in the egg said, we have been absorbing the power of Taiji mine, and it has never stopped since the universe was opened. When the creator race rose, they started to mine, and all 5 of them had been mined before. There was a Tao brother who was born before the creator. He left behind an empty mine and was free and unfettered. When he was born, there was no disturbance from the mortal world. The great Tao was pure. Once he was born, he transcended and became a Tao. The man in the egg said. After him is Tao Brother Absolute Beginning. Tao Brother Absolute Beginning has the hope of becoming a Tao after him. Unfortunately, he was dug out when he was only halfway through his growth and was worshipped by the Creator as a treasure. Before he was born, he was already contaminated. It was extremely difficult for him to become a Tao master. He had to remove the Creator's power of worship from his body and retrieve all the power of the Absolute Beginning mineral vein. The third Taoist brother was Tai Shi. When he was dug out, he was also treated as a great treasure and worshipped by the world. However, he later fell into the hands of the Yu clan of the Supreme Emperor residence. After Emperor Tai was defeated, he fell into the hands of Tai Chu. Tai Chu was no longer in the state of an egg. He had a desire for power and was worried that his perfect appearance would threaten his position. Hence he imprisoned him. Tai Su was also a person with a hard life. She was dug out from the mineral vein by the female Exian family of the Creator and brought to the Yu family. After that, she fell into the hands of the Black Tortoise of the Northern Emperor and was treated as a treasure. She was refined into the azure sky canopy. She was bitterly searching for the path of transcending, but she didn't know that she had met someone unladylike and was brought to the previous universe by someone. She had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. If she wanted to become a Tao, the karma would be great. Not only would she have to take revenge for female Exian clan, Jiyu clan, and being refined into a treasure, she would also have to take revenge for coming into the world ahead of time. There's also the karma from the previous universe era that still needs to be settled. When Qin Mu heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. The person that ancient god Taiji had mentioned wasn't a virtuous person, and that person was him. He had come out of the Great Black Wood at night and had brought the egg of Tai Su to the moment when the previous universe epoch had been destroyed. He had no choice but to raise the egg of Tai Su high up in the air in an attempt to return to the world tree, and Tai Su had also been born at that time. The birth of Tai Su had a lot to do with him. As for us, we have also been polluted by the affairs of the world. The woman in the egg sighed. After we observed the encounters of the fellow Taoists, we first became vigilant. With vigilance, we are no longer pure Tao hearts. From then on, we were one step away from attaining the Tao. However, we didn't expect this at that time. We created a fake mind to deceive the Creator, while the real mineral vein was hidden by us. In this way, we are one step away from attaining the Tao. The man in the egg sighed. We mobilized the Taiji star area to kill the Creator and other creatures that entered the mind to protect ourselves. With the intention to kill, we were even further away from achieving the Tao. At that time we didn't realize it. We thought that we had succeeded. The woman in the egg said. We hid ourselves. We were always on tenterhooks. We were always worried that Emperor Tai would find us and that Absolute Beginning would find us. Only when Absolute Beginning led the other ancient gods to seal the ancestral court did we feel at ease. We felt that we could absorb the Taiji mineral vein to become the Tao. The male voice in the egg sighed. Only then did we realize that we had long been polluted by the secular world. Even though we didn't have the disturbance of the secular world, we were getting farther and farther away from becoming the Tao. Not only that, we also discovered another terrifying thing. The male and female voices fell silent. Qin Mu's heart moved slightly, and he had a terrifying guess. He opened his mouth to ask, but he endured it. Empress Dowager was calmer than him, and was still waiting quietly. After a moment, the male and female voices in the egg overlapped, and they said in unison, even though the ancestral court has been sealed, we discovered that there's not only us in the ancestral court, but there are others as well. Qin Mu's heart trembled violently, and he thought to himself, as expected, it's the same as what I guessed. The ancestral court was sealed, but it couldn't seal that Tao brother who had been born earlier. He was elusive and unfathomable. However, the other people in the ancestral court weren't him. The others came from underground, but they didn't come from underground. They were remnants of the previous universe epoch. They came from the previous universe epoch. They had already made preparations. They had already set up many traps in the ancestral court. They had even plotted against our Taiji mining area. When you sealed the ancestral court and left the ancestral court, We felt that a terrifying prehistoric ruin had arrived at our mining area. It had locked us down from absorbing the power of the mining area and the great Tao, making our progress slow over the years. There was some fear in the voice of ancient god Taiji, who was in the egg. We were born with a heart of fear and were one step away from attaining Tao. Therefore, when uninvited guests came to the mining area, we lent out Taiji raw stones because we couldn't absorb much power from the raw stones over the past million years. We couldn't absorb much power from the mining area, so there was no harm in lending it to him for a period of time. Qin Mu immediately opened his vertical eye at the center of his brows and looked into the underground of the mine. His divine eyes were unparalleled, and he could even see through the shards of great overarching heaven beneath Jade Lake. He could immediately see the entire underground of Taiji Mine. He saw an ancient fragment of great overarching heaven eating away at the star field and devouring the mine. There was a mysterious ruin that was right below Taiji Mine. There were strange buildings on the ruins that were made of the best divine gold. Even though they were covered in mottled rust, the ripples of the great Tao could still be seen flowing on the surface. It should have been a ruin left behind by a highly developed civilization that had used supreme divine gold to build a divine city, in an attempt to survive the great destruction of the universe, and come to a new universe. However, Qin Mu didn't see any living beings there, as if their lives had already been destroyed. Since it was a fragment of great overarching heaven, it shouldn't be that simple. However, Empress Dowager was unable to see this scene and didn't understand the fear of ancient god Taiji. Tao brother, since all of you are locked up and unable to raise your cultivation you shouldn't be able to come into the world perfectly. Since all of you have stopped growing, what is there to say about helping me? She said indifferently. Please forgive my bluntness, but benefits come first. If I don't have enough benefits, why would I cooperate with you? If you can't help me, then forming an alliance with you and joining hands to resist the future calamity is just a joke.
Quin mues geis flitzkeret.
In that case, the two Tao brothers are planning to come into the world prematurely? Empress Dowager's heart trembled slightly. With his reminder, she immediately thought of the crux. The reason why ancient god Taiji had asked her to come was probably because he wanted to be born ahead of time. If ancient god Taiji were to be born and leave the mining area, then he could indeed be her helper. Ancient god Oviparous praised. Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed extremely intelligent. He can understand a person's elegant intentions just by hearing a string. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Otherwise, we would definitely choose you as our ally and not the Empress. Your guess is right. We indeed have the intention to be born. The woman in the egg said. We are trapped here. We have an empty mining area but are unable to absorb the power to comprehend the great Tao. Our Tao hearts have also been destroyed and invaded by the secular world. Rather than guarding the Taiji mining area all the time, we might as well be born ahead of time and walk through the secular world. The man in the egg said. The trivial matters of the secular world have destroyed our Tao hearts. We have the heart of cleverness, the heart of fear, the heart of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. We have the negative emotions of greed, fear, murder, lust, power, profit, cunning, and scheming that have delayed our path to Tao. Since it was given to us by the mortal world, we have to walk through it. The female voice in the egg said, only by walking through the mortal world can we overcome greed, fear, power, and interests. Only then can we get rid of the heart of cleverness and fear, allowing our Tao hearts to return to the simplicity they were before all life appeared, thus becoming the path and freeing ourselves. The words of ancient god Taiji brought different emotions to Qin Mu and Empress Dowager. Each of their hearts had different understandings. Empress Dowager remembered the time when she was born. It was the path of sinkhole that had given her consciousness. At that time, her consciousness was incomparably pure, and it was the most compatible with the path of sinkhole. Her Tao heart was her heart. She had been born in the lotus flowers of great abyss of sinkhole, and it was peaceful and beautiful. But when did all of this start to change? Was it when the Creator had discovered her, this Tao-born ancient god, and felt her reproductive power, so he had worshipped her and begged her to protect him so that his race would have more children and be blessed? Was it when the Creator had tried to use her power to get rid of his enemies? Was it when he had met her in absolute beginning and had fallen in love with her? Or was it when he had felt the worship of the Creator, the worship of all living beings, and the desire to enjoy power? However, she didn't have the high consciousness of ancient god Taiji, so he hadn't realized it. So he had fallen into the mortal world. Qin Mu thought of something else. He felt that it was indeed a feasible path for ancient god Taiji to temper his Tao heart in the mortal world. After all, he had also been going through many trials and tribulations in the mortal world, growing bit by bit. His Tao heart also continued to grow along the way. His Tao realm also slowly rose. He thought of another thing, and that was Lan Yutian. In the past, Celestial Master, you had been disturbed by the trifles of the secular world. So his Tao heart wasn't as pure as Lan Yutian's. Even though Lan Yutian was walking in the secular world now, he was more like the ancient god who had laid eggs before the birth of all life. He didn't have the heart of utilitarianism. He didn't have the desire for power or those distracting thoughts. He only had an incomparably pure Tao heart. Compared to the other ancient gods who had laid eggs other than Tai Yi, he was more like an ancient god who had laid eggs, silently absorbing nutrients in the huge mining area of the secular world to improve himself. He was the person closest to attaining Tao. In Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure, Tai Shi also had his own comprehension. He had unknowingly stopped absorbing the power of the primordial stones and the Tai Shi mine, quietly thinking about his future path. Even though the formation of ancient god Taiji was after me, their understanding of Tao is already above mine. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he had benefited greatly. The Empress has occupied my Tai Shi mining area. Even if I can borrow Heavenly Venerate Mu's hand to take it back and completely absorb the power of the mining area, I still can't reach perfection, achieve the Tao, or transcend. I also need to be like ancient god Taiji and walk around the world to hone my Tao heart. Only then can I reach Taoist brother Tai's level. They each had their own gains and comprehensions, but the things they comprehended were different. Ancient god Taiji, who was in the egg, said, "This time we invited Empress because our strength isn't enough to break the divine egg. Please help us." Emperor stood up and said solemnly, "We should help you." Qin Mu also stood up and said seriously, "Tao brothers in the egg, how will you treat me after you are born? I want to know your positions." Empress Dowager looked at him. Killing intent flashed through her beautiful eyes. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, the current you and our 10 heavenly venerates are like grasshoppers on the same rope. You should be clear of your own weight and correct your position. Don't have too many thoughts. Otherwise, you will only invite trouble for yourself. Sinkhole is one of the few places in the world that can wipe you out. The great Tao of Sinkhole is also one of the few great Tao that can crack divine arts that are difficult to deal with." Qin Mu laughed loudly and his killing intent surged. "If the 2 Tao brothers want to become enemies with me in the future, I will definitely fight to the death today. Think about it." He turned around. "Empress, if you feel that the divine arts of Sinkhole can obliterate me, you might as well give it a try." Empress Dowager's killing intent rose, and Qin Mu could feel it. He said indifferently, "Empress Dowager, you have the killing intent, and you are one step away from attaining Tao. Heavenly Venerate Mu, when you attain Tao in the future, you will also become Tao through words." Empress Dowager raised her hand and pointed, and a great abyss of sinkhole appeared above Qin Mu's head. Cold Way. "My return to the ruins of the Eye of the Sea. I do not know how many sacred, how many heroes. Yu Mu Tianzuan is not the first, will not be the last. I will fill the sea eye with you today. If you can survive 100 years, I will spare your life." Qin Mu's battle intent towered into the sky. He stretched out a finger and gave it a light stroke. Boundless water appeared and filled the air. In an instant, a jade sea appeared between the two of them, pulling them further and further apart. Qin Mu stood on the jade platform by the jade sea and looked at the emperor's back with a cold gaze. The light behind him shone brightly, and heavenly palaces appeared. Primordial spirits sat in all the heavenly palaces, and when they stood on the jade sea, only extreme load heavenly palace wasn't complete. If my primordial spirit crosses the jade lake and passes through God execution platform, I'll enter the realm of 9 prison platform. Will I be able to fight Celestial Venerable and not die? A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and a terrifying belief began to stir in his heart. He wanted to fight against Heavenly Venerate head-on. Emperor wasn't personally descended by Heavenly Venerate Yen, so if Heavenly Venerate Yen had personally descended, He wouldn't have such a bold thought. Empress Yan's abilities were unfathomable. But Empress Emperor was only an ancient god. Even if she was controlled by her primordial spirit, she couldn't compare to all of her battle prowess. If Qin Mu crossed 2 realms in a row, even if these realms weren't complete, his cultivation would still soar, and the increase in his abilities would be astonishing. Under such circumstances, would he be able to contend against Heavenly Venerate? Since he had cultivated Jade Lake, he needed a chance to show off. He needed to see his cultivation, his abilities, and his Dao realm. The two of them were on the verge of exploding. Empress Emperor was about to make a move when ancient god Taiji and the egg suddenly sighed and said in unison, "Both of you calm down." The primordial spirits of Qin Mu's heavenly palaces had already reached the edge of the Jade Lake, allowing his cultivation to continue rising. His primordial spirit walked toward the god execution platforms of the heavenly palaces. Ancient god Taiji's words made him stop his primordial spirit. Empress Emperor raised her eyebrows and held back her anger. Ancient god Taiji said, "Empress Celestial Master Mu, take a step back and open up the sky and see. A step further and blood will flow all over the ground. There's no need to be angry over this small matter. Celestial Master Mu, after we were born, we went through tempering in the secular world to hone our Tao hearts. We promise you that we will never become enemies with Celestial Master Mu in the future. Are you satisfied with this promise?" Qin Mu dispersed his killing intent and battle intent and laughed loudly. He bowed deeply to the ground. "Thank you for your kindness, Tao brothers.
I'm eternally grateful.
I hope the two of you will not forget what I said today." "I don't dare to forget." Ancient god Taiji's male and female voices overlapped in the egg. "With your words I can be at ease." Qin Mu took a step back and gave the Empress a glance before turning around to leave. "Empress, I'll wait for you outside." Empress Emperor ignored him and asked, "When does Tao brother want to be born?" Ancient god Taiji was slightly surprised by Qin Mu's departure, but since the matter at hand was related to whether or not the two of them could be born, he didn't take it to heart. "Our strength isn't enough to break the eggshell, so we asked the Empress to take action and cut open the eggshell to help us come out. The ancestral court is probably not far away from the chaos, so it's naturally best for us to come out as soon as possible," he said. "All right." Empress Emperor turned around and walked out of the mine. "My true body will come very soon. When that time comes, I'll need the help of the two of you to open the returning ruins and bring it to the mine. I'll need to borrow the power of the twin lotuses to break open the eggshell." Ancient god Taiji immediately said, "Don't worry, Empress. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. However, Heavenly Venerate Mu, you two don't need to worry about his matter. You promised not to deal with him, but I didn't." Empress Emperor's figure disappeared from the mine and walked into the sand that filled the sky of Taiji's star field. Qin Mu walked to the other half of Taiji's star field, and white sand danced in the sky. Empress Emperor's figure also quickly disappeared into the depths of the white sand. Her voice came from afar. "A person has to know his own limits. He should know the immensity of heaven and earth. I can't go back on my words. I said to fill the eye of the sea, so I let him fill the eye of the sea. I said to suppress him for 100 years, so I suppressed him for 100 years." Ancient god Taiji in the egg sighed. For Heavenly Venerate Mu to be able to survive in such a dangerous place like the Great Black Wood, it means that his cultivation is already extraordinary. There's no need to worry too much about him. The woman in the egg said, "Moreover, he threatened us and forced us to hand over a raw stone and 100 divine stones. It's only natural that he was suppressed for 100 years. The man in the egg said, "What you said makes sense. However, for him to be able to survive in the Great Black Wood, it means that he has already obtained the approval of that Taoist brother. This is something that we have to consider. We have to at least give that Taoist brother some face. Moreover," he thought for a moment and said, "I can sense Tao brother Taishi's aura from him. Just now there was a moment where his aura came from him. You're worrying too much." The woman in the egg laughed. "It's fine if you're worried about Tao brother Tai, but what's the point of worrying about Taishir? Taishir's fortune wasn't abundant, and it was far inferior to ours. He was the second ancient god egg to be dug out, only second to Taishir, and he didn't have Taishir's fortune. Taichu was more mature. Although he was born early, he was also worshipped by the Creator. He was powerful and had power. What does Tai Shi have? After he was dug out, he was suppressed by Tai Chu. Even if he joined Celestial Master Mu was just an insignificant character. The man in the egg said. After all, they both came from the ancestral quartz lode and were born with 5 innate Das. We can't underestimate them. Tai Shi is too far away from the Tao. We are much closer to the Tao than he is. It will be difficult for us to reach the Tao if we are too cautious. There is no need to worry too much. The woman in the egg said. With Tai Shi's help, he will not die even if he is suppressed in the sinkhole. What is 100 years of suppressing him to extort us for the divine stones? He has offended Empress Tai Su. Empress Tai Su hates him to the core. Just this alone will make it difficult for him to reach the Tao in his life. There is no need to worry too much about him. That's true. The male voice in the egg no longer spoke, quietly waiting for concubine Yin Tian to arrive. Emperor traveled through the White Sand Desert. Ancient god Taiji still took care of her. The white sand was made up of dead stars, and it was highly condensed. It was suffused with terrifying geomagnetic elemental energy, distorting space, and greatly reducing the speed of material changes. Material changes caused the illusion of time passing. In this place, material was almost static, and the speed of change was extremely slow, giving people the illusion that time was frozen. The change of matter in the white sand was slow, which was why a massive amount of energy was gathered. When the energy exploded, it would give birth to an incomparably terrifying sword chi. This sword chi crossed the void of the universe and could pass through many galaxies, destroying planets and stars. It was extremely powerful. In the white sand desert of the Taiji star field, this sword chi was everywhere, making it impossible to guard against. If it was under normal circumstances, Empress Dowager wouldn't have been willing to step into such a dangerous place so easily. Fortunately, with the help of ancient god Taiji, she didn't need to expend too much energy to deal with the white sand desert. She just needed to move forward. In front of her, the wind and sand filled the sky. Empress Dowager could faintly see a tall figure. It was Qin Mu. Compared to other adults, Qin Mu was tall and looked young. His face still had the childish air of a youth, but the beard on his chin was extremely stubborn. It would always pierce through his stubborn face. Qin Mu had already stopped in the white sand desert, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Empress Dowager raised her eyebrows slightly. The youth stood tall in the desert, and the terrifying white sand whistled past. The terrifying sword chi of the universe actually passed through his body, but it didn't cause any damage to him. It was the Tao of primordial beginning. Unknowingly, Qin Mu had always been in his 24th heaven of Tao realm, in the state of primordial beginning, questioning Qing Ming. In this state, 10,000 spells couldn't invade and 10,000 paths couldn't harm him. Even in such a dangerous place like Taiji Starfield, he was still safe and sound. This was the invincible place of innate state. There were 5 great Taos in innate state, and great changes were called chaos, and boundless nothingness. Primordial was formless and formless, and innate chi could change with divine consciousness. Primordial had form but not substance, and Tai was formless and corporeal. Taiji Yin and Yang transformed everything into life. These were the 5 oldest and most primitive great Tao of innate state. If one could grasp one of them, he would be able to stand in the invincible position of innate state. Qin Mu was executing a great divine art that he had comprehended from the path of Tai Shi. Even though it was just a way to show it, under such circumstances, if he wanted to hurt him, he would have to use a divine art of 5 great grades, or his abilities would be much stronger than his. However, divine arts were divine arts, and the great Tao was the great Tao. Divine arts had flaws in their transformations. Unless one had attained Tao, there wouldn't be any flaws. Otherwise, Heavenly Emperor Primordial wouldn't have died, and ancient god Taiji wouldn't have had to hide in all directions. Primordial beginning wouldn't have had many misfortunes, and Tai Su wouldn't have appeared in the world ahead of time. Emperor, it's not convenient for us to help you, please forgive us. Ancient god Taiji's voice suddenly came into Emperor's ears. Empress nodded lightly and said indifferently, "There's no need for the 2 of you to help us." The moment her voice fell, the white sand desert around them suddenly calmed down. The white sand didn't rise and everything was calm. Wang. Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain suddenly spread out, and the corners of Empress's eyes twitched. She saw that Qin Mu's back was still facing her just now, but at this moment he was actually facing her. Qin Mu didn't turn around at all. Yet she could see Qin Mu's face, which made Empress Dowager find it hard to understand. Pretending to be mysterious. Empress Dowager gave a cold snort and raised her hand to point. A great abyss of returning ruins appeared above Qin Mu's head. It was 10,000 miles long and was like a cone-shaped crack, swallowing Qin Mu whole. This was the Black Mare. Empress Dowager turned around and walked away. You can't withstand a single blow. At that moment, a world-shaking bang came from the great abyss of returning ruins. It was like a huge devil swallowing something that couldn't be digested. It was stuck in its throat and couldn't be eaten or spat out. Empress Dowager frowned and stopped to turn around. She saw Qin Mu standing in the great abyss of returning ruins, his body unmoving. No matter how terrifying the great abyss of returning ruins was, it couldn't do anything to him. Empress, don't forget that your corporeal body has always been in my hands. In the great abyss of returning ruins, Qin Mu stretched out a hand. He clenched it tightly. I have already seen through all the secrets of your corporeal body. I have already used microscopic algebra and macroscopic algebra to build an incomparably detailed model of your corporeal body. He smiled proudly. I know your body better than you. Stinky man. The Empress sneered and said, It seems that I will not only cut off your hands but also your head. At this time, Yantian Imperial Concubine is rushing to Taiji Star Field, into the Black Sand Desert, and the Heaven Imperial Concubine, Divine Weapon Royal Tianzuan also followed Absolute No Dust to the depths of the desert. Qing Tianfei and Divine Weapon Royal Heavenly Venerate were both Heavenly Venerate level existences. Even Zhu Wuchen had no way to detect them. They only saw Zhu Wuchen walking into a magnificent mining area. The mining area was ever-changing, which made the two Heavenly Venerates click their tongues in wonder. When they walked into the mining area, they saw that this mining area was full of the magnificence of the Taiji Dao. Yin and Yang were born, and there was no end to them. The Taiji Dao could transform living things in heaven and earth, such as immemorial behemoths, flowers, grass, insects, plants, insects, humans, gods, demons, and monsters. Even ancient gods could be created. It could also transform lifeless things in the universe, such as rivers, mountains, oceans, thunderclouds, lightning, sun, moon, and stars. It was the miracle of creation. Even Qi Tianfei and Shi Qilua, who controlled the divine weapon, were dazzled. They praised the power of the ancient Taiji gods and the profoundness of the Taiji mine. However, they didn't know that this was just a fake mine that was set up by the real mine to block their eyes. Among the oviparous ancient gods, the ancient Taiji gods were the most fickle. Even heavenly venerates would find it difficult to detect the profoundness of this fake mine. However, after following Zhu Wuchen for so long, Concubine Chang Tian and Divine Weapon Heavenly Venerate never came to the depths of the mine. They could not help but feel anxious and suspicious. Divine Weapon Heavenly Venerate was just about to test the power of this mine, when Zhu Wuchen's clear and refreshing voice suddenly sounded. Empress Guishu has come to pay a visit to Dao Brother. Please show yourself. Divine Weapon Heavenly Venerate immediately endured it. However, he saw that the changes in the mine gradually calmed down, and a passage appeared under Zhu Wuchen's feet. Zhu Wuchen strode into the depths of the mining area. The two heavenly venerates continued to follow her for a long time. Just as they were about to lose their patience, the willow suddenly brightened. A magnificent natural altar appeared in front of them. There were 8 Taiji raw stones protecting a divine egg. The two heavenly venerates put up with it again. They watched as Zhu Wuchen bowed to the divine egg and sat down. Zhu Wuchen and the divine egg exchanged pleasantries. Just as the two celestial venerables were about to reveal themselves, the conversation suddenly changed. When they talked about the general trend of the world, the divine egg blew on the conch, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The two celestial venerables held themselves back again. At this moment, the two celestial venerables suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of a divine ability. They were both shocked. Even the Taiji mining area shook slightly in the fluctuation, like a scroll being blown by the wind. It shook a bit. No. The real Taiji mining area was born at the beginning of the universe. Not to mention the fluctuation of the divine power, Even if the heavenly venerates attacked, they wouldn't be able to shake it. The two heavenly venerates were alert. At this moment a second fluctuation came. This fluctuation was even stronger, as if the heavenly venerates were attacking with all their strength. Divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal let out a long cry. He released all of his power without holding back. Immediately, this mining area was shattered. Mountains collapsed, and the sun and moon disintegrated. Countless beasts, gods, and other strange phenomena turned into wisps of yin-yang qi and scattered. You are indeed fooling me. Divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal stood up and saw a black sand tide rolling over. Soon countless black sand became incomparably huge in his eyes. In an instant they turned into planets, and the black sand desert turned into a magnificent galaxy, billions of stars. He was actually in a vast galaxy, and planets were dancing in front of him, blocking his vision completely. Meanwhile, Tian concubine also found that she had fallen into a chaotic galaxy. Looking around, she could no longer see any trace of divine weapon Imperial Heavenly Venerate or Ju Wuchen. What an ancient Taiji god! His hands and eyes are so powerful. Tian concubine couldn't help but exclaim. He can toy with a Heavenly Venerate before he comes into the world. If you come into the world, how great would it be? Such a method cannot trap a Heavenly Venerate. You should just die in the eggshell so that you do not come into the world and wreak havoc like Tai Chu. She strode forward and swept her powerful divine sense in all directions, pushing away the stars. If there were too many stars, she would directly step into the void. No matter how powerful ancient god Tai Chi was, he could not touch the void. Tai Chu was ranked before Tai Chi. The Tao of Tai Chu was divided into divine sense and innate Qi. Divine sense was good at entering the void. As the reincarnation of Emperor Tai, Tian concubine was good at divine sense. The dangers in the Tai Chi star field were of no use to her. Only when ancient god Tai Chi came into being and entered the Tao realm would the 35th heaven pose a threat to Emperor Tai. However, it would not pose a threat to Emperor Tai's Tao fruit. Only when ancient god Tai Chi achieved the Tao and branded the ultimate void could he pose a fatal threat to Emperor Tai. Just as ancient god Tai Chi said, they were too far away from the Tao. They needed to come into being and enter the mortal world to temper themselves in order to attain the Tao. Otherwise, even if they were ancient god oviparous, there were many existences in this world that could threaten their lives. Tian concubine flew through the starfield to search for the real mining area. On the other side, the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, was devoured by the great abyss of the ultimate. A large crack was moving rapidly in the starfield. Wherever it passed, even the stars were devoured. As the 11th Heavenly Lord, Madame Yuanmu's ultimate divine ability was truly powerful. Even the Taiji starfield could not stop her. The two Heavenly Lords suddenly discovered something. In front of them was a mountain range that spanned across the starfield and suppressed countless planets. This mountain range was extremely shocking and gave people an unimaginable shock. The fluctuations of the Heavenly Lord's divine ability came from there. This time the fluctuations were even clearer. The two Heavenly Lords immediately realized that this fluctuation was the divine ability of Tian concubine Yen. Could it be that Imperial concubine Yen is trying to kill ancient god Taiji? The two were shocked at the same time. They hurriedly rushed toward the mountain range. When they reached the peak of the immeasurable mountain range, they looked around. Suddenly, the vast starfield turned into a desert again. Countless stars disappeared. Only rolling sand was left. The strange thing was that on one side was the black desert, and on the other side was the white desert. The terrain of this mountain range was complicated, and the mountain range was constantly changing. Even the two Heavenly Venerates couldn't find Heavenly Consort Yen for a moment. At that moment, a small divine art fluctuation suddenly came over. The two Heavenly Venerates hurriedly looked over, and they saw white sand dancing in the sky. Two figures were sprinting in the white sand desert, fighting each other. Behind the two of them were heavenly palaces that were shining with divine light. Even if the wind and sand were strong, it would still be difficult to block the light from their heavenly palaces. Empress! Sister, that little bee asterisk tisich. The two Heavenly Venerates immediately recognized that one of them was Empress. The one who was fighting with her surprised them. It was actually Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Mu. At that moment, Qin Mu was rapidly traversing through white sand desert. There were sinkhole-great abysses in front of him and behind him. They were like holes that could swallow everything, swallowing everything. That was the divine art of the Empress. Under his feet was the spirit embryo divine treasure territory, which spread out and moved with his movements. In front of him there was a distance of 300 yards, and Empress was also rapidly traversing through it. All kinds of divine arts were scattered between her fingers and palms. Suddenly, 18 primordial spirits flew up from Qinmu's 19 heavenly palaces and circled around the primordial spirits of the main heavenly palace. Their postures were all different, and their battle intent towered into the sky. It was as if 18 great emperors were circling around the heavenly emperor, and the ancient gods of the heavens appeared from the myriad worlds of the heavens. They fought and massacred each other, and their bodies were ferocious as they displayed the image of a war god. But the dragon and Han fought. From this divine art, Madame Yuanmu and Supreme Emperor could actually see the incomparably majestic and bloody side of the battle between the three great heavenly courts in the era of Dragon and Han. They could see the shadow of the battle where Yun Lingyue had plotted to ambush and kill Supreme Emperor. They could see the shadow of the post-liminary divine saint and the demigod who had ambushed and killed Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. They could see the images of the emperors of the era of Dragon and Han. They could see the great armies of the three great heavenly courts crusading, and the bloody battle towered into the sky. This divine art was the 17th heaven of Qinmu's Dao realm, and it displayed the bloody battles of the Dragon Han era to the fullest. Boom! Qinmu and the Empress collided with a loud bang, unleashing the power of this divine art to its limits. However, when he and the Empress came into contact, Qinmu fell back, and he was practically lying on his back on the ground as he stepped on the desert to quickly retreat. He dispelled the Empress's power. The next moment, a huge abyss appeared behind him, and the Empress walked out. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind, turning into a huge mouth of the abyss that went straight for Qinmu's head. Qinmu's retreating momentum had yet to stop when all 18 primordial spirits returned to their respective positions and sat on their respective god execution platforms. The blood and evil qi coiled around them, but they couldn't hurt his primordial spirits in the slightest. Without him realizing it, he had already crossed Jade Lake and advanced to the realm of god execution platform. All the heavenly palaces suddenly retracted and flew into the heart of his brows in unison. Qinmu's corporeal body instantly became incomparably bright. The power of the imprints of ancient gods were activated in all the orifices of his corporeal body, raising the strength of his corporeal body to the extreme. At that moment, the positions of the heavenly palaces in the heaven court at the heart of his brows changed. They became the main body of heavenly palace of creation, and the other heavenly palaces complemented each other. In an instant, his strength unified. His corporeal body expanded rapidly, and his muscles became malevolent. His strength instantly rose to an unparalleled height. Divine body of Crimson Bright. His body that was almost stuck to the desert immediately bounced up. The domain of his divine treasures made it meaningless for the Empress to appear behind him. Qinmu punched into the sleeve of the Empress and rammed into the yellow dragon. No matter how great abyss of returning ruins tried to strangle him, it couldn't destroy the power of his punch. As the 18th heaven of his Dao realm, Death of Crimson Bright divine body didn't only unify his path of creation, but also his martial path and battle skills. Ancient gods were famous for their strong corporeal bodies, and they also naturally grasped great Dao. However, martial path was an absolute art that specialized in close combat. He was like a great emperor of martial path. In close combat, he could tear apart dragons and ravage phoenixes, and his overlord body could reach the heavens. At the same time, he also possessed the indestructible body and immortal primordial spirit of Emperor Crimson Bright. In the Emperor's sleeve, his palm flew out like a spirit snake and collided with his fist. The incomparably powerful corporeal body of the ancient god was displayed to the fullest. Her true body had died early, and had been assassinated by Madame Yuanmu in the early and middle period of Dragon Han. She had been suppressed on the ghost ship, but after she had gotten her corporeal body from Qinmu, she had used her cultivation to raise the power of her true body. It was no small matter. However, she hadn't been able to gain any advantage in a head-on collision with Qinmu. His corporeal body and primordial spirit were highly unified, and his divine sense and vital qi had condensed into one body. His corporeal body was compact, and all kinds of ancient god imprints transformed into the power of his corporeal body. At the instant of the collision, the ancient god imprints shone brightly in all the orifices of his corporeal body. They transformed into 2,000 ancient gods that flew around him before entering his orifices. Every time the power circulated, the Tao voice in his body would rumble. Even the wind and sand of the white sand desert couldn't block the clear Tao voice. Empress Dowager's gaze was cold. Her figure was like a dance, and her long sleeves fluttered like a spirit snake. Her sleeves were like the great abyss, and from time to time, her delicate hands would come out of her sleeves. Every strike was beautiful, but the killing intent was hidden deep within. The two of them collided once more, and they retreated. Whoosh! 19 heavenly palaces flew out from the back of Qin Mu's head and turned into a huge heavenly court. He cupped his hands forward and bowed. Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly flew up to dodge his strike. When Qin Mu bowed down, the countless white sand in front of him was instantly annihilated, turning into wisps of chaotic qi. However, the instant Empress Dowager dodged, she realized that no matter where she hid, Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure territory would make her face him head-on. With Qin Mu as the center, all the white sand in the surroundings returned to chaos amidst the violent tremors, turning into chaotic qi that gushed forth. When concubine Chang Tian and divine weapon Celestial Emperor Yu, who were standing on the Taiji mine, saw this move, their expressions couldn't help changing. What a great divine art! A divine art that can't be avoided is much stronger than divine origin finger that only has one move when divine Emperor Lang Xian comes and goes. This divine art was the 26th heaven of Tao realm. One qi mixed origin path traveling together, Qin Mu's strongest divine art. Facing the torrent of chaotic qi that came from all directions, Empress Dowager hurriedly retreated. Qin Mu's one qi primordial chaos path divine art was extremely fast, and it soon caught up to her. Empress Dowager continued to retreat, and an abyss suddenly opened up behind her. She retreated into the abyss, and the abyss closed up. Empress Dowager's figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, the power of one qi primordial chaos came crushing over, and the great abyss of returning ruins in the depths of space was instantly crushed. Empress Emperor, who was hiding in the divine art of returning ruins, didn't expect it. She was astonished to see that Qin Mu's strike had actually crushed the returning ruins. It surged toward her. Since you can't dodge it, then take it head-on. I don't believe that your cultivation of God execution platform can contend with my ancient god's magic power. Empress Dowager raised her hand to block it head-on, and her magic power completely erupted. The moment they collided, she felt her magic power and her great Tao being assimilated by this divine art, transforming into the path of absolute, beginning to increase the power of this strike. Empress Dowager was astonished and hurriedly withdrew her palm. She took out a hairpin from her hair. It was refined from Guishu Abyss iron, so she poured her magic power into it and shot it out with a shake of her hand. Ki! The hairpin broke through the wind and waves and broke through Qin Mu's strike. It slashed apart the power of the strike and went straight for Qin Mu. The speed of the hairpin was extremely fast, but even the primordial iron of Sinkhole was constantly being worn down by Qin Mu's strike. It turned into a qi of chaos, and when it came in front of Qin Mu, the primordial iron had already been worn down until only an iron needle was left. It flashed past the heart of Qin Mu's brows and stabbed into his brain. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the iron needle exploded in Qin Mu's head. It turned into a great abyss of sinkhole and instantly devoured and refined Qin Mu's head. Qin Mu's headless body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. However, his neck shook and 3 heads grew out. 4 arms with 3 heads and 6 arms crawled out from under his armpits. At that moment, the power of one qi primordial path traveling together was exhausted. Empress Dowager walked out from the qi of chaos. Her clothes were tattered, revealing her pure white skin. Her naked body was faintly discernible. Empress Emperor's face was green with killing intent. She walked toward Qin Mu and sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu, this great divine art has exhausted your cultivation, right? How much magic power do you have left? The divine light above Qin Mu's head shot into the sky and transformed into a huge heavenly court. The 3 heads laughed in unison. I have plenty of magic power, please take a look, Empress. Emperor's pupils constricted, and she saw that Qin Mu's primordial spirit had actually left God execution stage in all the heavenly palaces of the heavenly court. Each of them took a step forward to the next realm. What she couldn't understand was why Qin Mu could cross Jade Lake and enter God execution platform in such a short period of time, and why he could directly cross the realm of God execution platform and enter the next realm. However, what she couldn't understand even more was that Qin Mu's next realm was actually not Jade Capital City. Logically speaking, the next realm after God execution platform should be Jade Capital City, but Qin Mu's heavenly palace. Between God execution platform and Jade Capital City, there was actually a huge heavenly prison. Heavenly prison was a place where heavy criminals were imprisoned in the heavenly court. It was full of brambles, and anyone who entered would find it hard to escape. The prisoners there were criminals who had committed the most heinous crimes, so killing them on God execution platform would be letting them off easy. That was why they had to be imprisoned in heavenly prison to let them suffer endless suffering and torture. Heaven prison wasn't considered a realm in the system of Heaven Palace. When the primordial spirit of a god came here, it didn't raise their cultivation at all. In the period of Dragon and Han in history, after the system of Heaven Palace was spread out, countless gods had already tested Heaven Prison, but it didn't have the slightest effect. When it came to Qin Mu, his primordial spirit had entered Heaven Prison, and his cultivation and abilities immediately began to grow crazily. It was clear that Heaven Prison had been opened up to a realm by her. What made it even more difficult for her to understand was that even though Qin Mu had 19 Heaven Palaces and Heaven Prison realm was equivalent to Yujing realm, he was still an extremely long distance away from her. Be it primordial spirit, corporeal body, or magic power. They were all inferior to her, and Heaven Moat couldn't describe them. However, Qin Mu's corporeal body, primordial spirit, and magic power weren't much inferior to hers, so she couldn't understand where Qin Mu's power came from. However, she could still see some clues from Qin Mu's body. The other divine arts practitioners and gods cultivated 7 great divine treasures, and even the divine arts practitioners and gods of eternal peace cultivated 7 divine treasures. It was just that he had changed the divine bridge divine treasure to heavenly river divine treasure that was more reasonable and more compatible with the great Tao of the universe. However, she couldn't find these divine treasures on Qin Mu's body. Even though his divine treasure had the name Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, it was completely different from the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure of the other divine arts practitioners and gods. Qin Mu only had a single divine treasure, and it actually had Xiandu Yudu Yuandu for extreme heavens, as well as the ancient gods of the heavens. There were vast stars and resplendent galaxies, forming the layout of the universe. Even Great Abyss of Sinkhole had them. More importantly, the ancestral court was at the center of his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure. What was even more terrifying was that his ancestral court actually had a back. Compared to the other divine arts practitioners and gods, his foundation was like heaven and earth. If all the other people's divine treasures were added together in his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, they would probably be a drop in the ocean. This was because Qin Mu's heavenly palace was built on top of the ancestral court and only occupied a small corner of it. Heavenly Venerate Mu is the same kind of person as us. He kept it for himself and didn't spread his cultivation system to eternal peace. Empress Dowager sneered and thought to herself, "You talk about how bright and great you are, but you are actually a person who benefits himself. It's just that you are more exquisite and hypocritical." However, she didn't know that it wasn't that Qin Mu didn't want to spread his cultivation system. However, the reason why his cultivation system was successful was because after he dug out his soul and eyes and gave them to Qin Fengqing, he had used Tribulation Sword to forcefully destroy his heavenly palace and divine treasures, turning them into chaos. Facing the danger of even his undying divine consciousness being completely destroyed, he had taken the opportunity to open up chaos and reenact his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, thus reviving his soul. His soul and spirit embryo were equivalent to the ancient gods in his body. To reach his level required an extremely great opportunity that others couldn't imitate. Forcefully cultivating his cultivation system would only result in death, and there was absolutely no possibility of success. In contrast to his cultivation path, the path that Lan Yuqian was walking now was safer and easier to walk. As long as Lan Yuqian opened up his path and spread it out, the others wouldn't have to take Qin Mu's dangerous path. They could also cultivate the ancestral court. Even though this path of cultivation wasn't as strong as Qin Mu's, it was still no small matter. If they could cultivate it to the peak, they would also surpass the current heavenly venerate. The only problem was that the requirements for comprehension were extremely high, and there were only a few who could cultivate to the peak. Qin Mu's cultivation realm rose to the level of 9 hell stage, and his cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Empress Dowager immediately felt that it was a huge problem. Suddenly she relaxed again. That was because at that moment, she could sense the aura of returning ruins. Ancient god Taiji had finally made his move and pulled the space infinitely closer, bringing the distance between returning ruins and Taiji's star field closer and closer. The Empress Dowager was an ancient god of Tao life, but just like the ancient gods she had worshipped, the closer she got to the birthplace, the stronger she became. Other ancient gods of Tao life were like her, such as Earth Count and Heavenly Duke. They were the strongest in their respective birthplace, Hades' capital. Now that the sinkhole was getting closer, the Empress Dowager's battle prowess was also increasing. At the same time, Divine Weapon Heavenly Lord Royal's heart stirred slightly. He also sensed the arrival of the sinkhole and could not help but be overjoyed. He also felt that his strength was increasing. Divine Weapon Heavenly Lord Royal was under the control of Madame Yuan Mu's Yuan Shun. Her Yuan Shun was the same as Empress Dowager's. They both came from the sinkhole and came from the same source. As the sinkhole approached, her strength would naturally continue to increase. Consort Chang Tian also sensed the aura of the sinkhole at the first moment. Her expression could not help but change slightly. She hurriedly raised her head and saw a long and narrow abyss appearing in the sky above the Taiji star field. It was dark and unfathomable. This abyss was extremely far at the beginning. From afar it looked like a half-closed eye. However, the abyss was gradually becoming bigger. It was not that the abyss was getting bigger, but that the abyss was getting closer. This abyss was surrounded by mountains formed from the iron of the ultimate abyss, and there were also dead stars floating around it. Some of the stars were tattered and pulled by the abyss that had suddenly appeared, revolving around the abyss. In the abyss, 2 large flowers were slowly emerging from the darkness. Oh no, the 2 little bitches have actually summoned the ultimate. Even Qing Tianfei's expression couldn't help changing slightly at this moment. She felt that this was a thorny matter. What she didn't expect was that it wasn't the Empress and Prime Minister who had summoned Sinkhole, but ancient god Taiji who had used his power to pull the space closer. Qin Mu could also sense the aura of Sinkhole, and his expression couldn't help changing as well. He had forcefully raised his cultivation in order to test his abilities and see if he could contend against Heavenly Venerate, and he wasn't here to throw his life away. The Sinkhole Abyss was a place that even Heavenly Dukes feared. It was a place where 10,000 Daos would be obliterated. The appearance of this abyss meant that the Emperor's strength would skyrocket. The closer she got, the stronger she would become. He had to test his own strength before the Emperor's strength reached its peak. He didn't want to kill the Empress, nor did he have the ability to do so. All he wanted to do was fight the Celestial. He let out a long howl and his body burst forth. At that moment all the power in his body burst forth. He took the first step forward, and his hands held up the sky and earth. He formed a hand seal and transformed into the first heaven of Tao realm. The 4 seals of heaven and earth. The 4 seals of heaven and earth formed a domain around him, and 4 faces of gods and devils appeared. They looked in all directions with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Qin Mu took a second step forward, and a gate of heaven and earth appeared behind him. The gate connected heaven and earth, connecting to heaven and earth. The upper part of the gate connected to Profound City, and the lower part of the gate connected to Yudu. The heaven and earth borrowed strength from each other. This was the second heaven of Tao realm. He took a third step forward, and the heavenly river flowed. The 4 extreme heavens appeared, surrounding the gate of heaven and earth as well as the 4 seals of heaven and earth. He took a fourth step forward, and the heavens of Great All Heaven gathered together. Above his head, Great All Heaven was like a canopy. He took the 5th step and purple flowers flew out, splitting into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In an instant the sky was filled with paintings. The 6th step was Yudu chasing the wandering soul, and the 7th step was immemorial jade platform establishing Xuandu. Qin Mu took 26 steps in an instant, and the 26 heavenly Tao realms stacked together, making his aura unparalleled. It was as fast as lightning and thunder, and he left a trail of thunder sounds in the white sand desert with boundless might. He came in front of Empress Dowager with a crushing might. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you really don't know death. Empress Dowager couldn't contain her anger. Her clothes had already been tattered by Qin Mu's one chi path of chaos, and it was difficult for her to hide her jade body. Now that Qin Mu was confident that he had stepped into an inexplicable realm, he actually dared to make a move at the moment of returning Ruin's arrival. He was truly courting death. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Empress Dowager's aura rose crazily, and she actually increased the speed of returning Ruin's arrival to meet Qin Mu's strike. At that moment, Madame Yuan Mu was controlling divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal to run in Taiji Mine. She had already sensed Empress Yan's location, and at the same time, she couldn't be bothered to watch the battle between Qin Mu and Empress Dowager. She chased after the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Royal. At that moment, an earth-shattering throb came over, and the two Heavenly Venerates couldn't help looking at it. They saw Empress Dowager spurting out blood and flying backward. Her jade-like body pressed down on the white sand desert and slid backward rapidly. The gazes of the two Heavenly Venerates couldn't help becoming dull. Qin Mu's body leaned forward and slid down diagonally. His speed was as fast as flowing light, and in an instant 26 great divine arts shot out like arrows, bombarding Empress Dowager's body. In just a short moment Empress Dowager had slid hundreds of miles, and Qin Mu had executed his great divine arts to the last strike. He cupped his hands and bowed. Boom! Empress Dowager's jade-like body flew in the air, and the space around her suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of chaotic qi. The surging chaotic qi waves spun and exploded, creating a huge hole in Taiji's star field. Bastard little thief! Empress Dowager's furious voice sounded out, and she rushed out from the chaotic qi waves. Her clothes were almost completely gone, and when she raised her head to look, she saw Qin Mu leap forward. Resurrection Arc appeared beneath his feet, carrying him away and escaping. Empress Dowager killed her way over in her fury. But where could she find that little thief? What a supreme power! Yuan Mu rode the divine weapon Celestial Master Royal, and was overjoyed to see this scene from afar. The divine weapon Celestial Master Royal could not help but chuckle. Celestial Master Mu is also a monkey. He actually ran away after stripping Sister naked. He didn't do anything else. She cursed with a smile and charged toward the place where the great abyss of sinkhole descended with murderous intent. Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed impressive. Behind the divine weapon Heavenly Venerate, Consort Changtian could not help but exclaim in admiration. She thought to herself, this fellow's last attack and Divine Emperor Lang Xian's divine Yuan finger were both divine arts comprehended from the primordial great Tao. They fused the divine sense Tao and the innate one Qi. The primordial great Tao was so strong that even the Empress was at a disadvantage. It's a pity that Heavenly Venerate Mu's cultivation can't keep up. If I were to execute this move, the Empress would have turned into chaos and vanished without a trace. She shook her head repeatedly. She was both envious and jealous of Qin Mu's divine art. If I want to comprehend the path of primordial beginning, there are two ways. One is to borrow Heavenly Venerate Mu's corporeal body, and invade his primordial spirit. By plundering his memories I can learn this move. However, I can only learn one move. If I want to learn more, it's impossible. Furthermore, this fellow Heavenly Venerate Mu has a difficult divine art to restrain me, and he's very crafty. It's very difficult to catch him. The other way is to get it over with once and for all. That's to eat Heavenly Venerate Shao. She licked her red lips and revealed her enchanting charm. Heavenly Venerate Shao is Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning. After eating him and obtaining his innately one Qi, he would combine it with my path of divine consciousness to form the path of Absolute Beginning. At that time, I would be the #1 person in the world. Qin Mu controlled the resurrection divine boat to cross layers of void. The youth stood at the bow of the boat with boundless glory and extraordinary joy. He had no idea that Madame Yuan Mu had said that he was a monkey. Ha 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 ha. I can finally kick my legs with Heavenly Venerate and be beaten to death by Heavenly Venerate again. The resurrection divine boat gave a loud rumble and directly broke through the 30th layer of void. It sped through the 30th layer of void at an extremely fast speed. Qinmu couldn't contain his joy. He suddenly flapped his sleeves backward, and the speed of the Permitha divine boat increased greatly. His realm had risen to 9 prisons platform, and his cultivation and magic power had all increased greatly. This made him no longer need to be as careful in the 30th void as before. Even if the divine art of Permitha divine boat crossing dissipated, he would still be able to persist in the 30th void for a long time without being obliterated by the void. However, with my abilities, I'm still unable to defeat the Empress, especially when she comes to Sinkhole. I can only obliterate her clothes and can't cause any Dao injuries to her. The Empress is still amazing and is much more powerful than me. The corners of Qinmu's mouth curled up as he looked at his hands excitedly. But I'm not injured, and I'm still suppressing her to fight. It feels so good to fight. I'll run after I fight, it feels great. He really couldn't suppress his excitement. For a long time, he had been feigning civility with the 10 heavenly venerables and even had no choice but to become the chief of the Heaven Alliance, becoming the puppet of the 10 heavenly venerables. He had no choice but to use his brain to deal with the black pots that the 10 heavenly venerables were trying to pin on his head. If he could use his fists to solve the problem and didn't need to use his brain, he would be willing to use his fists. At the very least, he now had the capital to use his fists. Of course, Empress Dowager's abilities weren't limited to this. If Great Abyss of Returning Ruins descended and Empress Dowager's abilities rose explosively, he would be far from being her opponent. At that time, Empress Dowager's battle prowess wouldn't be much inferior to Celestial Venerables. That was why Qinmu had beaten Empress Dowager up and run. If he didn't run, even if he had many methods, he would most likely be used by Empress Dowager to fill the eye of the sea. Whoosh! The Permitha divine boat suddenly turned around again, and Qinmu looked down from the 30 layers of the void. Yen Tianfei used her strength to split the ancient god's egg to try to make Taiji come into being. This might be the time to steal the eggshell of Taiji. I have the eggshell of Tai, the eggshell of absolute beginning, the eggshell of Tai Su, and the eggshell of absolute beginning that has yet to come into being in my divine treasure. If I obtain the eggshell of Taiji, I'll be able to obtain the eggshell of innate fifth supreme. Even though the eggshell wasn't as useful as the ancient god in the egg, the surface or inner wall of the eggshell was imprinted with the runes of innate great Tao. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful when used as an eye. More importantly, if he used the difficult divine art, he might even be able to stuff the ancient god back into the egg. This was a way to threaten the other party. Qinmu looked down and saw Empress Dowager weaving clothes with the runes of the great Tao to cover her jade body as she walked towards the Taiji mineral vein. Empress Dowager was the ruler of the world and was dignified and generous. The moment she put on her clothes, she looked like a burning beauty that made one's heart palpitate. Empress Dowager doesn't look bad, but even though she looks good when she's lying in the coffin, she doesn't have her charm when she's alive. He moved his gaze away and saw Madame Yuanmu's divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, sprinting all the way in the Taiji mine. Even if ancient god Taiji tried to use the power of the mine to stop him, it wouldn't be able to stop the power of this divine weapon. Madame Yuanmu mobilized the power of Heaven Imperial Venerable, and directly destroyed everything. She killed gods and devils in her way and was invincible. Furthermore, as the return ruins was pulled closer, Madame Yuanmu's own power was also increasing. Ancient god Taiji had pulled the distance between the mine and the return ruins closer, in order to increase the power of Imperial Concubine Yen. Imperial Concubine Yen was the empress, and with her own power, it would be difficult for her to break the eggshell of the Taiji divine egg. However, with the power of the return ruins, that was enough for ancient god Taiji to come into the world ahead of time. Qinmu's gaze moved and landed on Imperial Concubine Qi. Imperial Concubine Qi was the empress, and it was during the era of the creator that he had ruled. During the ancient times, ancient god Taiji had been forced to create fake mines and hide everywhere. There were grudges between the empress and the 4 great ones of the innate 5 great ones. If he could get rid of them or capture ancient god Taiji, the empress would be very happy. The current situation is a little strange. Qinmu's gaze flickered, and the power of the resurrection divine boat under his feet dispersed. The youth stood in the air. Yuanmu is an ancient god in charge of destruction, and has a strong desire to destroy everything. Supreme Emperor and Yuanmu probably don't know that the Empress' goal isn't to kill ancient god Taiji, but to help ancient god Taiji come into being. After they find Empress Yin Tian consort, they might attack her and the Taiji divine egg. That way they would help ancient god Taiji come into being. Ancient god Taiji didn't have much power in the divine egg, but after coming into being, who knew how strong his power would be? Are they equivalent to one or two celestial venerables? How far away are they from Heavenly Emperor Absolute beginning at its peak? Or is it the power that surpasses Heavenly Emperor Absolute beginning? Suddenly, Qin Mu felt the 30th void begin to erode his corporeal body, primordial spirit, and divine consciousness, so he executed another divine art to cross the shore divine boat. I still can't stand in the 30th void for a long time. Founding Emperor imprinted sword path into the 35th void. How did he do it? Imprinting the void might be a necessary step in the cultivation system of Tao realm. He couldn't help falling into a daze again. Founding Emperor had once said that his sword path imprinted 35 layers of void. The speaker had intended to hear it, but the listener didn't mean it. At that time he hadn't thought deeply about the meaning behind it. However, when he had explored the fragments of Great Overarching Heaven with Lang Xian, he had been deeply impressed by the special qualities of Great Tao that could be imprinted into Great Overarching Heaven. Great Overarching Heaven was the ultimate void, the 36th void. Since Great Overarching Heaven could be imprinted, the other void could also be imprinted. Furthermore, imprinting other void should be easier than Great Overarching Heaven. For example, if Qin Mu could be in the 30th void, could his Great Tao be branded in the 30th void? If his Great Tao was branded in the void, what kind of changes would it cause? When I obtained the knowledge imparted to them by the ancestors of the creators of the other shore void, I once saw the creators of the immemorial era branding their divine consciousness in the void. These creators cultivate divine sense, and divine sense creations can also be imprinted with divine sense. They do not cultivate the soul or the primordial spirit. After death, they imprint their divine sense into the void, achieving immortality in another form. He thought carefully. Founding Emperor imprinted 35 layers of the void with Sword Tao. If Sword Tao fused with divine sense, would it also be another form of immortality? However, this kind of immortality is also difficult to protect the body and soul. Furthermore, when the Creator had been defeated, the ancient gods and powerful demigods had entered layers of void and wiped out the divine consciousness that the Creator had entrusted to them, wiping out all traces of the Creator. After cultivating to Tao realm, imprinting one's great Tao and divine consciousness into the void wouldn't truly be indestructible, and would be wiped out by the strong practitioners. Even Great Overarching Heaven can't guarantee the true meaning of indestructibility. It can only ensure that the Great Tao is indestructible. Supreme Emperor entrusted his divine consciousness to Great Overarching Heaven, and turned it into divine consciousness, making his divine consciousness and thoughts indestructible. Qin Mu pondered over it. Then, if my primordial spirit can brand Great Overarching Heaven, can my soul and primordial spirit be guaranteed to be indestructible? And can my corporeal body brand Great Overarching Heaven? Just as he was thinking about it, the void suddenly trembled violently, and even his body became unstable. That was the spatial ripple caused by the complete descent of Great Abyss of Returning Ruins. Ancient god Taiji mobilized his strength and pulled Great Abyss of Returning Ruins to the sky above Taiji mining area. Qin Mu's spirit was greatly roused and he immediately opened the vertical eye between his brows to look at Imperial Concubine Yan. At that moment, Imperial Concubine Yan's strength had increased explosively. She raised her hand to grab and saw a lotus flower floating in the great abyss above the mining area. It was grabbed by her. Boom! A power that could destroy the heavens and earth burst forth, smashing toward the Taiji divine egg along with the lotus flower. Sister, Celestial Master Mu has seen all of you. Divine weapon Heavenly Master flew toward Imperial Concubine Yan's back, and Madame Yuan Mu's sweet laughter came from her mouth. Imperial Concubine Yan didn't answer, but used all of her power to attack the ancient divine egg. On the other side, Emperor's aura had increased several times, and she was actually the first to arrive at the bottom of the great abyss of the returning ruins. She sneered, "Little slut, your body has been in Celestial Master Mu's hands for so many years. Hasn't he already seen all of you?" She let out a long cry and landed on one of the lotus flowers to meet the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal. The great Tao in the great abyss of the sinkhole gushed out, and rays of light surged into Empress Dowager's body like a tide. Her battle strength increased in a straight line. Little b** teach you too. When the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, saw Empress Dowager, he could not help but shout, "Your body has been in his hands for so many years. Maybe you even gave birth to a child." The moment divine weapon Heavenly Venerate collided with Empress, the space between divine weapon Heavenly Venerate's brows suddenly split open. 5 burly Shurchilua flew out from within. His face was full of whiskers, and he smiled brightly as he pounced towards the Empress. He chuckled, "I've caught you." A series of heavenly palaces appeared behind him. Together with divine weapon Heavenly Venerate, they instantly heavily injured Empress. The moment Empress Dowager was seriously injured, concubine Changtian quietly appeared behind Shurchilua. She lightly pressed her palm on Shurchilua's back. At the same time, she sent her divine sense into the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal's forehead. She threw out the divine weapon Celestial Master Royal from Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit. Concubine Changtian controlled the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal. Her next move landed on concubine Yentian's body, causing her to roll and roll. She crashed into the mountains of the mining area and broke through them. There is always someone stronger among the strong. Qi Tianfei was extremely proud. She controlled the divine weapon, Celestial Master Imperial, and strode forward. She punched the ancient god egg and said sternly, "Brother Taoist in the egg, die." At the same time, Qi Tianfei pounced on the Tai Chi raw stone and grabbed at the 7 raw stones. Boom! The divine egg shook and rumbled, emitting cracking sounds. Suddenly, the divine egg split open, and 2 ancient gods flew out from the egg. One attacked from the left and the other from the right, trapping Qi Tianfei in the middle. "A mountain is taller than a mountain. Little slut of the Supreme Emperor, we have been waiting for you for a long time." The joy on concubine Changtian's face had yet to disappear when she was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The 2 ancient gods of Taiji looked at each other and smiled. They rolled up the eggshell in the Taiji raw stone and flew up. Suddenly, Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit giggled and grabbed the twin lotuses that concubine Yentian had dropped. With a fierce swing, the 2 lotuses turned into 2 large hammers. The hammers smashed onto the 2 ancient gods. Ancient god Taiji hurriedly blocked the hammers. Divine weapon Heavenly Lord Royal attacked with monstrous battle power, blasting the 2 ancient gods down from the sky. The eggshell and the raw stones fell to the ground. The 2 Tai Chi ancient gods landed on the ground with blood seeping out of the corners of their mouths. They had just been born, but they had already encountered this kind of situation. It was not a small blow to them to be injured. The clothes on the 2 Tai Chi ancient gods were 1 black and 1 white, 1 male and 1 female. They had strange appearances, and both male and female had human heads, human bodies, and snake tails. The appearances of the ancient gods were all strange. Many of the ancient gods were formed from the imagination of the creator of the primordial era. There were historical factors involved. The creator imagined gods with different great Tao and different powers. Their appearances and forms should be different from the creators, thus forming the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger, and the ancient gods of the stars. However, those ancient gods were worshippers of the gods, while the other Tao-born ancient gods were formed by the great Tao, such as Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, Heavenly Een, Empress Dowager, and the others. Apart from Earth Count, their appearances were all quite normal. As for the innate 5 Tai, their appearances were hard to understand. Tai was shapeless, he could turn into anything. He was in an incredible state. Tai was shapeless. Everything he thought was seen. It was also an indescribable state. She could be whatever you wanted her to look like. Heavenly Monarch Tai Chu, he was shapeless because he was plotted against by Heavenly Monarch Tai Chu. He allowed the Creator to worship him and gave him a shapeless body. But at the same time, he also restricted Tai Chu's power. Tai Chi, the birth of Yin and Yang, the beginning of the great Tao, the universe went from Tai Yi's formless Qi to Tai Chu's innate Qi, to Tai Shi's formless, to Tai Su's formless physical formless, then to Tai Chi. The great Tao of heaven and earth in the universe was born from the birth of yin and yang qi, which gave birth to heaven, earth, all living things and all living things. The form of the Tai Chi ancient god was not as incredible as the other four divine beings, but it was also unique in its appearance. It had the form of a human and the form of the Tao. Their snake bodies were the manifestation of the Tao. Shirchilua Tian Concubine Gao, and divine weapon Heavenly Venerate Imperial attacked once more. There were only two people controlling them. One was Madame Yuanmu, and the other was Emperor Tai. Madame Yuanmu knew that the Taiji ancient god had appeared. If she joined forces with the Empress, then her situation would be extremely bad. Thus, as long as there was a chance, she would definitely get rid of the Taiji ancient god. On the other hand, Emperor Tai was purely having a grudge against ancient god Taiji. He was afraid that these two ancient gods would take revenge on him. Concubine Yin Tian and Empress Di rushed over. They were both Empress Di, so they had to protect ancient god Taiji no matter what. She was one of the 10 heavenly venerates. If she could obtain the help of ancient god Taiji, the benefits would be too great. Her power would soar, and she would become the #1 power among the 10 heavenly venerates. Similarly, ancient god Taiji would help her refine her sister Madame Yuanmu. Her strength would also soar, and she would cultivate to the great heavenly court in one go. At that time, it was not impossible for a woman to become the heavenly emperor. Although the heavenly venerates are strong, they don't know the true meaning of Tao. The two ancient gods of Taiji looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, their bodies began to spin, and the entire Taiji starfield began to spin crazily along with them. Shirchilua, the divine weapon heavenly venerate, Qing Tianfei, the Empress Dowager, and the others could not stand still. They looked around and found that it was difficult to see the mining area. Not only could they not see the mining area, they did not even know where they were. They saw the black sand and white sand around them converging and rotating crazily around them. There was no heaven or earth. Heavenly venerate, you are an ordinary creature. Although your strength is extraordinary, you have not reached the realm of transcendence. The overlapping voices of men and women came from the surging sand. They heard it clearly. Although you can comprehend the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of Yin and Yang is not Tai Chi. The so-called Great Tao of heaven and earth are all derived from the Tao of Tai Chi. Shirchilua and the others' expressions changed drastically. In the wild sand, an extremely tall and mighty figure could be vaguely seen. It was a heavenly duke. White brows, white beard, and long beard fluttered in the wind. Countless wild sand formed his body, and countless gravel turned into billions of stars that flew around him. The aura of his heavenly Tao was extremely strong, making the 3 heavenly venerates' eyes twitch. Heavenly Duke. A complete heavenly Duke. Qing Tian Concubine's face turned pale. This heavenly Duke gave her the feeling that he was not inferior to the heavenly Duke in Xuandu. He was indeed powerful. She decisively controlled the divine weapon, Heavenly Venerate Royal, and rushed towards this heavenly Duke. Her original body immediately broke through the air and disappeared in the void. The heavenly Duke raised his hand, and the 49 heavenly Tao turned into 49 heavenly Tao treasures, blasting into the void. The void shook violently, and concubine Chong Tian was sent flying. Her clothes were disheveled, and her face was full of shock and bewilderment. The divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, rushed toward the heavenly Duke, but in the next moment, he was smashed down by the heavenly Duke's huge fist. His legs were sore from the punch, and he knelt on the ground, holding up the heavenly Duke's fist with both hands. Useless Supreme Emperor, don't you even have the courage to fight? Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit rushed into the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, and said sternly, "Get back here. My primordial spirit, your divine sense, can't do anything to him? Attack together." Her primordial spirit rushed into the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal's body, and her magic power burst out. Her primordial spirit's magic power was vast, and Qi Tianfei's divine sense was powerful. The two of them raised the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal's strength to the extreme. The divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, roared in anger, stood up, and raised the heavenly Duke's fist. The heavenly Duke withdrew his fist, and another fist smashed down. The heavenly axiom rumbled, and light filled the sky, illuminating the countless galaxies in the starry sky. The divine weapon Heavenly Lord was worthy of being the strongest weapon forged by the Heavenly Court. A patch of Heavenly Court divine light shot up into the sky from behind his head. Madame Yuanmu combined with Qi Tianfei and forcefully raised this divine weapon's combat strength to the great Heavenly Court's perfection realm, forcefully resisting the Heavenly Tao. In the next moment, the Heavenly Duke's fist exploded, turning into countless grains of dust that flew in the air. On the other side, Shi Qilua attacked. He waved his 2 lotuses, and the sinkhole's 2 lotuses landed in his hands. The 2 lotuses moved, and immediately, the sinkhole great abyss swallowed everything, falling toward the Heavenly Duke. Concubine Chang Tian used her divine sense to attack the Heavenly Duke's glabella and mess up his divine sense. When the 2 heavenly venerates joined hands, the great abyss of the returning ruins immediately swallowed the Heavenly Duke's head, and more than half of the Heavenly Duke's huge body was swallowed. Whoosh! The Heavenly Duke with an immeasurable body was actually swallowed by the great abyss of the returning ruins. Concubine Chang Tian's heart jumped with fear as she looked at the great abyss of the returning ruins. However, the great abyss of the returning ruins suddenly shook violently. The great abyss suddenly split into 2, becoming 2 returning ruins and 2 great abysses. Qing Tian Concubine and Shi Qilua were both stunned. They had never expected this situation. In another sinkhole great abyss, a goddess with 2 faces charged out with 2 lotuses in her hands. With one strike, she sent Divine Weapon Celestial Master Royal flying. Inside Divine Weapon Celestial Master Royal's body, Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit and Qing Tian Concubine's divine sense were almost pulled out of his body. Both of them were extremely shocked. The 2-faced goddess controlled the power of life and death. She was extremely powerful. She sent the divine weapon Imperial Heavenly Venerate flying, and the next moment, she smashed Shi Qilua to the ground. The lotus flower shook and countless petals flew out, surrounding Qi Tian consort. She tried to refine and devour her. My Tao of divine sense comes from the absolute beginning Tao. You can't restrain me. Concubine Tianqi roared and tried her best to kill the flower petals. At the same time, the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, rushed over like a bull. He crashed into the 2-faced goddess and sent her flying. Countless divine abilities were thrown out. The goddess fell into the sinkhole great abyss. Concubine Tianqi searched her soul consciousness and attacked the sinkhole. At the same time, Shi Qilua flew up and stuffed the lotus into the divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal's hand. The divine weapon, Heavenly Lord Royal, smashed the sinkhole great abyss into pieces. Empress Dowager and concubine Yan Tianfei rushed nearby, but upon seeing this, they stopped in their tracks and did not attack Qi Tianfei and Shi Qilua. She also wanted to see just how powerful ancient god Taiji was. The returning ruins great abyss exploded and turned into flying sand. In the flying sand, a roar like that of an ox or a tiger could suddenly be heard. 2 sharp horns shot out from the flying sand. Among the 2 horns there was a lava river flowing around the horns. From the tip of the horns it flowed to a jet-black head. The huge head slowly rose higher and higher. Tian Concubine and Shi Qilua watched this scene in a daze. Their gazes could not help but follow the head as it rose up. Gradually, they saw Earth Count who controlled the 64 great Taos of Hades holding a long whip of the Styx River. Whoosh! The long whip came at them, whipping away the divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal, who was charging forward. The divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal, spun like a top and flew into the distance. Shi Qilua let out a shrill scream. Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit was in the body of the divine weapon, Heavenly Master Royal. It was swept up by the underworld river whip. Her soul immediately suffered an unimaginable torment, heart-rending and lung-wrenching. The pain was unimaginable. This whip almost tore her primordial spirit apart. She hurriedly escaped from the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal's body. It was only to be seen that Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit was burning with a raging demonic fire that was difficult to extinguish. Concubine Liao Tian controlled the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal, and used the heavenly Tao to suppress the great Tao of Hades and extinguish her primordial spirit's demonic fire. Madame Yuanmu's primordial spirit flew into the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal's body. She was very fearful of Earth Count. Celestial Master Royal rushed toward Earth Count and shouted, "This time I'm the master. I don't have a primordial spirit. My great Tao of spiritual sense isn't afraid of his Tai Chi Tao. Madame Yuanmu was still afraid of Earth Count. She immediately took a back seat and let concubine Li Tian control the divine weapon, Celestial Master Royal. The two of them, 3 bodies surrounded Earth Count and killed him. Finally, Earth Count was crushed. Suddenly, the desert of the Tai Chi Star area shook. A primordial tree appeared. It was so tall that Mother Earth Yuan Jun stood under it. Around the crown of the origin tree, there were countless worlds floating in the sky, emitting all kinds of light. Shi Chilua and concubine Gao Tian felt despair in their hearts. They immediately gave up the desire to continue fighting and flew away. The Earth Mother Yuan Lord didn't stop them. Soon the origin tree collapsed like flying sand, and all the worlds in the sky disappeared. The violent shaking of the desert also calmed down, and it slowly returned to normal. It was still the black sand desert on the other side, the white desert was on the other side. The figures of 2 ancient gods of Taiji appeared. Their auras were withered, and their expressions were not very good. The two supported each other and walked toward concubine Yen Tian. With a wry smile she said, "We were disturbed by the secular world, and as expected, we were unable to unleash the Taiji Dao to its limit. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been forced to this extent by them, and we wouldn't have been able to escape by them." Concubine Yen Tian smiled and said, "The strength of the 2 Dao brothers is no trifling matter. This little sister admires you so much that she prostrated herself on the ground. Your abilities are among the best among the 10 heavenly venerates. If the 2 of you join hands, you will be invincible. Even if you are experts at the great circle of the great heavenly court, the 2 of you can fight to your heart's content. Your Highness, you flatter me." The 2 ancient gods swept their gazes over and looked at their raw stones and eggshells. Their expressions couldn't help but change drastically, and they said in unison, "Where are our eggshells?" Concubine Yen Tian hurriedly looked over and saw that the 7 Tai Chi raw stones were still there, but the 2 eggshells that ancient god Tai Chi had broken out of had already disappeared. Concubine Yen Tian's expression couldn't help but change. She thought to herself, what kind of thief is this? To be able to sneak into the battlefield without a trace, his ability is truly heaven-stealing and sun-changing. But why didn't this thief steal the Tai Chi divine stones and instead stole the most useless eggshells? The expressions of the 2 ancient gods fluctuated, and the female ancient god said, "There's still a portion of our vital fluid that has yet to be refined in this eggshell, but it was also stolen by that person. If it was refined by that person, our path wouldn't be perfect. There's no need to worry." The male ancient god consoled. Without Taiji raw stone and divine stone, it's impossible to refine vital fluid. Even if the eggshell was stolen, it wouldn't be of any use to that thief. Yen Tianfei's heart moved slightly, and she remembered that there was a Taiji raw stone in the vertical eye between Qin Mu's brows. What if that person has Taiji raw stone and divine stone and can refine the vital fluid? The expressions of the 2 ancient gods changed, and they immediately knew who she was talking about. They couldn't help looking at each other. However, did that person really have the ability to steal their eggshell right under their noses? There aren't any experts nearby. The only expert that can be called an expert is him. Yen Tianfei said, "Tianzuan Mu has a lot of abilities and he has learned a lot. Perhaps he has the ability to lurk here and steal your eggshells. However, why didn't he steal the Taiji raw stone as well?" The male ancient god thought for a moment. He said, "To him there isn't much difference between 1 and 8 Taiji raw stones. He doesn't understand the wondrous uses of raw stones. If he gets the other raw stones, he will completely turn against us, so he still spared us some face." The female ancient god frowned and said, "Although we guessed it was him, we don't have any real evidence, so I'm afraid we can't make him hand over the eggshell. The eggshell is a small matter, but the essence liquid in the eggshell is the most important thing. If he refines it and devours it." The male ancient god shook his head and said, "If he still thinks of the favor of guiding him to the great black wood, he will return the essence liquid. There's no need to worry. He didn't take the original stone, but he still wants to leave some face so that he won't completely offend us. Empress, let's go to your territory and wait a few days to see if he'll return it." Concubine Yinton shook her head and sneered. "How can that little thief return it? He's most likely already drinking the essence liquid." She raised her head and glanced at the sinkhole great abyss. Without the support of ancient god Taiji's mana, the sinkhole Great Abyss flew far away, and layers of space expanded. The Great Abyss quickly returned to the world where it had come from. Concubine Yantian kept Empress Dowager's corporeal body, and the three of them got up to leave. This time, even though Concubine Yantian had been humiliated by Qin Mu, and she had been ambushed by Concubine Yangtian and Shiqilua, she was still very happy in her heart. She couldn't help obtaining the help of ancient god Taiji, forming an alliance with him, and she could even see the hope of being invincible from his body. When ancient god Taiji transformed into the goddess of the sinkhole, the battle prowess he displayed was truly eye-catching. He possessed the power of the Empress and Yuanmu at the same time. He controlled the power of life and death without any weaknesses. Such a perfect existence was not inferior to the heavenly duke or earth count. Moreover, ancient god Taiji clearly had the ability to combine the Empress and the great Tao of Yuanmu. As long as she could capture and destroy Yuanmu's consciousness, she would be the person who possessed both powers. Moreover, she had already gotten rid of the shackles of the ancient gods. She had more room to grow. She wasn't bound by the great Tao of the sinkhole. The path of the great Empress was just around the corner. The two ancient gods had a tacit understanding. They turned around and saw the Taiji star area spinning nonstop. The two ancient gods said in unison, "I see." Yantian concubine didn't understand and stopped. The two ancient gods stretched out their hands at the same time. The Taiji star area was spinning and shrinking. After a while, it turned into a Taiji sand table that flew toward them and landed behind their heads. This Taiji sand table was made of black sand and white sand. The two ancient gods walked side by side, and the Taiji sand table kept spinning behind their heads, changing from black to white. Yantian concubine examined it carefully. The Taiji star area and the mining area had turned into a strange treasure with terrifying power. Moreover, as the Taiji changed, various forms of divine weapons emerged from the sand table. They were very powerful, even more terrifying than a heavenly venerate treasure. The ancient goddess smiled. "We felt that something was missing just now, so we inadvertently turned around and found this treasure. This is the treasure that accompanied us. It's our Tao weapon," the ancient male god said. "We were born in the mining area. The mining area wants to protect us to attain the Tao, so we will form Tao weapons. In absolute beginning in Taisu, there are Tao weapons that protect the Tao." Concubine Yantian's heart moved slightly. "My late husband also had Tao weapons? Why didn't I know that?" She was very puzzled. If Heavenly Emperor Tai Chu also had Tao weapons, why had she never seen him use them before? If he had Tao weapons, why would Heavenly Emperor Tai Chu be in such a sorry state? Ancient god Tai Chi didn't know why either. Tao weapons were supreme treasures that were formed from the great Tao, and were extremely powerful. Only in their hands could such treasures be used to their fullest potential. Taoist brother Absolute Beginning was worshipped by the clansmen of Supreme Emperor, which was why he was born early. Could his Tao weapon have fallen into the hands of Supreme Emperor? The ancient female god said. Concubine Yantian's heart trembled. Concubine Changtian had never taken out this Absolute Beginning Tao weapon, and she had hidden it very deeply. It was probably Supreme Emperor's final trump card. At that moment, Qin Mu stood at the bow of the divine boat in the 30th void. He raised the eggshell of the Taiji divine egg with both hands, and the divine boat rushed forward with the youth as fast as lightning. The youth was overjoyed, and he raised his cultivation to the limit. He was afraid that ancient god Taiji would catch up to him, but he didn't expect that the victim wouldn't catch up at all. "Ha ha ha ha! I've finally gotten the eggshell of innate fifth supreme." Qin Mu felt as if there were countless little vixens cheering in his heart. His Tao heart was agitated, and when he smelled the fragrance of the primordial liquid in the Taiji divine egg, his index finger moved. "So fragrant! I really want to have a taste." The resurrection divine boat rushed into the 31st void with a boom. This layer of void was a little dangerous for Qin Mu, but he was still worried that ancient god Taiji would find him. Thus, he had no choice but to take the risk and enter the 31st void. He had taken an extremely dangerous risk this time and executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. With the immature carry Extreme Heaven Palace and Thieving Heaven Palace, he raised his speed to the point where he could ignore the distance between space and space. He entered the battlefield of ancient god Taiji, Qing Tianfei, Shi Qilua, and the rest in one go and stole the 2 eggshells without anyone noticing. After stealing the eggshells, his heart pounded wildly, and he hadn't calmed down until now. Even though the egg liquid is fragrant, and I still have Taiji divine stone to refine a portion of it, I'll also completely offend ancient god Taiji because of it. The gains won't make up for the losses. Qinmu suppressed the urge to swallow the vital liquid and walked towards the Great Black Tree. When he reached the 100,000 black mountains of the Great Black Tree, he revealed himself. Su Shanghua, Lan Yutian, Wei Suifeng, and the rest had returned from the back of the ancestral court. The Great Black Mountain was bustling with activity, and the world of pot heavens hung above the Great Black Tree like a treasure bottle. It gave off a serene light. Many god cities had already been built on the 100,000 black mountains. There were people opening up farmland and planting crops. There were also divine arts practitioners and gods subduing the huge beasts in the ancestral court, allowing them to guard the god cities. Duqian Devil King was running back and forth from city to city, and he was very busy. Qinmu sighed in admiration and came to the center of the Great Black Trees. He entered the palace and carefully put down the Taiji eggshell. He took out some jade bottles and poured the remaining vital fluid into them. A clamor soon came from outside the hall. Yener was the first to rush in and shouted, "Smells good, smells good. Young master, what good stuff are you secretly eating?" Qinmu hurriedly executed more than a dozen jade bottles, and quickly put the vital fluid into them. "I can't let you eat it. This is the egg fluid of ancient god Taiji." Yener stuck her head out and was about to drink the vital fluid in the eggshell. Qinmu used his finger as a brush and wrote the word fixed. Yener was fixed on the spot and couldn't move. "Second junior brother, what are you hiding here to make delicious food? It smells so good. You can even smell the entire big black wood." Wei Suifeng rushed in a flurry, and Qinmu's divine consciousness burst forth. Wei Suifeng barged into the illusion of his divine consciousness and sniffed around, shouting, "Where are you hiding? Let me have a taste. Just one bite." Qinmu hurriedly packed up the remaining vital fluid and put away the eggshell. Su Shenghua and Lan Yutian rushed in and looked around. Lan Yutian moved his index finger and said, "I smell a strange fragrance. Brother, what delicious food did you hide?" Qinmu immediately put away the jade bottle and said, "It's the egg fluid of ancient god Taiji. I can't eat it." He explained the origin of Taiji vital fluid. "Ancient god Taiji and I have some friendship. He was the one who taught me how to obtain the number 1 sacred ground of the ancestral court, so I can't eat his Taiji primordial fluid. Otherwise, if his cultivation isn't perfect in the future, he will kill my head. Moreover, this Taiji origin liquid isn't something that can be easily digested. You have to use Taiji origin stone and divine stone to refine it. Can I fry it?" Lan Yutian asked. Qinmu was speechless, so he could only take out some supreme element liquid and give them some. "I've completely offended ancient god Taisu, so there's no chance of reconciliation," he said. "I'll give you some of this supreme element liquid. You can taste it, and then refine it with supreme element divine stone. There's no more, I don't have much." He hurriedly pushed away Wei Suifeng's hands that were caressing his body and said, "There really isn't much left. I'm giving it to you so you can taste it. Being greedy for delicacies will delay your cultivation. Everyone could only keep the Supreme Essence liquid and Supreme Essence God stone." Qinmu not only had a headache, but he also looked around. "If I let them go to Imperial Concubine Yen and return the Supreme Essence liquid, I'm afraid they'll be able to eat it all on the way, especially Lan Yuqian. He's been greedy since he was young, or else he wouldn't have such a round face." His gaze landed on Wei Suifeng and he shook his head. Wei Suifeng was extremely daring. He would definitely dare to drink all the Taiji vital fluid, even if he was stuffed to death. Lan Yutian was even worse. As for Yin, Qinmu couldn't help shuddering when he thought of this valiant girl swallowing the devil god. In the end, his gaze landed on Su Shenghua and he waved his hand to dismiss everyone, leaving only Su Shenghua behind. "Brother Su, bring these jade bottles to Imperial Concubine Yan's territory and request to meet ancient god Taiji. Hand over the vital fluid in the jade bottles to them. You must remember that you can't eat any vital fluid, or it will be a grudge that cannot be resolved with ancient god Taiji." Su Shenghua's expression was solemn, And he nodded in agreement. Qin Mu passed the jade bottles to him, and Su Xianghua counted them before saying calmly, "One bottle is missing." Qin Mu blinked his eyes at him. Su Xianghua said expressionlessly, "One bottle is missing. I counted when I came in just now. Is Heavenly Venerate Mu going to keep watch and steal by himself?" Qin Mu's face turned slightly red. He took out a bottle that he had hidden and muttered, "There really is another bottle. How strange." Su Xianghua looked at his expression without blinking. Qin Mu immediately said, "When you return the vital fluid, you mustn't hand it to Imperial Concubine Yan. You must hand it to ancient god Taiji personally. Remember. Su Xianghua said, "Give me some more Supreme Element fluid and Supreme Element Godstones. I'll prepare some for my daughter." Qin Mu said with a straight face, "I don't have much left either." Su Xianghua looked at his face, and Qin Mu's face turned slightly red. He took out a bottle of Supreme Element fluid and 2 Supreme Element Godstones and handed them to him. "There really isn't any left this time." Su Xianghua turned around and left. "You definitely have more over there." Qin Mu waited until he was far away before letting out a sigh of relief. He took out a huge Supreme Element eggshell, and there was still half of the Supreme Element liquid in it. "My baby." Gulp gulp. He refined the Supreme Element liquid while placing the eggshell in the ancestral cord of his divine treasure, and burying it in the Taiji mine. In the distance, Supreme Incipient God's egg swayed and a Tao voice came out. "Heavenly Venerate Mu. You stole the Supreme Element liquid again." "No." Qin Mu's face flushed red as he burped. In the egg, Supreme Incipient sneered. "You still dare to say no? You even stole the eggshell of ancient god Taiji, and hid it." Qin Mu turned a deaf ear and hurriedly retreated from his divine treasures. He thought to himself, "The rules of Great Ruins, stealing isn't considered stealing. Stealing based on ability, can it be considered stealing? Supreme Incipient doesn't understand at all. Grandpa Cripple still understands me." Su Xianghua didn't stop all the way and went straight to Imperial Concubine Yan's territory. His Tao heart was firm and his heart was undistracted. Even though the temptation of Taiji Vital Liquid was extremely great, he had never tasted it. Even though Qin Mu often praised his strong Tao heart, his temperament was erratic and he would often have an idea that he couldn't help making a move. However, Su Xianghua was different. Young Master Su of High Heavens was peerless. He was more steady and reserved than Qin Mu. At the same time, he was also modest and cautious, possessing advantages that Qin Mu didn't have. Even though he didn't have as many ideas as Qin Mu and was eccentric in terms of intelligence, Qin Mu was willing to admit defeat. However, it was the same for success and failure. It was precisely because he was too steady, reserved, modest, and cautious that he had a huge weakness compared to Qin Mu in terms of pioneering ability. However, that was under the situation where he had no opponent. If Su Xianghua met his match and met his fellow Taoists and strong enemies, he would be stimulated with extremely powerful creativity. For example, Surging River Divine Treasure was opened by him after his bet with Qin Mu. Surging River Divine Treasure was also called Heavenly River Divine Treasure. Su Xianghua had forcefully opened this divine treasure before Qin Mu without knowing that Surging River was the Heavenly River. Just this action alone was enough to make him a Heavenly Venerate. His other achievement was to plant innately constructed wood in his divine treasure. With the beauty of algebra, he connected the 7 great divine treasures and united them into one. This was also an achievement of Heavenly Venerate level. With his opponents and fellow Taoists, Su Xianghua's brilliance was dazzling. It was only because he was too modest and introverted that his reputation was far inferior to Qin Mu's. He was also inferior to Emperor Yanfeng and former Imperial Preceptor Zhang Baigui. Su Xianghua came all the way to Imperial Consort Yan's territory when another violent tremor suddenly came. The third Great Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge of the Celestial Heavens was completed, and light shot up into the sky to illuminate the night sky. It was now night, so Su Xianghua took a look around and came to the divine city of Imperial Consort Yan's territory to rest for a night. When the sun was already high in the sky, he entered the gate of Supreme Beginning Mineral Vein and presented Heavenly Venerate Mu's invitation to request to see Imperial Consort Yan. Of course, Qin Mu didn't give him any invitation. The so-called invitation was written by Su Xianghua last night. After a moment, Xiao Hongsu welcomed him and saw a charming young master standing outside the door. He stood there quietly, making people feel the beauty of time. Xiao Hongsu's heartbeat unknowingly quickened 2 beats. He went forward to greet him and asked, "How should I address you, envoy?" Su Shanghua of Eternal Peace's High Heaven's Divine Sect has come to pay a visit under the orders of Heavenly Venerate Mu. Su Shanghua returned the greeting. His every move and etiquette was so perfect that no one could find any fault with it. Xiao Hongsu was intoxicated and couldn't help but have a very good impression of him. "Your Majesty already knows about it. Please go ahead, young Master Su." When she said this, she was shocked. As an existence with Emperor Throne Realm and the eldest disciple that concubine Yen had groomed, she had a high position and authority, yet she had unconsciously lowered her status and called Su Shanghua young Master Su. This was something that had never happened before. Su Shanghua was a person from a sect in Eternal Peace of the small country of origin world, and was also sent by Heavenly Venerate Mu. In terms of status, he naturally couldn't compare to her, yet she had actually lowered her status. Was she being seduced by a man? Su Shenghua's gaze landed on her eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. Su Hongsu was intoxicated by his gaze. He suddenly came to a realization. He's asking me why I haven't gone to see Consort Tian yet, not to look at her. He's polite and polite. Even though he has doubts in his heart, he didn't ask directly, unlike a crude man like Heavenly Venerate Mu. She led the way in front and unknowingly began to talk more. It was always a pleasant thing to talk to such a handsome man. Su Shenghua was a good listener and always listened to her with a smile. Occasionally, he would reply with 1 or 2 sentences, but 1 or 2 sentences already made Xiao Hongsu very happy. They had arrived at concubine Yan's side palace. Suddenly, Xiao Hongsu came to a realization. Oh no! Concubine Tian likes young and handsome men. If she meets young Master Su, I'm afraid even Little Seven will fall out of favor. Little Seven's temperament is much inferior to his. However, he had already arrived in front of the hall and couldn't leave now. Consort Yin Tian's voice came from within the hall. Hongsu, invite the envoy in. Su Shanghua had a smile on his face as he walked into the hall. His spiritual sense fluctuated as he transmitted his voice to Xiao Hongsu. My purpose here is to seek an audience with Ancient God Taiji through Consort Tian. Please inform Ancient God Taiji. Xiao Hongsu was slightly taken aback. He understood and led him into the palace. Inside the hall, Empress Yen sat on a throne with a white cat in her arms. She lowered her head to look at the white cat. Her delicate hand slid down from the back of the cat's head to its back and then to its tail. She was so engrossed in looking at the cat that she did not raise her head even though she heard the footsteps. As expected by Ancient God Taiji, Heavenly Venerate Mu still sent back the Taiji essence liquid. However, Celestial Master Mu did not calculate whether he could resolve the enmity between him and Ancient God Taiji. It still depended on my will. If I don't allow it, you won't be able to meet Celestial Master Mu's envoy, Su Shanghua said with a smile. She raised her head to look at Su Shanghua, and her eyes suddenly became dull. Su Shanghua greeted him. Although he was calm and did not go against the rules, his bearing and temperament formed an endless romantic air around him. Suddenly, the fur on the white cat's body exploded. It arched its body and issued a threatening whimper at Su Shanghua. Concubine Yen Tian stood up and threw the white cat on the ground. The white cat arched its body and walked sideways to Su Shanghua. Its tail shook like a snake as it moved around Su Shanghua. It was as if it was looking at its own enemy. It could explode at any time and launch a fatal attack. Little Seven, retreat. Don't disturb the honored guest. The white cat had no choice but to retreat even though it was unwilling to do so. Hong Su, you can also retreat. Concubine Yen Tian waved her hand and smiled. Xiao Hong Su took the opportunity to retreat. Su Shanghua said, Then does the Empress allow me to meet the Ancient God of Taiji or not? Whether or not it is allowed depends on the envoy. Concubine Yen Tian leaned forward and said with a smile, The messenger is young and handsome. Not only is he good-looking, but his temperament is also extraordinary. To have someone like you in the lower realm is really unusual. Your Highness praises me too much. Su Shanghua bowed slightly and said, Your Highness is high and mighty, receiving the favor of the Emperor of Heaven. I am worried. Worried about what? Concubine Yen Tian hooked her wrist around his neck and fell into his arms. Her eyes were like silk as she smiled and said, "He is looking for other women, and even my sister is not spared. I want to sleep with all the handsome men in the world to take revenge on him." Su Shanghua took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist. Their eyes met. Su Shanghua looked straight into her eyes and said softly, "After your majesty took revenge on him, did you feel happy?" Consort Yen Tian's heart trembled. The soft part of her heart was touched. She felt a wave of bitterness surge into her heart. "Never. I think so too." Su Shanghua continued to look into her eyes. He said gently, "Every time the Empress takes revenge on him, she will recall his betrayal and feel pain again and again. The Empress's revenge did not hurt him. Instead, she hurt herself again and again." "Empress, why are you doing this?" Outside the hall, Xiao Hongsu looked at the white cat little 7, who was flying into the sky in anger. His heart moved slightly, and he hurriedly called him back. He thought to himself, "If I report this to ancient god Taiji, then the Empress will definitely find out about it. Although the Empress and I are master and disciple, in reality I am a master and slave. It has not been easy for me to climb up to my current position. It is naturally better for someone else to do such a risky thing." She said this to the white cat little 7. The white cat little 7 was overjoyed. He stood up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Hongsu. "Thank you for your advice, senior sister. Celestial Master Mu has harmed me, and sent a gigolo to steal my fortune and share the Empress's love. I must not let him succeed." With that said, he left in a hurry. Not long after, 2 ancient gods of Taiji came together. The ancient goddess said, "The Empress is probably plotting something to stop Celestial Master Mu's envoy from seeing us. There's no need to say anything more. You'll know when you see the envoy." The 2 arrived in front of the side palace. Xiao Hongsu quickly stopped them and said, "Seniors, allow me to go and report this." How could she stop these 2 ancient gods? She walked past them, leaving Xiao Hongsu in the way. She could not help but feel her scalp go numb. She hurriedly chased after the 2 ancient gods and complained in her heart, "If there's love inside and their clothes are disheveled, what should I do?" She and the 2 ancient gods of Taiji barged into the palace one after the other. Xiao Hongsu was worried and hurriedly raised his head to look. He could not help but be slightly startled. He saw Concubine Yen and Su Shanghua sitting high on the cloud platform, chatting and laughing with Su Shanghua. They did not look like they were having a good time. On the contrary, Concubine Yen seemed to treat Su Shanghua as a close friend and was intimate with him, chatting and laughing with him. From time to time, she would raise her handkerchief to cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Xiao Hongsu was very surprised. This scene was something she had never expected. She had thought that this place would definitely be a charming scene, but she didn't expect that Consort Yen could still treat such an outstanding man with courtesy. She was talking to Su Shanghua with intimate words. "Dear Minister Su, you really should come often." Consort Yen stood up from the cloud platform. She smiled and said, "I feel much better after talking to you. I don't have a bosom friend. It's rare for me to meet a close friend like you. I can't wait to tell you my heartfelt feelings. Unfortunately, you're Celestial Master Mu's envoy. I also hate that ugly man, that stinky man. This guy has been against me time and time again." Su Shanghua said, "If you don't mind, I can come often." Concubine Yen Tian was overjoyed. She held Su Shenghua's hand and walked down. She said, "With your words I can rest assured. Hongsu, from now on when you come to see me, you cannot stop me." Xiao Hongsu was more and more surprised, but he didn't dare to show any surprise. He lowered his head and agreed. Concubine Yen Tian walked down the cloud platform and let go of Su Shenghua's hand. She said, "Celestial Master Mu ordered you to see Taoist brother Taiji. Although I want to stop you and ruin his good deed, I'm afraid that this stinky man will punish you again when you go back. So I'll let you go. Hongsu, let's go. Let Minister Su and the 2 Taoist brothers have a slow talk." Su Shanghua bowed and thanked him. Concubine Yen Tian quickly returned the greeting and walked out of the palace with Xiao Hongsu. What a wonderful person. Concubine Yen Tian walked out of the other palace. She turned around and couldn't help but praise. Heavenly Venerate Mu actually has such a talented person by his side. It's enviable. Xiao Hongsu blinked his eyes and felt strange in his heart. Has the Empress changed her personality? The white cat Xiaoqi ran over, but concubine Yin Tian ignored it. The white cat did not dare to jump into her arms and act coquettishly. Felt wronged. Did I come too late? That kid surnamed Su is indeed very weak. He is very fast. Su Shenghua had returned the Tai Chi vital fluid, and the two ancient gods of Tai Chi were also very happy to see him. They felt that getting along with such people was like a spring breeze, and they didn't have to constantly use their brains to guard against sneak attacks like they did with concubine Yen. They also didn't have to be on tenterhooks like they were by Qin Mu's side. People were different from each other. Little fellow Taoist has an extraordinary bearing and is as humble as a valley. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. The female ancient god said apologetically, I should have given you some gifts, but we have just been born and have nothing to offer. Su Shenghua said, since we are Tao friends, why do we need gifts? The two ancient gods of Taiji praised in unison and said, that is a very kind thing to say. Su Shenghua asked for their advice and said, since the two Tao brothers have been born, they are both ancient gods of Taiji and are separated from each other. How should we address them? It doesn't matter if they have names or not. The male ancient god said, if they have a name, I will be the sun and she will be the moon. However, I am not the sun. I have yin in my yang and she is not the moon. She has yang in her yin. Our way of seeking Tao is to combine yin and yang into one. It is called Taiji. The sun and the moon had similar names among the ancient gods. For example, the great Sun Star Lord had a name that was also called the Sun Star Lord. He controlled the sacred sun flame, and the moon ancient god was called the Moon Star Lord. He controlled the divine water of the moon. However, the feeling that ancient god Taiji gave Su Shenghua was indeed very different from the two ancient gods. The yang contained yin and yin contained yang, which contained extremely profound principles. Yin and yang combined into one, and it was also unfathomable. Su Shenghua had some insights and asked them for advice, but the two ancient gods of the moon and the sun also told him everything, which made him gain a lot. Su Shenghua also often had thought-provoking questions, which were principles that they had never comprehended in the mining area, which made the two ancient gods gain a lot. More than 10 days later, Wei Suifeng came to find Su Shenghua under the orders of Celestial Master Mu, and asked to see Imperial Concubine Yen. Imperial Concubine Yen avoided him and ordered Xiao Hongsu to entertain him. Wei Suifeng has done me a favor. I can't neglect him, but I can't indulge him either. After all, he is a rebel. Xiao Hongsu saw Wei Suifeng. When Wei Suifeng saw her, he thought of the sinking of the river by the eastern heaven's green emperor, and he was quite unhappy. Xiao Hongsu smiled and said, my wife praises Emperor Yunluo very much. When I was sinking the river, he didn't say that. Wei Suifeng snorted and said indifferently, where's Su Shenghua? Celestial Master Mu saw that he hadn't returned yet, and was worried about his safety. He ordered me to find him. Xiao Hongsu's ability was not inferior to his. When he saw him being so ostentatious, he was also unhappy. What does the Empress owe him? Why is she so indulgent to this guy? She did not know that Wei Suifeng was the one who investigated the attack on the Empress during the Long Han dynasty. Wei Suifeng was the commander of the imperial guards of the heavenly court of the Long Han dynasty at that time. He led the army to the ultimate because Wei Suifeng was there, to wipe out the Longbow rebellion. It was also because of him that Madame Yuanmu failed to kill the emperor after she plotted against him. The empress took the opportunity of the primordial spirit shell. Only then had the later Yen Tian imperial concubine, Wei Suifeng on her grace, help her jump out of the shackles of the ancient gods. Later on, it was Wei Suifeng who saved the empress's body, which was why Wei Suifeng saved consort Yen Tian's true body. However, when Wei Suifeng was Emperor Yunluo, his identity was exposed, and he was suppressed in heaven prison. However, consort Yen Tian did not save him. Thus she felt that she did not owe anyone, but she owed him a lot, which was why she did not want to see him. Xiao Hongsu came to look for Su Shenghua, and ancient god Taiji said to Su Shenghua, we are stationed here. Fellow Taoist, you can come here often. Su Shenghua nodded and left. I have listened to your teachings and gained some insights. I feel that your Taiji Tao can create all the Taos of heaven and earth. But because your Tao hearts cannot be perfected, you have to come out early and enter the world to train. The path that you walk is the same as the path that postnatal beings walk. It is the reverse path to become the Tao. Ancient god of extreming couldn't help but ask, "What is reverse Tao?" Su Shenghua said, "Tai Chi has given birth to 10,000 paths, and it can also reverse Tao of Tai Chi from 10,000 paths. It is difficult for Tai Chi to achieve Tao. So I entered the mortal world to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and reverse Tao of Tai Chi. This is reverse Tao. I have two Tao friends. One is walking forward while the other is walking backward, so when I see the two of you I can't help but think of them. I feel that this is the path of the two of you." The two ancient gods had their own insights. Su Shenghua then said, "If the two of you seek the great Tao of the ancient gods, you can head to eternal peace. Eternal peace has Tao Master Lin Xian, who is proficient in macro and micro algebra. He is able to analyze the innate Tao in the world and has unparalleled achievements. If you want to comprehend the path of the postnatal realm, you should head to eternal peace. The path of the postnatal realm has a great development in eternal peace. If you want to comprehend Tao realm, you should go see founding Emperor Qin Yi. His Tao realm is unparalleled." Ancient god Taiji expressed his gratitude and said, "Since that's the case, let's make a trip to eternal peace first. If fellow Taoist Su returns to eternal peace, we can catch up." Su Shenghua was about to leave when ancient godson suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Su said that you have two fellow Taoists. One is walking forward while the other is walking in the opposite direction. May I ask why these two are sacred?" Su Shenghua stopped and said, "One is Lan Yuqian, a youth. The other two are already familiar with him. He's heavenly venerate Qin Mu." The two ancient gods looked at each other in dismay. Su Shenghua left, and the two ancient gods caught up to him and asked, "May I ask how is Lan Yutian's ability?" Su Shenghua stopped. "He has a body that has attained Tao, and his Tao nature is unparalleled. He uses the universe as his mining area, the divine stones of the great Tao of heaven and earth, his Tao heart as the raw stone, his footsteps as the mountain range of the mining area, and the great Tao as his ladder. He can measure the heavens and the earth, ascending step by step and ascending to the foundation stone of the great Tao." The two ancient Tai Chi gods were moved. There was actually such an existence in this world. Then what about heavenly venerate Mu? In your heart, what about him? Su Shenghua thought for a moment. He said, "Heavenly venerate Mu moves in the opposite direction. He can do what others cannot and think what others do not. Lan Yutian does nothing and he does nothing. He uses the universe in his body as his divine treasure, opens the ancestral court, acts as the world, transforms the mining area, and achieves Tao in the opposite direction. His achievements aren't any weaker than Lan Yutian's. So far he's much stronger than Lan Yutian. I'm much weaker than the two of them. Every time I face them, I feel like I'm looking up at a lofty mountain." The two ancient gods of Taiji were deep in thought. Su Shenghua left and followed Xiao Hongsu to find Wei Suifeng. On the way he saw a white cat following him. The white cat walked at his feet, full of killing intent. Su Shenghua raised his head and said, "Su Shenghua, stay away from the Empress. Otherwise, I will not let you go." Su Shenghua bent down. The white cat hesitated for a moment and felt that Su Shenghua was very friendly. He could not help but jump into Su Shenghua's arms and shouted, "You don't have to touch my head. I won't fall for your tricks." Su Shenghua touched his head. The white cat was very pleased and said, "Put your hand down a little." "Yes, that's it," Su Shenghua said gently. "I have a family and have no conflict with you. I don't have any improper thoughts about the Empress. The Empress and I are fellow Taoists who can confide in each other. Little Seven could rest assured. You are loyal and devoted to the Empress. The Empress naturally knows that you are in love with her. If you share her worries, your status will not change. You will only get higher and higher." The white cat said dejectedly, "I am only the head of the household. I don't dare to have improper thoughts. Everything is done by man, isn't it?" Su Shenghua looked at him with a gentle gaze. The white cat suddenly snorted and jumped away from Su Shenghua's embrace. It landed on the ground and walked far away with its tail raised proudly. Suddenly it stopped. It turned its head and said, "You're not a bad person. You're not like that bad-looking Heavenly Venerate Mu. Go back and tell Heavenly Venerate Mu not to have improper thoughts towards the Empress." Su Shenghua agreed. Xiao Hongsu looked at him. After a moment he smiled and said, "Young Master Su, how can there be such a perfect person like you in the world? He is like the void, broad-minded and open-minded, but also like the most perfect God, making people unable to feel hatred. Su Shanghua chanted, "How can the young flame void flower avoid aging? It is better to be puzzled and sit quietly without worrying. Senior sister, you are envious of me. I am still envious of you. Young flame void flower. How can it prevent you from growing old?" Is this the origin of the name Su Shanghua? Xiao Hongsu savored the meaning behind it. There was no lust in his eyes, only admiration. Seeing that Su Shanghua was safe and sound, Wei Suifeng could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He immediately bade farewell to Xiao Hongsu. Without waiting for Su Shanghua to bid farewell to concubine Yan Tian, he immediately pulled him out. "It's good that you are safe and sound. This is a dragon's den and tiger's den, so staying here for a while will increase the danger. Let's quickly return to 100,000 Sacred Mountain." Su Shanghua asked in astonishment. Where did the dragon's den and tiger's den come from? The scenery here is magnificent and beautiful, just like the other sacred grounds in the world. Wei Suifeng was stunned and shook his head. In the 100,000 Black Mountains, Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw the fourth pillar of light soaring into the sky of the ancestral court. It was extraordinarily magnificent. After the heavenly court builds 11 great spirit energy mutual migration bridges, they will start to migrate to the ancestral court. He pondered silently. When the heavenly court migrated to the ancestral court, the heavenly river would accompany the heavenly court and also migrate and change its path. At that time, the heavenly river would pour into the great swamp of the ancestral court, and let the great swamp regain its vitality. The great swamp of the ancestral court was heavenly venerate Hong's territory. When it reflected Xuandu, the starry sky of Xuandu was reflected in the great swamp, making it seem like another Xuandu was hiding in the great swamp. After the migration of the heavenly court, the heavenly river should return to its original position and reach the top of Xiandu at that time. It would be the time for the heavenly court to make a move on the heavenly duke of Xiandu. He looked up at the sky and looked into the distance. Xiandu beyond the sky was shrouded in darkness. Within 3 years, the heavenly court will definitely migrate to the ancestral court. In other words, the heavenly duke still has 3 years left in his lifespan. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and saw the figures of Su Shanghua and Wei Suifeng in the distance. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I have to ascend to the Jade Lake God execution stage in 3 years. Only by experiencing the baptism of the Jade Lake God execution stage can I advance one step further. The territory of the heavens concubine appeared in his eyes. The power and terror of the Jade Lake God execution stage couldn't help shuddering a few times. That God-slaying platform was extremely dangerous to him, and his life was in danger. But no matter what, he had to go. Even though the heavenly duke often acted on his own, even though the heavenly duke never asked for his opinion, and even though it was the heavenly duke who wanted to die, he had to do something for the heavenly duke, even if it meant risking his life. In these 3 years, his corporeal body, primordial spirit, Tao heart, and must be strong enough to step on God execution platform and understand all the mysteries of it. He had to step on this invincible fierce land and grasp the logic within. He had to have the ability to find a thread of life for heavenly duke. Su Shanghua walked over, and Qin Mu revealed a smile to welcome him. Everyone was chatting and laughing about the Tao, exchanging paths, skills and divine arts. Qin Mu then led the scholars of eternal peace to Dutian Devil King's place to build the divine city. He even personally went to the farms to reclaim the wasteland, pulling the water flow, and working with the people. When the 5th Great Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge was completed, and the people looked up at the beautiful pillar of light in the sky, Qin Mu quietly left. He returned to eternal peace to see Butcher. Butcher was currently enjoying himself with the famous scholars of eternal peace. He was taking the pleasure boat to roam the golden river of Jiangling, beating drums and singing, drinking wine to his heart's content and indulging in debauchery. There were also some women in the pleasure boat who were either wearing heavy makeup or applying makeup lightly. They were singing and dancing like birds, playing the zither, playing the pipa, playing the silk bamboo, and mixing it with the sound of drums. It was very noisy. Grandpa Butcher, I want to face the most ferocious divine knife in the history of the world. Qin Mu landed on the boat and went straight to the point. The place where the baleful qi of the world gathers, the place where the baleful chi of the ancestral court is the most flourishing, condenses into 2 baleful divine knives that can behead a strong practitioner of the emperor's throne. Butcher shot a glance at him and put down his club. A woman beside him brought him clothes to put on. Butcher was bare-chested and had put on his clothes, so he stretched out his hand to gather them. He shot another glance at him. The most ferocious divine knife in the world? The most ferocious thing in the world isn't the divine knife formed by the heaven and earth, but the heart of the people. How's your knife skills over the years? So. Qin Mu had just said this humbly when he was knocked on the head by Butcher. He could only say, "The last time I used knife to enter the path and comprehended a move to close South Heaven Gate. After that there was no more movement." Butcher gave him a cold glance, and Qin Mu instantly felt like he had been slashed by a knife, becoming shorter. If your knife path hasn't progressed, then your sword path hasn't progressed either, right? Butcher sneered. The path of healing, the path of painting, the path of Buddha, the path of formations, the path of stealing, and the path of forging all haven't progressed, right? Qin Mu admired him from the bottom of his heart and praised. Grandpa Butcher's eyes are matchless, being able to see through my predicament with a single glance. Butcher acted like he was about to hit him, but Qin Mu immediately said, "However, I've already comprehended 26 heavens in my divine arts." You comprehended it from the path of innate talent, right? Butcher resisted the urge to hit him. The path of innate talent has countless elites from ancient times to the present who have worked hard on it. The 10 heavenly venerates of the heavenly court and Tao sect all study the path of innate talent diligently to analyze the great Tao of the ancient gods. You only need to learn it and you can use it. After that, you can comprehend it and enter the path. Even in the ancestral court, you can also comprehend many divine arts, paths, and skills. But why didn't you comprehend a deeper level of knife path, sword path, and painting path? Qin Mu thought for a moment and said, "Because knife path and sword path are all acquired skills. They need to be created from nothing, need to be comprehended by themselves, and need to be groped and sorted out by themselves. This is the reason why even if you comprehend the great path of the ancient gods, you still can't advance further in knife path, sword path, and painting." Butcher said, "Muir, you have left the secular world for too long. The path of the acquired realm originates from the secular world. Ever since you went to the heaven court, the majestic gods that you faced in the imperial court, the heavenly saints that you faced in the imperial court, and the one who schemed against you was the 10th heavenly venerate. In the secular world, you can comprehend the 3rd heaven of your sword Tao in a few short years. However, once you reach the heaven court, you will not be able to advance any further. Muir, you are already very far away from the path of the postnatal realm. I'm not sure if you can still maintain the beginner's heart of the youth from great ruins." Qin Mu raised his eyebrows. "My Tao heart is stable, so it's impossible for me to forget my beginner's heart." "Really?" Butcher pulled out his knife and planned to throw it to him. After thinking for a moment, he stopped and broke off a 3-foot-long piece of metal from the deck of the boat and stuffed it into his hand. "Seal all your cultivation, heavenly palace, and divine treasure together and turn back into a mortal. I'll bring you to your original heart. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Qin Mu gave a low shout and closed his spirit embryo divine treasure. He sealed it along with his primordial spirit. Butcher took a glance at him and said, "You still have your corporeal body that hasn't been sealed yet." Qin Mu's 10 fingers flew up and down and tapped on every part of his corporeal body. He sealed all the orifices of his corporeal body, and he instantly felt his corporeal body heavy. There wasn't even a bit of vital qi in his body. Butcher jumped out of the boat and said in a deep voice, "Bring your knife and follow me." Qin Mu jumped out of the boat and sank to the bottom of the river with a thud. After a moment, he floated up from the surface of the river and started to run wildly. He finally found the feeling of treading on the waves of surging river back then. Not long later they came to the bank of the river. Qin Mu was just about to execute his vital qi to drain the river water on his body, when he remembered that he didn't have any vital qi to use. Butcher walked at a steady pace. Qin Mu tried his best to keep up with him and gradually, he sensed the flow of the wind. His body became lighter and lighter, and he suddenly leaped into the air, stepping on the tip of the wind. Butcher came to a small city, and Qin Mu looked around. This should be a new city in Jiangling, but this city didn't exist in his memory. In recent years, eternal peace was changing day by day, and new cities appeared everywhere. If Qin Mu didn't return to Eternal Peace Capital in 3 to 5 years, he would also get lost. "Mu, there's a bully in this city, go raise your knife and kill him," Butcher suddenly said. Qin Mu frowned slightly and said, "Grandpa Butcher, the country has the law of the country. Since he's a bully, then let the government investigate him. As Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, how can I kill people without permission?" Butcher raised his eyebrows and looked at him with disdain. He sneered and said, "Your initial heart has changed. Back then in Border Dragon City, you raised your knife in anger to break the restriction and split Fu Yuding apart. Where did that Qin Mu go? If the law of the country is really omnipotent, then how can there be a bully?" Qin Mu shook his head. "This is the bravery of an ordinary man. There's no country law in Great Ruins, so you can get rid of them with your knife. However, Eternal Peace has the rule of law. Knife path is the bravery of an ordinary man," Butcher shouted angrily. "If you encounter injustice, you can flatten it with one knife." Last year, when Jiangling wanted to build a new city, there were bullies who had their hands and eyes reaching the heavens and annexing the land. This place was originally a village with a population of 124. The bullies forcefully bought the land and forced the villagers to move. There were those who didn't comply. 6 people died and 49 people were injured. If you were talking about the law of the country, the villagers here would go to Jiangling to report to the officials. The bullies would sit in the yamen and slam the table to ask who would report to this official. Where is the law of the country? The villagers who sued him were also killed by the cane. Where is the law of the country? Your law of the country can't take care of this place. Qin Mu frowned and asked, "River Tomb Yamen, why did you allow the bullies to wreak havoc?" "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you are too close to the sky and too far from the earth. You have already lost your initial heart," Butcher sneered. "Your blood is cold and your knife is blunt. You are standing too high up, and you can no longer see the darkness and filth in the dark corners of the mortal world. You are standing at the height of the temple and have a good grasp of the general situation of the world, yet you cannot see the rise and fall of the commoners. If it was the Qin Mu of the past, what would he do?" Qin Mu shook the 3-foot metal piece in his hand and walked into the city. His qi and blood surged up as he said solemnly, "I can still awaken my hot blood. Who is this bully?" Butcher walked behind him.
Wei Yong son, Wei King.
Qin Mu stopped and turned his head to look. Butcher sneered. "What's wrong, Heavenly Venerate Mu? Did Wei Yong's son make you stop? Your knife was already covered in rust, and you were no different from 10 Heavenly Venerates. You floated in the sky all year round and didn't come into contact with the earth chi or the mortal world. You have become dull. You are no longer worthy to use a knife. Scram, go back to your heavenly court and become your heavenly venerate." Qin Mu's blood surged and his killing intent soared to the sky. He held the 3-foot iron piece in his hand and walked towards the bustling city in large strides. "Which one is Wei Qinghe?" He stopped a person and asked. "You don't even know Wei Qinghe?" That person smiled and said, "That's the famous celestial venerable Wei of Jiangling New City, Great-Grandpa Wei. Walk forward and you will meet the red-robed youth who is listening to music on the canary platform." Qin Mu walked forward and his ears heard pleasant music. He saw singers singing, dancers dancing and musicians playing silk bamboo. Qin Mu raised his head to look and saw a man dressed in a big red robe on the high platform. There were many divine arts practitioners playing with him and their laughter shook the sky. Qin Mu walked forward and walked up the stairs. There were divine arts practitioners blocking him from downstairs. Great-Grandpa is listening to music upstairs and has already wrapped up the canary tower. Please return. Qin Mu leaned closer and the muscles on his shoulder flicked. With a loud boom, the divine arts practitioner flew out and smashed a big hole in the canary tower. Berating sounds came from upstairs, and many divine arts practitioners poked their heads down. Qin Mu flicked his fingers, and the divine arts practitioners were sent flying by the wind from his finger, crashing through the building. Qin Mu took a step upstairs when he suddenly heard the sound of a sword. He tapped lightly with an iron piece, and the flying sword of the divine arts practitioner was incomparably sharp. In his hand it was only an iron piece that had been crushed by ordinary iron, but when he tapped on it, The flying sword instantly exploded, however. The metal piece was safe and sound. He didn't use any cultivation and only used the simplest technique. Technique, and Tao. These three were the steps for the divine arts practitioner to learn and improve. First, they had to learn the technique, sword technique, Tao technique, knife technique, formation technique, and medical technique. Once they had learned the technique to the extreme, they would then learn the technique, sword technique, Tao technique, knife technique, formation technique, and medical technique. Only when the technique had reached great success could they comprehend the Tao. They couldn't learn the path and could only comprehend it. Qin Mu had used the simplest knife skills taught by disabled elderly village, but the other party had executed exquisite sword skills. They were the classic sword skills taught by Eternal Peace, and there were even the shadows of the few sword skills created by Zhang Baigui and Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu had already reached the point where he couldn't work on his skills. Even though it was the simplest knife skill, it was incomparably simple to break the other party's exquisite sword skills. He climbed up the tower and faced dozens of sword lights. The men who were with Wei Qinghe all burst forth and cursed non-stop. They rode their swords to kill him and used the most exquisite sword skills of Eternal Peace. Back then, these sword skills were rare in the world and could even be said to be cult master level sword skills. However, now everyone could learn them. Qin Mu held the metal piece in his hand and gently lifted it a little slower. He only heard the sound of cracking. His footsteps didn't stop as he continued to walk forward. All around him were flying swords that had exploded. Suddenly, a divine light struck his face. The red-robed man, Wei Qinghe, suddenly executed a divine sword and pointed it straight at Qin Mu's face. Qin Mu raised the metal piece and slashed it against the wind. Ding! A clear sound rang out. Wei Qinghe revealed a look of joy and jumped up to shout, "You lowly peasant who bought off a poor family actually dared to assassinate me. Yet you don't know who my father is. My father dotes on me and has long bestowed me with a divine sword to protect myself." The metal piece in Qin Mu's hand didn't have a single crack, but dense cracks suddenly appeared on the divine sword. Following that, it exploded with a bang and shattered all over the ground. Wei Qinghe was overwhelmed with shock. Qin Mu walked forward and asked, "Wei Yong's son, Wei Qinghe?" Wei Qinghe immediately said, "Brother, you are still young, don't mess around." Ki. The metal plate in Qin Mu's hand burst forth with a stunning knife light. With a swing of his hand, a bloody scar appeared on Wei Qinghe's left shoulder to his right rib, and his upper body slid down diagonally. There was an uproar on the balcony as the singers, dancers, and musicians scattered in all directions. Wei Qinghe's followers all rose into the air and shrieked, "Quick, go report to Old Master Wei, young master has been killed." Qin Mu shook off the bloodstains on the metal plate and sat down boldly. He poured himself a cup of wine and waited quietly. Butcher revealed a look of admiration. "You're back again. I can feel that youth Qin Mu who walked out of disabled elderly village in great ruins is back again. Mu'er, aren't you leaving? That Wei Yong was a good friend of yours when you were young, and you have a deep relationship with him. Aren't you afraid to see him since you killed his son? Killing Wei Qinghe is completely useless." Qin Mu was expressionless as he said, "I'll treat Wei Yong to a drink to appreciate my knife of law." Butcher tilted his head. "Troublesome." He also sat down and poured wine for himself. Later on, he felt that drinking with a wine cup was too troublesome, so he simply threw the lid of the wine pot away and drank to his heart's content. In the distant Zhongling city, divine light flashed and divine might overflowed into the sky as it sped over. Yong, a fat deity descended from the sky and landed on the canary platform, shaking the entire building. The fat deity was awe-inspiring as he shouted, "Who killed my beloved son?" At this moment, another 3 to 5 rays of divine light descended from the sky and landed on the ground, revealing the figures of several deities. They took a step forward and shouted, "Where did this thief come from? How dare he commit murder? He killed an official of the imperial court. There is no need to interrogate him. He will be executed on the spot." The fat god looked at the youth sitting behind his son's corpse and could not help but tremble. The fat on his face also began to tremble. The few gods were about to step forward when Wei Yong suddenly spread his arms and blocked them. The few people were puzzled and thought that he would personally take revenge for his son, so they retreated to the side. Wei Yong took big steps forward and opened his mouth to say, "Brother Qin." Brother Wei, call me Imperial Preceptor. Qin Mu raised his hand. Your son, I killed him, he said indifferently. You and I have been friends for many years. Back then when I left Great Ruins, the first friend I made was you. You and I took a boat to cross the Golden River, and went to the capital city to take the title of achievement. On the way we met Dragon Rider sect who betrayed us and fought a few times. It could be said to be a life and death friendship. I killed your son and felt very guilty in my heart, so I poured a cup of wine and waited for you to apologize to you. Wei Yong cried loudly. Just teach him a lesson. Why did you kill him? I won't drink your wine. Whether you drink it or not is up to you. Qin Mu stood up, he said in a deep voice. There are many unfair things in this world. I can act like a brave man and walk with my knife, taking your son's head and causing his blood to splatter 5 steps. I am the Imperial Preceptor and have the ability, but the commoners can only let your son bully and cheat. It made me realize that a brave man and a blade of a simple man can only be done in a short period of time. It cannot rule the world and cannot rule the world. Therefore, I have comprehended a blade of law. Brother Wei, please guide me. The metal piece in his hand came together and the blade light filled the entire building. The law was strict and the path of the country was like the heavenly Duke's Xuandu heavenly platform and the chains of Yudu in the hands of the earth count. They could capture people's souls, raise the morality of the world, and destroy evil and awe-inspiring. Eternal Peace wants to establish a country with the law. If there's law, it must be followed, and there's no mercy. With just one move, Qin Mu waved his hand and threw out the iron piece, stabbing it in front of Wei Yong. He walked past him in large strides. You didn't teach your son strictly, and you turned your son into a neighbor. Report it to the emperor yourself, and the official will be stripped of 3 ranks. You will be punished with a salary of 10 years. If such a thing happens again, I'll use the knife of the law to kill you. Take care of yourself. Qin Mu walked out of Canary Terrace and turned his head back to look. Wei Yong was standing on the terrace in a daze, looking at the metal piece. Butcher walked over with big strides and walked shoulder to shoulder with him. He praised. Your cultivation of Dao realm is too high, allowing your knife skills to grow. You can even use the power of a divine weapon on a piece of metal. Qin Mu was in a daze and shook his head again. This wasn't something worth praising. Compared to these ordinary divine arts practitioners, regardless of whether it was his vision, knowledge, Dao heart or foundation, he surpassed them by too much. Even if he was given a small wooden stick, he could still break the divine weapon. Butcher smiled. You comprehended the path this time and comprehended the knife of the law. It's clear that you want to cut off my prestige and say that I'm showing off my bravery. However, I walked with my knife and was carefree in the world of martial arts. I wasn't restricted by your rules and regulations. Your knife of law can't be better than my knife Dao. Qin Mu was silent. After a moment he said, Grandpa Butcher should have known about Wei Qinghe long ago. Why didn't you use the knife of a simple man to get rid of him? Instead, you left him to wait for me to get rid of him personally. If I do it, it would always be showing off my bravery. If you do it, it would represent the direction of eternal peace. Butcher gave a carefree smile. All these years you have been in heavenly court and I have been in eternal peace. I have seen too many similar things, and I have also killed many of them with bravery, but what can I do? A knife of a man could not solve these matters. Eternal peace was so big that the strength of a man could not investigate the rights and wrongs of the whole of eternal peace. Heavenly Venerate Mu had to establish the law. I've been waiting for you to come back. In this world, there will always be places that eternal peace's knife of law can't reach. Perhaps it still needs the anger of a commoner to spill 5 steps of blood. Qin Mu thought about it. The imperial court needs to shine the knife of law to clean up the governance of the officials. However, no matter how they clean it up, there will still be people like Wei Qinghe. Grandpa Butcher, you're right. I'm too close to the sky and too far from the ground. It's time for me to reflect on myself. My abilities originally originated from the secular world, but after I arrived in heavenly court, I started researching the path of the innate state in an attempt to catch up to 10 heavenly venerates in a short period of time so that eternal peace would have a chance to develop. All these years, I've already forgotten where my abilities came from. The path of a saint lay in the daily use of the people. He had always thought that he was still on this path. But when he suddenly looked back, he realized that he had already deviated from it. It wasn't too late for him to return now. If your original heart hasn't changed, you are still a good youth. Butcher patted his shoulder and brought him to the blacksmith shop in the new city. This was a place to forge farm tools, not a place to forge spirit weapons. The blacksmith shop hung hoes, iron plows, kitchen knives, and other items. Forge a good knife. Butcher sat down and said to the blacksmith, I want a Damascus steel knife. 2 caddies of iron for this brat to use. He pointed at Qin Mu, who was also sitting on the long bench. The blacksmith brought over some coarse tea and said, There's no Damascus steel, there's coarse iron. It's even better if there's no Damascus steel. This brat can even chop a divine weapon with a piece of iron. If he brings 2 caddies of coarse iron, he doesn't want 1 or 2 more. This is to prevent him from chopping people too smoothly, and let this brat do it himself. Butcher drank the tea. This coarse tea was bland, but he drank it with relish and said, Pull the bellows for him and be his assistant. The blacksmith looked at Qin Mu suspiciously and saw that his clothes were not ordinary. He smiled and said, This is the noble young master, how can he do such crude work? Qin Mu drank his tea and smiled. Back then I was also a blacksmith. Why do you still have these farm tools in your shop? Don't you have daily spirit weapons? I eat abalone and mountain delicacies all year round, so I also have to eat some crude tea and plain rice. The blacksmith smiled. What's more, the commoners aren't very rich either. The price of food in recent years has been too low. Asking divine arts practitioners to help harvest or hiring daily spirit weapons to harvest is too high. So not everyone can afford it. These years, those divine arts practitioners have money, so what money do the commoners have in their hands? Using these farming tools to work can also save some expenses. Qin Mu drank the tea silently, and he didn't finish the bowl of tea even after drinking it for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. He put down the tea bowl and got up. Come, you pull the bellows, I'll forge. The blacksmith chose a few pieces of rough iron to help him. Qin Mu exercised the hammer, and when the blacksmith saw his technique, he couldn't help praising. What a good blacksmith. If you open a shop, this old man's business will be ruined by you. Qin Mu finished forging a thick iron knife, and the 2 gene of thick iron was forged by him like black iron. It gave off a cold light and gave off a threatening chill. Butcher took the money and said, There's no need to look for it. Moore, let's go. We've found our initial intention. It's time for your knife to be trained. Qin Mu didn't follow him and said, I still have some matters that need to be dealt with urgently. Butcher's heart moved slightly and he stopped. He raised his head to look at the sky. When the blacksmith saw that the 2 of them were generous, he was delighted. He suddenly raised his head and saw stars appearing in the sky. It was a clear day and there were actually stars, and they were dazzling. It was truly a strange thing. The stars were moving, and there were 100 small stars surrounding one of the big stars. As the starlight got closer, the stars became clearer and clearer. Shua! Starlight descended from the sky and landed in the new city of Jiangling. They were the civil officials of Eternal Peace Imperial Court, the officials of the Ministry of Appointments who were in charge of the administration of officials. Officials of the Ministry of Appointments, greetings Imperial Preceptor. The 100 officials hugged the Minister of Appointments and bowed in unison. There's no need to be so polite. Qin Mu raised his hand and unsealed his cultivation. He said to the blacksmith, who was flabbergasted, I'll definitely repay you for lending me your shop. The blacksmith hurriedly pushed it into the inner room. Qin Mu took the divine golden materials from the ancestral court and began to smelt and forge them in public. The Minister of Appointments and the gods of the Ministry of Appointments raised their heads and looked over, only to see law characters floating in the air. They spread out from the small blacksmith shop and spread throughout the entire new city of Jiangling. The law characters were accompanied by the sound of great Tao, as they rumbled continuously. It was as if there was an impartial judge reciting the iron laws of eternal peace. In the new city of Jiangling, countless commoners walked onto the streets and listened to the voices reciting the law. They couldn't help falling into a trance. Wei Yong and the few gods of Jiangling didn't leave either. They looked at the law words that fell from the sky and fell into a trance. As Qin Mu forged and recited, the law words were smashed into a divine knife and turned into the power of the iron law and divine knife. After a long time, Qin Mu dispersed the divine fire and threw away the hammer. He held a knife of law in his hand and his voice resounded throughout the city. Officials of the Ministry of Appointments, come forward and receive the knife. The officials of the Ministry of Appointments came forward, and the Minister of Appointments bowed with both hands raised high. Eternal peace law, is it ruled by man or law? Is it ruled by law or by law? Is the old law of eternal peace still in line with the current era? If eternal peace's paths, skills, and divine arts need to be changed, does eternal peace's law need to be changed? Has the good law of the past become evil law now? How to punish evil, how to spread good, how to be fair. It's impossible to completely abandon rule by man. How to balance rule by man and rule by law? Is the law self-discipline or other discipline, or is it the law? Lord of Ministry of Appointments. The law concerns the hearts of the people. The hearts of the people are knives, the strongest divine knives. They can behead one or two corrupt officials and also destroy a strong country. All of you, please take care of the hearts of the people for me. Today, I will pass down knives to all of you on behalf of the imperial court. The reform of the law will be entrusted to all of you. Qin Mu bowed and presented the knife of the law. The Minister of Appointments went forward and held the divine knives with both hands. He bowed his head and retreated, standing with all the officials. He said solemnly, "Where the law is, the Ministry of Appointments will definitely go through fire and water, not letting down the hearts of the people in the world." Qin Mu left Rivertomb New City with Butcher and followed closely behind. This time when the new city gave out the knife, it would cause quite a stir in eternal peace. The reform of the law would definitely be promoted, and perhaps it would return eternal peace to a clear and bright political situation. Grandpa Butcher, where are we going next? This mortal world is a great sacred ground and also a great purgatory. All living beings transcend in this sacred ground, and also sink into this purgatory. There are too many things that are unfair in the world and too many battles. There are countless open and hidden battles, intrigues and intrigues. Knife path must be refined in the mortal world and also on the battlefield. Butcher said, "I'll bring you to the battlefield. Even though you are my disciple, you have never been on the battlefield. You have also dabbled in the battles of Supreme Emperor Heaven. Back then." He was in a daze and shook his head. "It's fine if I don't say it." Qin Mu asked curiously, "Since Grandpa Butcher said something, why don't you continue?" Butcher hesitated for a moment. Seeing that he wasn't as solemn as before and had given the knife of law to the Ministry of Appointments, Qin Mu's Dao heart became firmer and stronger than before. Butcher was also happy for him in his heart, so he didn't hide it from him. "Back then, I could still be considered a scholar. Even though I was tall and sturdy, I was well read in poetry, literature, and poems. I was also slightly famous. Back then, I was a scholar and a painter. I was immersed in a life of luxury and loitered in the streets and alleys. When the enemy invaded and the country was destroyed, I saw the miserable situation back then, so I threw away my brush and ink and drew my knife from the army to go to the battlefield. The hundreds of scholars from Jiangnan who went with me returned." He said in a hoarse voice, "Only me." Qin Mu patted his shoulder. Butcher let out a turbid breath and said, "The knives on the battlefield are different from the knives you usually come into contact with. The knives on the battlefield are the knives of slaughter, and also the knives of redemption." Qin Mu was slightly stunned and asked for his meaning. Butcher said, "The knives kill the enemies and save the people living in the rivers and mountains behind them. The knives of an ordinary man's blood splattered 5 steps, quickly settling the scores. The knife of the battlefield gallops 1,000 miles. Blood in both hands and countless people are alive. Follow me to the battlefield and meet my comrades." Qin Mu's heart trembled and he followed him. They traveled for dozens of days and came to the battlefield of the southern border. After 10 heavenly venerates had conquered the origin world, the pressure on eternal peace had increased greatly. The first wave of forces that attacked eternal peace was under the command of Fire Heavenly Venerate of Southern Land. Humans and demigods were mixed together to attack eternal peace. They attacked cities and plundered lands. These gods, devils, and divine arts practitioners came from Southern Heaven. They were the humans and demigods of Southern Heaven. Butcher and Qin Mu changed their names and signed up to join the army. "The army on the other side is also human," a warrior said in a trembling voice as he looked at the army on the other side. Don't have such thoughts. An old soldier comforted him. Think about what's behind you. Behind you is eternal peace. It's the people of eternal peace. If you treat the enemy on the other side as human, the one who dies will be you and the people you have to protect. Huff, huff. Someone panted heavily, his legs swaying as his face turned green from nervousness. He couldn't catch his breath. This is my first time on the battlefield. In the past, I followed the other scholars in the university to practice, so I've never really been on the battlefield. Just follow me later. An old soldier with a scar on his face smiled. Do you still remember what the teacher taught you in class? When you see people waving flags in the sky, you stand up. When you hear the drums, you continuously beat the drums to advance. When the drums become more urgent, you run and charge. When you hear the clangs, you stop. When you hear the drums, you retreat. Furthermore, there will be people who are proficient in divine consciousness to send it into our minds. There won't be any mistakes. The old soldier with a scar looked at Qin Mu and passed him a water pipe. He smiled. Seeing that you aren't nervous, could you be an old soldier? Smoking this, it tastes good. Qin Mu took the water pipe and snorted. I once went to the battlefield of Supreme Emperor Heaven and fought blindly for a while. The battlefield of Supreme Emperor Heaven? That was more than 20 years ago. The scar-faced old soldier's spirit jolted, and he waved his hand. Come to this brother's side later, all of us. The other divine arts practitioners gathered over. The scarred-faced old soldier chuckled and said, There's a veteran here who has been to Supreme Emperor Heaven. Later, when the battle starts, we will charge into the battle together. If we follow him, our chances of survival will be greater. Kume, kume, kume. Everyone remember each other's faces. We must become familiar with each other. Why do we have to remember each other's faces? On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly. Wouldn't it be easier to listen to each other's voices and identify each other's clothes? A young divine arts practitioner from Eternal Peace asked. The scar-faced old soldier saw the childishness on his face and said with a smile, It's not the battlefield that distinguishes between friend and foe, it's after the battle. He didn't explain in detail. Qin Mu knew the meaning behind his words. His comrades remembered each other's faces in order to clean up the battlefield after the battle and search for corpses. These words were too shocking, so the old soldier didn't explain in detail. The war in the southern border was already very urgent. New recruits like them would have to train for 3 to 5 months to familiarize themselves with each other before they could enter the battlefield. However, Fire Heavenly Venerate's forces occupied southern land and their offensive was too tight, resulting in a shortage of soldiers in southern border. Many scholars joined the army one after another. The losses on the front line were too great, so these scholars didn't have time to temper themselves before going onto the battlefield. Compared to the southern heaven under Fire Heavenly Venerate's rule, the number of divine arts practitioners and gods in eternal peace was still too small. One soldier could be used as 10 soldiers. The flags in the sky fluttered, and the soldiers rose one after another to look up at the flags. There was still the sound of armor clashing just now, but now, other than the sound of the flags fluttering in the sky, there was no other sound. After a moment, the first drum sounded, and the ships rose into the sky. The bronze beasts at the bottom of the ship spewed out flames, and there were also flying chariots sprinting on the ground. The sounds instantly became noisy. The flying cars ran thousands of feet on the ground. The wheels gradually left the ground. The flying cars rose into the air. The divine arts practitioners on the flying cars were in high spirits. In front of each of them were sword pellets and saber pellets of various sizes. Don't move yet. That is not the flag of our infantry, the scarred-faced old soldier said nervously. His eyes were still focused on the large army in the air. The flying cars on the tens of thousands of turreted ships were not fast in the air. However, on the opposite side of them, the army of South Heaven had already surged forward like a tide. The human divine arts practitioners, gods, and demigod divine arts practitioners and gods of South Heaven were divided into 2 camps. The human race rushed to the front while the demigod army followed behind. Those demigods had tall bodies and strong physiques. They were born with all kinds of abnormal phenomena, and in front of the army were the ships of South Heaven. The ships were even bigger and were made entirely of divine gold. The bow of the ships was made into the form of a vermilion bird or 9-headed phoenix. That was an old-fashioned ship of heavenly court. The army of South Heaven didn't have flying chariots. When the armies of both sides were still 300 miles apart, Eternal Peace's army in the north took the lead to open fire. True Essence cannons gathered energy on the ships, and pillars of light shot through the sky, drawing out beautiful rays of light. It made the battlefield instantly darken. The rays of light from the cannons were too bright, causing the sun in the sky to lose its luster. The other places instantly became dark. At the back, waves of restlessness could be heard from the infantry. Suddenly, the drums of the infantry sounded out and the leading troops in front had already started to move out. As the drums became denser and denser, the divine arts practitioners of the leading troops had already started to run frantically, rushing forward 10 steps at a time. This restlessness quickly affected the troops where Qin and the rest were. The veteran shouted, "Everyone! Don't run around randomly and don't squeeze into places with many people. Try to spread out. Remember, don't walk too far with us. 300 yards, at most 300 yards. They started to run. In front of them, the turreted ships fell from the sky with flames trailing behind them. When they crashed onto the ground, huge fireballs burst forth. Following that, the sound waves and air waves from the explosions surged in all directions. The warships at the front had already come into close contact with the turreted ships. Even though the firepower of the turreted ships of South Heaven wasn't as good as that of Eternal Peace, they were made of divine gold and were extremely wealthy. The turreted ships could withstand the bombardment of the cannon light, even though many of them had been shot down. When they rushed into the range of the cannon light, they immediately fired. It was still dark in South Border. The warships of both sides changed directions in the air and sped up and down. The hull of the warships in Eternal Peace was still slightly thinner and wasn't as wealthy as before. There were also quite a number of them that had been shot down. At this moment, flying chariots intersected with each other at the back of the ships and rushed over to the battlefield. They nimbly avoided the cannon light of the warships of the other side and rushed towards the enemy camp. Suddenly, a majestic divine consciousness burst forth. Flying swords washed the ground. Qin and the rest who were running behind raised their heads and saw millions of flying swords pouring down from the flying chariots. The slanted sword light poured down like a downpour and instantly washed the ground for more than 100 miles. The gods on the ships in South Heaven rose one after another and charged toward the flying chariots. There were also gods of Eternal Peace flying forward to intercept them. The divine arts of the gods in the sky would fall from time to time, and no matter where they landed, people and horses would fall. When facing gods, the abilities of the divine arts practitioners were still too weak and insignificant. They could only rely on luck. The infantrymen of both sides continued to run madly. Right now, the infantrymen had yet to enter the stage of a head-on confrontation, but there were already corpses strewn all over the ground. A person beside Qin suddenly tripped over the corpses on the battlefield. Qin was about to stop when he saw that person had already been drowned by the flood of the divine arts practitioners. "Be careful of the flowing swords," the scar-faced old soldier shouted loudly. Whoosh! A sword light shot over from the front and flew past them. There were people behind them who didn't have the time to dodge and were instantly shot through. Their bodies flew high up into the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sword lights gradually became denser, and they had already reached the battlefield. The number of people in Qin team was still considered complete. Only the young scholar who had just left the team was nowhere to be seen. The 9 of them charged forward with all their might suddenly. It was as if they had crashed into a dense forest made of flesh and blood. There were enemies everywhere. "Get excited and charge forward," the old soldier shouted loudly. The divine arts practitioners executed their sword pellet, and it broke down into flying swords. The old soldier shouted loudly, "Control the distance between each other. The range of the power of the sword moves is 15 yards. Don't exceed this distance." They rushed forward. Qin only had a knife in his hand, but his footsteps were extremely fast. He came and went like wind and lightning, and when he raised his knife, it was simple and nimble. Regardless of whether it was breaking the enemy's formation or breaking the enemy's divine arts, it was as easy as flipping his hand. When the veteran saw him holding the knife in his hand, he couldn't help being slightly stunned. "He's an expert from the School of Battle Techniques," he shouted loudly. Don't be afraid of the other party. The sword skills and divine arts of the little brats in South Heaven can't even compare to ours. Our sword skills and divine arts were developed by 2 generations of Imperial Preceptor. The sword skills and divine arts that you guys have learned are all the best. The battlefield became dimmer and dimmer as the number of enemies increased. Qin Mu held his knife as he advanced and retreated, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. He moved 150 yards in each direction, and was invincible within that 150 yards. He could even go and support the rest of his comrades to help the other party kill the strong enemies. They charged into the encirclement and were still like sails breaking the waves, leading more Eternal Peace Divine Arts practitioners to rush forward. Flags fluttered in the sky. When the Eternal Peace generals who were in charge of this battle zone saw that their troops had the momentum of sharp knives, they immediately waved their flags and mobilized a few flying chariots to support them from the sky. The flying chariots whizzed over and countless sword lights shot through the enemies that were rushing over from all directions. Qin Mu and the rest moved forward with all their might and the pressure became greater and greater. The number of enemies that had died in their hands was countless. Suddenly, they felt the pressure lighten and looked around. They were surprised and delighted to find that they had actually broken out of the encirclement and cut the enemies in half. Behind them were countless divine arts practitioners of eternal peace, who had followed them to break out of the encirclement and cut open the human army of South Heaven. The army of South Heaven that had been cut open by them was already showing signs of chaos. The chaos spread like a plague, and as long as they cut the enemy army into a few pieces, they would be able to encircle and annihilate them. Look ahead. Suddenly, a young divine arts practitioner said with a trembling voice, "What's ahead?" Everyone raised their heads to look, and the smiles that were mixed with blood froze. They saw the army formed by countless South Heaven demigods spread out for thousands of miles, and countless tall and huge primordial beasts appeared in their army. They didn't make any sound either. Those golden armors were dazzling to the eyes. The abilities of these South Heaven demigods were much stronger than the army of the human race of South Heaven. Beside Qin Mu and the rest, more and more Eternal Peace Divine Arts practitioners killed their way through the enemy formation and came to the vicinity. Gradually, there were more and more people, but everyone became silent and froze on the spot. They didn't charge forward. They were stunned. Push Southern Emperor's divine weapon over. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from the camp of the demigods on the opposite side. 2 huge beasts neighed and used their thick legs to pull a huge divine carriage toward the front of the formation. On the carriage was a huge pagoda with 9 layers. It was filled with flames. It was the divine weapon of South Emperor. The divine weapon of North Emperor was 5 Thunder Pot, while the divine weapon of South Emperor was Flame Pagoda. This pagoda was refined from the ancestral land of South Emperor, the 9-level sacred fire sacrificial altar. It was refined from the flames of the world. Before Eternal Peace Tribulation, there was a divine weapon of South Emperor that had fallen into eternal peace. When the power of this divine weapon erupted, the flames would be more than 10,000 miles long. It was enough to refine everything. "Retreat," someone said with a trembling voice. At this moment there was no sound of ringing gold. Instead it was the sound of vibrating drums. The drumbeats became more and more concentrated, but no one from Eternal Peace came forward. Facing the divine weapon of South Emperor, everyone was afraid. The drumbeats became even more urgent. In Qin Mu's group, everyone's gaze fell on the old soldier with a scar on his face. They looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to give the order to retreat. As long as he escaped, everyone would escape. The old soldier looked at their hopeful gaze and suddenly grinned. The scar on his face looked ferocious as he chuckled. "Brothers, behind us is eternal peace. Behind us is fucking eternal peace. Behind us are your wives, your children, your parents, and the parents who raise you. Follow me, *CK them. We can't wait for them to slaughter their way to our hometown." He rushed out, and in front of him, countless spirit weapons danced in the air. The old soldier roared in anger and tried his best to defend himself. Chi. Dozens of spirit weapons were still struggling to move forward. Hua! Countless spirit weapons drowned him. The spirit weapons were withdrawn, and not a single corpse was left on the battlefield. The surroundings were silent. No one dared to take another step forward. The huge beast pulled the flaming pagoda over. and there were soldiers retreating in front and behind Qin Mu. Suddenly, another person rushed forward, but they were immediately drowned by countless spirit weapons. Following that, another person rushed forward, and before they fell, more than 10 people rushed forward in an attempt to block the divine weapons of South Emperor. Batches after batches of people fell, but there were still people who continued to rush forward. Eternal Peace people have never lost their blood. A fire was raging in Qin Mu's heart. He raised his knife and shouted out explosively. He took a step forward and his footsteps gradually quickened. Behind him, the remaining 7 people of the group rushed forward together with him. Their voices rose and fell one after another. Behind us is eternal peace. Behind us is father, mother, wife, and children. We can't let the divine weapons of South Emperor take half a step into eternal peace. Our corpses are unclimbable mountains, blocking the enemies in front of them. More soldiers of eternal peace swarmed over, and their shouts reached the sky. On the other side, the army of demigods of South Heaven whizzed forward, waiting for their exhaustion. Qin Mu brandished his iron knife to block the countless spirit weapons that were coming at him. However, there were still comrades who fell beside him. However, there were others who replaced the fallen comrades and rushed forward. Eternal peace is behind us. He rushed forward with all his might. His comrades were blocking knives for him, blocking the attacks of the enemies for him. They all fell in the middle of the battle. He had forgotten that he was a heavenly venerate, and that he had the energy to change the world. He had forgotten the divine arts he had learned and the cultivation sealed in his body. He only had a knife, but there were countless comrades by his side. Countless people protected him and hugged him as they rushed toward the divine weapon of South Emperor. There were people falling one after another, and more people were catching up. However, the number of people continued to decrease, and in the end, they broke through the encirclement and arrived in front of the divine weapon of South Emperor. Qin Mu exerted strength with his feet and leaped into the air. His body passed the 2 huge beasts, and the iron knife in his hand slashed toward the divine weapon of South Emperor. Let him go! A demigod general suddenly stopped the demigods around him and sneered. Clang! Qin Mu's iron knife hacked at the divine weapon of South Emperor, and it broke into countless pieces. His body fell down, and only the hilt of the knife remained in his hand. Qin Mu looked around in a daze. His comrades were all around him, protecting him. On the outside, there were countless demigods looking at them mockingly. Eternal peace is behind us. His comrades were still shouting loudly as they went forward in an attempt to split apart this world-destroying weapon. The demigods looked at them coldly and didn't make a move. Eternal peace is behind us. Qin Mu held broken knife tightly. It was the knife of protection, the knife of slaughter on the battlefield. There was great cause, great evil, but there was also great kindness. Enough, kill them, the demigod general said indifferently. Suddenly, Qin Mu raised the broken knife and roared furiously. His muscles bulged and terrifying knife lights instantly streaked across the battlefield. The broken knife in his hand had lost its edge, but it still had a terrifying glow. Divine light actually surged out from the broken knife made of mortal iron. It was a dazzling divine light. Countless spirit weapons trembled in the knife light and knife chi and flew up. Even the demigods and powerful divine arts practitioners found it difficult to control their spirit weapons at this moment. Their spirit weapons seemed to be on a pilgrimage, yielding to their spirit and the great Tao. The power of the spirit weapons swarmed and gathered towards the broken knife. That was the spirit of the knife, the great Tao of the knife, the responsibility of the knife. Behind it is eternal peace. Qin Mu slashed down the knife light. Kacha! A crack appeared on the divine weapon of South Emperor, and the crack grew bigger and bigger. Broken knife, broken blade, mortal, cut open the divine weapon of South Emperor. Butcher was also on the battlefield at this moment, looking at the stunning knife light from afar. When all the spirit weapons were floating in the air, the Tao of the knife rumbled. He was very familiar with this kind of Tao. The Tao of the knife would cry out for injustice, cut through thorns and defend one side. Now Qin Mu had reached the 3rd step. When the spirit of protection soared into the sky, the will of the people transformed into a great wall, supporting the mortal iron in Qin Mu's hands, giving him the power to break through everything. Cheers rang out on the battlefield. and the morale of the soldiers of eternal peace suddenly soared. Their hot blood flowed through their bodies, and the wild and violent knife lights and knife paths inspired them, making them fight bravely and fearlessly. They charged toward the enemy formation. The demigods of South Heaven were slightly hesitant and panicked. On the battlefield, morale was like a balance, and if one side was slightly heavier, they would suppress the other side. There were very few times when it was completely balanced. When they faced such a fierce army, they were afraid and cowardly. They began to retreat. Even if the supervising army behind them raised their swords and slashed dozens of people, they wouldn't be able to stop this trend of fleeing. Seeing them fleeing, the morale of Eternal Peace's army rose even higher. They chased after them, and the battlefield became bloody and tragic. The sun set in the west, and the mountains were like the sea. The setting sun was like blood. This battle was a corner of the vast battlefield of the southern border, not the most soul-stirring and tragic battle. There were even more soul-stirring and tragic battles in the southern border. When the battle was no longer so intense, it was already night time. The generals of the various armies began to count the number of people. General Ba Shan asked, "Where is the person who slashed open the divine weapon of South Emperor?" The soldiers found the group where Qin Mu was. There were 10 people in Eternal Peace and only 3 of them were left. Qin Mu wasn't among them. Some young scholars shook their heads. In the pursuit, they had lost track of Qin Mu. The soldiers were silent and went back to report to Ba Shan. Ba Shan was also silent. It was common for generals to die in 100 battles on the battlefield. Late at night, the battlefield was filled with ghost flames. There were also divine arts practitioners who lit torches to search for the corpses of their comrades on the battlefield. The 3 young Eternal Peace scholars searched everywhere, hoping to see familiar faces. Only now did they know why the scar-faced old soldier had made them remember the faces of their comrades. He had made them remember to send them home after the battle ended so that their corpses wouldn't catch a cold in the cold wind, and they wouldn't be buried in other places. He had made them bring back the glory that warriors should have and bury them in their ancestors' graves. Blood was like frost, solidifying on the surface of the corpses. Ghost flames fluttered, and they were the wandering souls that Yudu's envoys were receiving on the battlefield. Old men who couldn't remember their faces appeared in every corner of the battlefield on paper ships. They didn't care about friends or enemies, but let the souls of the dead board the paper ships. They sent them to Yudu. The lanterns of the messengers of death shone on the faces of the wandering souls every time. No matter how great a general they were or how lowly a soldier they were, they would board the ships. At that moment, Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate You sat on a paper ship while Butcher sat under the lanterns. The surroundings were silent, and only the soldiers from the northwest could be heard coming from afar. They had thick regional accents and were calling out the names of their companions in the night, calling for their souls to return. Don't enter Yudu by mistake. Yudu had Earth Count, Tiger Face, and Oxbody. They would carry the underworld river whip to drive him away. Qin Mu listened to the long call and was a little entranced. Yudu has its rules. Heavenly Venerate Yudu said, "If you want to resurrect so many people, you are violating the rules of Yudu. Earth Count will not agree. I naturally know the rules of Yudu. To resurrect so many people in one go is violating the great Tao of Yudu." Qin Mu said, "However, Earth Count is locked down by the rules to the point that we are all on the defensive." Heavenly Venerate You Eternal Peace to the 10 Heavenly Venerates was a small place. Heavenly Venerate Fire had already started to use his troops against Eternal Peace, and if he really pushed them over in the future, Eternal Peace would collapse and even more people would die. If we let the rules restrict us to death, what awaits us is only the path of defeat. Earth Count also wishes to jump out of the restraints of Yudu's great Tao. So why not turn a blind eye? Heavenly Venerate You shook his head. Earth Count is still Earth Count now, and Yudu's great Tao is still Yudu's great Tao. It must be dealt with impartially. Blockhead. Qin Mu was so angry that he laughed. Heavenly Venerate You, go back and tell Earth Count that the reason why I'm negotiating with you is out of courtesy. I'll directly resurrect these people, so there's no need for me to ask for Earth Count's opinion. Whether Earth Count agrees or not, I'll definitely do it. Heavenly Venerate You's gaze landed on him. Your wings have hardened.
Very hot. Bang bang bang.
Qin Mu's voice was also stiff. The ancient god valued me because I'm eternal caste great mage. The ancient god hopes that I can use my spells to resurrect them. Even if their souls scatter, I can still pull their souls over. When I resurrect the human race, they will teach me the rules. If I have the ability, why can't I use it? Heavenly Venerate You was still expressionless. There are countless people who have died on the battlefield. If you resurrect them, apart from going against Yudu, you will also consume your magic power. How many people can you save? The bodies of these people have already been destroyed. Even if you are proficient in the path of creation and can heal their corporeal bodies, how many people can you heal? The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. Heavenly Venerate You continued. This is just one of the countless battlefields. In the other battlefields there are countless deaths. Can you save them all? Every day, even every instant, there are countless people dying in the myriad worlds. Can you save them? Heavenly Venerate Mu, even if you are a Heavenly Venerate, your strength will be exhausted at some point. You can't save everyone. Furthermore, if you save the dead on a large scale, the great Tao of Yudu will restrain Earth Count and let him deal with you. Earth Count is born from the great Tao and has no control over himself. He stood up. Anyone who disturbs the order of Yudu will be punished. There are countless worlds that I have destroyed, so don't let eternal peace become one of them. Because if Earth Count is restricted by the great Tao of Yudu and has no choice but to take action, there will be even more worlds that will be destroyed. The reason why Earth Count didn't touch you all these years was because he was resisting the rules of the great Tao of Yudu and the orders of the great Tao. The Tao of Yudu has long wanted to wipe you out. The more people you resurrect, the heavier the punishment will be. When the punishment descends, not only will the people you resurrect die, who knows how many people will be implicated by you. Qin Mu stood up. The great Tao of Yudu doesn't care about human kindness. Heavenly Venerate You said. The great Tao of heaven and earth doesn't have any human feelings to begin with. I'm too idealistic, you're too realistic. Qin Mu suddenly executed Soul Lead Divine Art, and the gate of heaven and earth stood behind him. He laughed loudly and said, because I'm too idealistic, I'll often get my head broken and bleed in front of reality. Because you're too realistic, you've sunk into self-isolation. Heavenly Venerate You raised his eyebrows. Earth Count won't lend you power, and Heavenly Duke won't lend you his power to resurrect the human soldiers. I don't need it. Qin Mu laughed loudly, and his divine treasures opened up. The ancestral court appeared, and above it was Xuandu while below it was Yudu. The majestic power surged out from his divine treasures. The great Tao arose from the ancestral court, and the good fortune was awakened. This was his two divine arts that had entered the path, the 14th heaven, and the 15th heaven. The great Tao arose from the ancestral court and evolved the great Tao of Yudu and Xuandu. When the good fortune was awakened, it was used to repair the corporeal bodies of the soldiers who had died in battle, activating their blood and rejuvenating the dead blood on their bodies. Heavenly Venerate You looked at him silently and didn't stop him, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The Eternal Peace soldiers who were collecting corpses on the battlefield looked at their comrades who were standing up in a daze. There were still blood spots on their bodies, but their bodies were beginning to recover. Their wounds were healing and their hearts were flowing again. The dead bodies and organs also regained their vitality. Some people cheered and hugged their comrades who had just been resurrected. They laughed and cried out loud. The battlefield was too vast, and there were too many warriors who had died in battle. Even Qin Mu felt that it was becoming more and more strenuous. Resurrecting these warriors had consumed too much of his magic power and spirit. His aura weakened, and at the same time, he also felt the restlessness of the great Tao from Yudu. He had disobeyed the great Tao, reversed life and death, and made the great Tao of Yudu issue the order to eradicate him. He could feel Earth Count suppressing Yudu's great Tao forcefully, and he could also feel Yutian Venerable resisting the order of the great Tao. Finally, the Eternal Peace warriors who had died on the battlefield were resurrected one by one. All the power in Qin Mu's body seemed to have been exhausted, and he collapsed with a bang. He was incomparably weak, and it was difficult for him to stand up. Yutian Venerable resisted the order of Yudu's great Tao and passed by him. He boarded the paper ship again. Don't go to Yudu anymore. After you go there, Earth Count won't be protecting you but killing you. The power of Yudu there is too strong. Thank you. Qin said weakly. Heavenly Venerate Yu's body was slightly stiff. He didn't turn his head back and said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. If you do something that reverses life and death, I will report the truth to Earth Count. Earth Count is fair and impartial. He will remember your evil deeds and settle it in the future." Qin revealed a smile and tried his best to say loudly, "In 2.5 years, at most 2.5 years, it will be the Battle of Mystic City. It concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Duke. Are you going or not?" He spoke too quickly and started coughing violently. "What does it have to do with me?" Heavenly Venerate Yu said coldly as he drove the paper ship into Yudu. Qin revealed a smile and looked up at the sky. He saw white coming out from the east and the sun was about to rise. He muttered, "He will definitely go, he will definitely go." Even though Heavenly Venerate Yu is introverted due to his rationality and feels cold after seeing through everything, he will definitely go. His heart is still warm, boiling hot. Butcher walked in front of him and saw the colorful clouds in the east becoming brighter and brighter. A red sun rose slowly from the multicolored light. "Back then I didn't have a divine art like yours that could reverse life and death. If I did, I would have disobeyed Earth Count and saved my comrade." He looked straight at the rising sun and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he muttered in a low voice, "The frost falls on the southern mountains in autumn fruits, the winds sweep the north and the night burns. The world is in a hurry. How could I ask for heaven's will? I only wish for the good to prosper. Knife path is the path of man. Or have you rested long enough? Let's go, let's continue moving forward." Qin stood up unsteadily and tried his best to keep up with his footsteps as he walked towards the light of the rising sun. "Any path of the postnatal realm is the path of man," he said with a firm tone. Butcher turned back to look at him and revealed a smile. "Grandpa Butcher, where are we going?" "To pay a visit to the strongest person in Tao of Knives under the heavens." Dozens of days later, they came to Surging River. There were beautiful and majestic rivers and mountains on both sides of Surging River. There were fishing boats coming and going on the surface of the river, drifting in the waves. It was already noon and the sun was scorching. Those fishing boats sailed to the shore to avoid the scorching sun. The two of them stood on the surface of the river, but Qin hands were empty. He couldn't help feeling bewildered. Butcher didn't let him forge a knife this time, so could it be that he didn't need to use a knife this time? Furthermore, wasn't the person with the strongest knife Tao in the world Butcher himself? At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from the riverbank. He laughed loudly and said, "Qin, have you come to eternal peace to gnaw on the old again?" Qin looked towards the source of the voice and saw a young general dressed in divine armor with a demon knife on his back appearing on the riverbank. That young general suddenly stepped in the air and leaped into the air. Tens of thousands of knife lights flashed under his feet and carried him over. Whoosh! The tens of thousands of knife lights under his feet suddenly gathered and transformed into a demon knife. It swam like a dragon and slashed towards Qin. Qin raised his hand and pinched the knife lights with his index finger and middle finger. With a smack, he cut off the knife lights and said indifferently, "Shahuali, long time no see." Shahuali landed on the surface of the river and the surface of the river exploded, splashing water all over Qin body. He laughed loudly and said, "You are very happy in the sky and you are Heavenly Venerate Mu. Your reputation isn't scary, but every time you come back, you have to be thick-skinned and gnaw on your old age. What are you gnawing on this time?" Demon Blade Shahuali was a divine city that had been in charge of guarding the west line of eternal peace all these years. Heavenly Origin Divine City at the source of Surging River had also become an outstanding general. Qin face couldn't help turning black as he said resentfully, "Gnawing old man? You guys stay in eternal peace and gnaw at the old man every day. I'll come back occasionally and gnaw at him, then come and scold me." Shahuali smiled. "The paths, skills, and divine arts of eternal peace are no longer the same as when you left. There are many talented people today and countless experts. I'm really afraid that you will fall behind." Even though he said so, his eyes flickered with a bright light and he was eager to give it a try. The devil blade and dragon tooth on his back also let out low moans like a devil dragon, clearly very excited. He wanted nothing more than to immediately fight and teach Qin a lesson. Back then, when Qin had taught Shahuali a lesson, the dragon tooth blade had also been taught a lesson more than once by him. This devil blade was spiritual, and it was the tooth of the Eastern Emperor's green dragon that had turned into a devil. It was very spiritual and it bore grudges. After a moment, knife lights flashed in the sky again. One layer after another, there were a total of 18 heavens. The knife lights of these 18 heavens poured down and went straight for Qin Mu in the heart of the river. Qin Mu seemed to not stop. Knife Chi suddenly shot up into the sky above his head and transformed into a knife path heavenly palace. His knife path primordial spirit stood in the 9 prisons platform and gathered chi to form a knife. He went against the 18 heavens of knife path. Yang! There was a loud sound in the sky, and the knife lights scattered all over the sky. All of them suddenly retracted and transformed into a divine knife that bounced up. An arm stretched out from above and grabbed the divine knife. A one-armed figure landed on the river surface with a loud bang, and the river water that splashed up was like a knife, slashing down in all directions. Shahuali crossed his arms and stood motionlessly on the river surface. The knife lights in front and behind him were as smooth as swords, cutting off all the knife lights transformed from the river water. That one-armed god was none other than divine knife Luo Wushuang. Luo Wushuang greeted Butcher and Shahuali, and Butcher returned the greeting. Shahuali lowered his hand and said, "Greetings, Taoist brother Luo." He had severed his master-disciple relationship with Luo Wushuang, and Luo Wushuang had expelled him from the sect. Thus, he could only call Luo Wushuang Taoist brother, but because he was once a disciple, he lowered his hand. Luo Wushuang greeted Qin Mu and said, "Qin Overlord Body." However, he didn't call Qin Mu Heavenly Venerate, but Qin Mu Overlord Body. Even though the grudge between the two of them had already been resolved and Luo Wushuang had walked out of the shackles of his knife path, they had formed an enmity back then. Luo Wushuang had a grudge in his heart, so he called him Qin Overlord Body. Divine Knife Luo. Qin Mu returned the greeting. Divine Knife Luo was what Qin Mu called Luo Wushuang. They had gone through life and death in Great Void and fought side by side. Qin Mu was very impressed by his knife quality and character, especially when Luo Wushuang had drawn his knife to kill the clones of Madame Yuan Mu and Empress Dowager, Yun Chuxiu and Lian Hua Han. He was ruthless and merciless. No beauties were more important than knives, and he was the most ruthless person in Qin Mu's heart. Luo Wushuang said, "Heavenly Knife, the people who came today are all strong practitioners of knife path in eternal peace. Can we start now?" Butcher shook his head. "Not yet, we still have to wait for one more person. I've already ordered people to invite that person a few months ago." He took out a small boat from his taotai sack. There were jars and jars on the boat, and they were all sealed with top-quality wine. Shahuali couldn't help being moved. Didn't that person go to Carefree Village? Will he come as well? He took a glance at Qin Mu and continued, "I heard that person owes Heavenly Venerate Mu a lot and eternal peace too much. He swore to step into eternal peace for the rest of his life, so he simply hid in Carefree Village." Butcher smiled. "He came long ago. The Heavenly Court's army occupied Great Void and sealed the Void Bridge. He then broke out of the encirclement and sneaked into eternal peace. Other than him, there were also many people who entered eternal peace through the 3 rooms on the Void Bridge and went into hiding. He didn't enter eternal peace due to his oath and moved around in the northern lands, but the oath made by the drunkard is equivalent to fart." He smiled slightly and his voice was loud and long. "My wine is extraordinary," he said leisurely. "It's a fine wine that the god of thieves stole from the saints of the various heavens. There's also a fine wine that Heavenly Court worships to the Heavenly Emperor, brewed by the number 1 wine god of Heavenly Court. Of course I want the wine of the wine god of the Heavenly Court." A loud laughter came from the sky, and one of the 4 heavenly kings under founding Emperor Tianshu, the Heavenly King of Nether Capital, walked over with his Imperial Citadel Divine Blade on his shoulder. His body reeked of wine. He laughed loudly. "Heavenly Blade still understands me and knows that I like this. To be honest, I didn't dare to step into eternal peace due to my oath, but before I came, I got drunk and drank a few jars of horse urine. All those **t oaths are useless." He landed on the small boat and stretched out his hand to pick up a jar of wine. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp before praising, "This is the Buddha wine brewed from the great Brahma heaven of the Buddhist world, It has the taste of enlightenment. He slapped away another jar of wine and drank it in one gulp before praising. The wine of Dao Sec's clear sky heaven is filled with weird algebra runes after drinking it. This jar is wine of the god of wine. And it's dedicated to the heavenly emperor. So it's really different. The fine wine of the various heavens had their own tastes. Very soon Tianshu was completely drunk. He was still drowsy, but he continued to drink. Can this drunkard still do it? Luo Wuxuang said with a frown. Tianshu gave him a sidelong glance. He laughed mischievously and said, "The number 1 divine saber of the heavenly court has too much craftsmanship. It doesn't have the demeanor of a great saber master. My saber can sever souls and steal souls. It's not something you can compare to. You have to drink to be able to unleash its full power." Luo Wuxuang gave a snort and said indifferently, "In terms of realm, I'm inferior to you. In terms of knife path, you are far from it." Qin Mu looked at these old friends and his heart surged with passion. Some of these people were his elders, some were once his enemies, and some were his friends. Now these people were all gathered together. Mu, or your knife path, the first heaven, knocking on South Heaven Gate, is to unleash the heroic spirit of the person who uses the knife. The second heaven is the knife of the law of the law, and the resentment of the commoners. The third heaven is the knife of protection, with the will to unite the people into a city. Butcher looked at Qin Mu and said in a deep voice, "That's all I can teach you. Your 3 forms of knife skills that have entered the path have already reached the 15th heaven of my knife path. The path in the future can only be taken by you." Qin Mu felt warm in his heart. No matter how much difficulty he faced outside and how many criticisms and censures he had encountered, he was still the child of the 9 elders of disabled elderly village when he returned here in eternal peace. When he returned here, Butcher and the rest would do their best to help him and enlighten him. They had never had any selfish motives or rejected him. You already understand the courage, discipline, and responsibility that knife path requires. What's left is to hone your strength, Butcher said. And the easiest way to raise your strength is to contend with strong practitioners of knife path. Shahuali is one of them. He used his blade to enter the path. His blade path combined the strangeness of the demon race with the aura of his blade path. Luo Wuxuang is the number 1 blade master in the heaven court. His blade techniques are unique in terms of agility and technique. At the same time, he also combined the courage to attack the heavens. Even a heavenly venerate would dare to attack him. Heavenly King Tianshu's blade is the most powerful blade in the world. The drunkard Tianshu chuckled when he heard that. The butcher continued. The divine blade is invincible. The blade is known as the Imperial Citadel. The drunk Tianshu is the Emperor of Blades. His blade techniques can cut through the horn of the earth count. His blade contains the spirit of the founding emperor era. As for my blade, the butcher slowly pulled out his blade. He said calmly, "It's the heavenly blade. This heavenly blade is not the blade of the heavenly Tao, but the attack of the heavens. My blade Tao doesn't depend on the heavenly Tao, nor does it depend on the great Tao of heaven and earth. My blade is the unyielding qi in the hearts of people." He swung his blade and the qi in the blade was like a long sky, soaring into the sky from the heart of the river and splitting open the sky. The blade nourishes the spirit. You must first defeat us before you have a chance of defeating the ancestral court's god-slaying platform, Butcher said solemnly. Moor, are you ready? Shahuali flipped his body and leaped back. The next moment he stood high up in the sky. His movement technique was strange and evil. He smiled and said, "I'm indebted to Heavenly Blade for looking up to me. Let me guide this brat. I will definitely not let down Heavenly Blade's high expectations." Even though he was arrogant and unruly, he respected Butcher very much. There were 2 people in this world that he respected. One of them was Divine Blade Luo Wuxuang. Luo Wuxuang valued talent and knew that his blade technique was a one-armed blade technique. Shahuali had a complete set of arms. If he were to learn from him, he would either cut off his arms like the other disciples, or he would have to walk his own path. Thus, Luo Wuxuang gave him to Fu Riluo of the demon race and asked him to take Fu Riluo as his teacher. His temperament and spirit were admirable. The second person that Shahuali respected was the Divine Blade. Shahuali had been comprehending the Tao of the blade, but he had never been able to master it. His blade technique had been passed down from Luo Wushuang. Luo Wushuang's blade technique was well behaved, and he had always restricted his temperament. Fu Riluo, on the other hand, was an expert of the demon race. His techniques were sinister and strange. Even though he had learned some of them, he had never been able to master them. That was until he met the butcher and saw the butcher's sky blade. With just a glance, he was enlightened and stepped into the path of the blade. Although the butcher did not take him in as a disciple, he still regarded the butcher as his other master, so he respected him. Tianshu laughed loudly and suddenly shattered all the empty jars. He raised his knife and spat out a mouthful of alcohol onto the imperial palace. "Thank you for your favor, Heavenly Knife. Today I'll use my knife to meet my friends. Heavenly Venerate Mu, do you have horns?" Qin Mu's chest was filled with heroism as he smiled. "Even though I don't have horns, the horns in my Tao heart are extraordinary. Stick your head out." Tianshu waved his knife. Luo Wushuang raised his knife with one arm and hugged the moon in his arms. He said faintly, "Qin Overlord body sword skills are your forte, but you are still far inferior in the path of knives." Qin Mu laughed out loud and a wave of vital qi flowed into Qingming, turning into a long knife and bowing. "Fellow Taoists, please give me some pointers.